Yo, yo, yo. Hello, everyone. If anyone's here yet. Um, right. I need to get the other one in order as well. I need to make sure I've got two streams on, you see. I haven't got two streams on, but what I mean is I've got keep an eye out on the other stream as well. So I'll just write that down as well. Oh, I need to tweet. I got a tweet ready. Um, Rumble is live as well, so happy days. Rumble. Rumble, 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 tumble. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, pause this trial once a verdict comes back for the Richard Merritt trial. Damn, forgot. You can only type so many words. We'll pause this trial. Um, back for the Richard Merritt. Richard Merritt. We will watch that verdict and then catch up. Oops, not that one. With this Travis Rudolph trial. So save that bad boy. Hi Gio, how are you? Thanks for joining Gio. Right, I need to get my where is it? Where is that gone? Oh, oh no, I know where it's gone. I just need to check my channel for a second. Thank you, Gio, and whoever else is Spider Girl probably for liking the video. I appreciate it. We're probably going to start around quarter past. Um, stream's ready. Just giving people enough time to get here. Do you know what I mean? So I don't need this for a second. I don't like wearing headphones. But I have to because of the stream. So whatever. Just checking on Rumble. Hopefully, Rumble, you guys, you are well. I hope. Um, please like and like this video and follow this channel. Thank you. We have daily trials, streamed and regular videos posted. Okay, just posted to Rumble. Let's get ready, ready, let's get ready, ready, let's get ready to Rumble. Psych! Oh, okay, so we'll just wait. I say we'll wait 10 more minutes. It's only fair. I will change the settings. I think the chips start pretty much straight away. Hang on, I'll be back now. Sorry, my mother was she just got some new clothes. She was just wanted to see what I thought of them. Yeti68, if you're still around, thank you for following me. Thanks. I'll put it in here just in case. Thanks to Yeti68 for following the alternate. Thanks, Yeti. Appreciate you, my man. All right, where else are we here now then? Right, so we're give it a few more minutes. We're doing a 1.25 speed, so and we're skipping breaks and we're skipping lunch break, everything. So we'll soon catch up. Um, and if you do need to go, whatever, that's fine. Just try and catch up in the morning or something. But I'm excited for this trial. Also, surprisingly, there's another trial going on, which I didn't know about, Karen Reed trial, which I wanted to see, but it's not on Laura Network. It's only on. Oh, it's Emotions hearing. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. It's Emotions hearing. That's fine then. Um, you and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day, right away. Mhm. Oh, oh. Rome wasn't built in a day. Hey, 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 right there. Be up, be up, be up, 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 up. All right. Yeah, we'll give it 5 more minutes, guys, and then we'll start. So just imagine you got 5 minutes to get yourself in order, get your snacks, get your whatever food, get your drinks. And then we start. I'm gonna move this back. Hey, hey, hey. Put that there. Put it there. That's the layout there. It's good that you can just move it about. Moving that. Lefties now are chirping me on Twitter. Go to the States and have biscuits and gravy, and you'll change your mind and you'll be blown away by food that isn't boiled all the time. Um, right. Everything's set up, guys, so don't worry, everything's set up. Um, 2 more minutes. Then we're rocking. NFL, Travis Rudolph. Okay, let's start it then. Let's start it. We've waited long enough. Oh, before that, spoiler said, I heard Biscuit screaming. Oh, cool. Jesus. This story's so sad. Yeah, I have not done over the story yet, Gio. I'm just going to watch it. Um, all right. We are ready. We're just going to play it. So at 1.25 speed, remember. No audio yet. So, right, let's skip it until we get some audio then. That's been behind a little bit.
All rise. Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Jeffrey Gillen presiding.
Morning, everybody. Go ahead and take your seats, please. Okay, folks, we ready to bring the jury in? What motion? Right. That is why I asked that question yesterday evening.
You started off pissed already.
Okay, very well. All right, so we're ready to bring the jury in then. Defense? Okay, excellent. Let's bring them in, please.
Just remember, if they're talking fast, it's because we're on 1.25 speed.
You said about half an hour, and you said about an hour, right, for openings? That's right. Okay. And you want warnings? 5 minutes, good? 15, all right.
Did I share the right link? Right. Hey, lefty. So you go. So wait, judge. Mhm. He's pissed, all right. Weirdos, lefty, all right. Talk about fucking weirdos. You gravy and fucking biscuits. You Spider Girl. I will try it though. I'm a sucker for trying it. It's just I've never heard of it before.
All right. Welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. Everyone signed in down the jury office, right? Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. That's a great start. Okay, and thank you once again for coming early enough to get going so we can catch up. We're a little behind schedule, and I appreciate it very, very much. So, as I said last night, we're going to start off today with my reading to you some additional instructions. You will find, frankly, that some of them are a little redundant. As I mentioned yesterday, that's because they are so very, very important. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have been sworn in as the jury in this case, the case of the state of Florida versus Travis Rudolph. This is, as you know, a criminal case. Mr. Rudolph is charged with 1 count of first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. I will later explain the definitions of those charges, those counts, to you at an appropriate point. The state's charging document is called an indictment. It is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as evidence of any guilt whatsoever. It is merely a charging document. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine whether the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Rudolph, in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the judge are well defined, and they do not in any way, shape, or form overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the lawyers for each side will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. In this case, both sides will be making opening statements. The opening statement gives the lawyers a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the lawyers. Documents and other exhibits will also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. Thereafter, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the lawyers, the court will conclude with final instructions. After I give you the final instructions, you will then retire to begin your deliberations in order to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you've heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law by me. Until that time, you should not discuss the case with anyone, even amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you again not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about this case or look up any information about the case at all. If you become aware of any violation of these rules or any of the other rules that I give you, you must let me know by giving one of the deputies a note. They will give it to me, and I will take swift, appropriate action. During the course of the trial, we will take recesses, and during those, you will be permitted to separate and go on about your personal affairs. During those recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you about this case or in your presence, tell them you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and immediately report the matter to Deputy Lubinsky or one of the other deputies, and they will inform me, and I will take swift, appropriate action. You cannot have any cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices in the courtroom. You may use those devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information or to communicate with anyone about this case or the people or places involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or your fellow jurors. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you are not to communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you if you request it. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence
Wow, stop
presented during the
British.
trial in your presence and in the presence of Mr. Rudolph, the lawyers, and me. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you were in the courtroom, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit
the
places
box.
mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures
Luna,
or
Luna,
see
Luna,
anything or
Luna.
any other place
Na, na, na,
discussed
na, na,
during the trial.
na.
Jurors
I
must
know
not
that.
have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and
That's
places
the
involved.
max.
So do not let even the closest family
Can't hear
members
me.
make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about the case face to face, you must also not talk about this case by using any electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for any advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence and argument presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I, the trial judge, have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to
It's all
dispute
good
or
stuff,
challenge the
though.
accuracy
All
of what
nice
you
stuff.
find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against them or it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these rules jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result, requiring that the entire trial process be started over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove their innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are educated and experienced concerning the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection been overruled, nor what a witness might have said had they been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the lawyers out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is not always possible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, I will conduct them so as to consume as little of your valuable time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. Now, yesterday, each of you was provided a pad and a pen. They should be back there now and probably in your laps. I want to discuss note-taking for just a moment. Those pads are really provided to you for two reasons. One, for note-taking. The other is for making a note that you want to pass up to me for any question that you may have when you get back into the jury room for deliberations. So let's talk about your note-taking during the proceedings. As you might expect, I have been in positions, classes, let's say, for over the years, many times, as have some of you. I have experienced, and some of you have too, that it is very easy to get so caught up in your note-taking that you lose track of what's going on around you. Don't let that happen. Ultimately, what is most important is your recollection about what you heard the witnesses say and what you heard the arguments of the lawyers to be. That's what's ultimately important. Your notes should be considered by you as aids to your memories, if you will, either individually or collectively. But when you get back there and use your notes during your deliberations, and that's the only time you're going to be using those notes when you get back there for deliberations, remember this: neither your notes nor the notes of any other juror are binding on the group. All right? They're not binding on you even. They are simply aids to your recollection about what occurred, what you watched occur, and you heard occur during the course of this trial. All right. Once again, the openings of the lawyers are what they say is not to be considered evidence, nor your instruction on the law. However, that is not to say that they are not important. They are. The opening statements will provide you roadmaps, if you will, as to what what the lawyers in good faith believe the evidence will show during the course of the trial. So you should be be paying very close attention to them, and to the extent that you want to, take notes during that as well. But just remember, what they say is neither evidence nor instruction on the law. All right. Refresh my recollection. Will there be any testimony provided via video? No. Okay. And not to the defense knowledge either. Fine. Okay. So then the testimony will be provided live in person, so to speak, by folks sitting up there in the witness stand. They will be sworn in before you. By before you, I mean in front of you. You will hear them sworn in, and then they will give their testimony on direct and cross and perhaps redirect examination. There will be other types of evidence presented during the course of this trial. The other types of evidence, depending on what they are, will be able to go back with you to the jury room when you begin your deliberations, not before. There will be certain exceptions to that rule. Nevertheless, you'll be able to see any exhibit as often as you like, and if you have to come back out after your deliberations begin to view those types of exhibits here in the courtroom in front of everyone, that'll be fine. We'll make arrangements for that. It's not a problem. Hours and breaks. As I said yesterday, we will, of course, have breaks during the course of the day. Some of those breaks will simply be stand up and stretch breaks when I'll turn on the obnoxious white noise, the hissing noise that you've heard before. During those breaks, of course, you'll remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. We may take longer breaks, 15-minute breaks or restroom breaks. We will, of course, take meal breaks as well. And as I said yesterday, for the most part, the duration or the length of time for those meal breaks will be determined by you by vote, by raising your hand type vote. Finally, I will make every effort that I can to get you out of here by 5 o'clock every night. I will commit to you that I will not keep you past 6 o'clock on any given night, with the exception that I mentioned yesterday. During the course of your deliberations, if it appears to you all that you're close to reaching a verdict, then it is possible I'll keep you past 6 o'clock, only if it looks like you're close. Otherwise, we come back on the next business day for you to engage in continue engaging in your deliberations, regardless of what I'm doing here in the courtroom. Okay, I've given them to you multiple times. I'm going to give them to you one more time. The 4 cardinal rules. Thou shalt not engage in any discussion, even amongst yourselves, about this case until you get back there in the jury room to begin your deliberations after the end of the trial. 2, thou shalt not do any research of any kind, electronic, in a book, talking to anybody else about this case or what others believe the law to be. None of that whatsoever. No research whatsoever of any kind at any time, even after your deliberations begin. 3, keep an open mind. You still have not heard one itsy bitsy little bit of evidence yet. You haven't heard any yet. I'll let you know when you're going to hear the first bit of evidence. And 4, in the event during a break, you'll be stepping out of the courtroom and somewhere outside of the jury room. It is conceivable that you'll run into one of us. You'll see one of us out. And by us, I mean myself. I mean the lawyers. I mean Mr. Rudolph. I mean our clerk. I mean anybody. We will not talk to you. We will duck you. We are not intending to be rude. As I've said before, we are simply trying to make sure that there does not even begin to be the appearance of an inappropriate communication between any of us and you. So please, you duck us, we'll duck you, and everything will be hunky-dory. All right. We are now, any questions about anything I've said? Excellent. All right. We're ready to begin opening statements. Who's going to give the opening statement? All right. Mr. Klaus, go ahead. Thank you. Yes, please do. And remember, excuse me, to stay near a microphone. If you need a handheld, that's fine too. Okay? We do. Deputy Lubinsky, will you provide Mr. Klaus with a handheld microphone, please?
At least I got handheld microphones. Good.
You may begin. Yes, sir.
Opposing counsel, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. A German poet back during the French Revolution once said that murder begins when
Overruled.
Start again. A German poet back in the French Revolution once said that murder begins when self-defense ends. Murder begins when self-defense ends. Now, that was a simple sentence said many, many years ago, but that simple sentence perfectly encapsulates why this defendant right there, Travis Rudolph, is sitting in the chair that he's sitting in. The reason he's sitting in that chair is because just after midnight on April 7th, 2021, he took it upon himself to take out a semi-automatic rifle-like weapon, pursue 4 boys that were leaving the area of his home, and as those boys were trying to leave the situation that had occurred minutes before, this defendant used that weapon and fired 39 times. 39 times into the car that they were in that was trying to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts and the evidence are going to be clear by the time you get back into that room that he was not on defense. He was on offense. He was not under attack. He was on the attack, and that's exactly why he's in that chair. Now, as you already know, we've talked about it a lot. My name is Richard Clausey, and along with my co-counsel, Ms. Adrienne Ellis and Ms. Francine Edwards, we represent the state of Florida. And as has been discussed at length, and you all know already because we had many questions about it, we have the burden of proof. We have the burden of proof, this table right here. We have to prove to you beyond every reasonable doubt. We're going to keep bringing that up. Every reasonable doubt. Not possible doubts. Not speculative doubts. Not possible doubts, not imaginary doubts, not forced doubts. Reasonable doubts about what happened. And we embrace that burden. We embrace it. And we intend on meeting that burden for all 4 charges that this defendant is presented with here today. You all know what those 4 charges are. First-degree murder with a firearm for an individual by the name of Sebastian, and 3 counts of attempted murder. 3 counts of attempted murder for Tyler Robinson, Christopher Lowe, and Keyshawn Jones. Okay? Now, what do we have to prove? Well, you're going to get jury instructions. Ms. Edwards has already talked about those jury instructions. I'm going to talk briefly about them again, but don't worry. You're going to get a packet like this. You go back and read it. Okay? First-degree murder, what do we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, number 1, we have to prove that Sebastian G. Jock is dead.
Approach, please. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to stand up and stretch, and you remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're doing that.
It's just annoying. He's not using the bloody mic.
So as I was saying, what we have to prove is Sebastian G. Jock is dead. Number 2, we have to prove that the reason he's dead is him right there. The unlawful act, the criminal act of this defendant. And the third thing we have to prove is premeditated killing of Sebastian. Meaning, he thought about it before he did it. He thought about it before he did it. It wasn't involuntary. It wasn't an accident. It was purposeful because he meant to do it. Now, what you'll also see in the jury instructions is that we also have to prove what type of weapon used. And in this case, it's a firearm. You're going to learn all about that firearm during the course of the instruction. Now, when it comes to the 3 attempted first-degree murder counts, it's basically the same thing. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he tried to kill Tyler, Chris, and Keyshawn. And that the only reason they're not dead is because he failed or someone else intervened. And then again, with that count, he meant to try to kill those 3 boys. And we're confident we're going to be able to do that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as the judges mentioned, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to bring in witnesses. We're going to bring in witnesses that know about what led up to this event and witnesses that came afterwards. Law enforcement, crime scene investigators, medical examiners, detectives, all that got involved after this defendant decided to take someone's life and almost take $3. So, we can't perfectly plan everything that happens in a trial. But what we can anticipate are the witnesses that are first going to testify and who comes afterwards. The first types of witnesses that you're going to hear from are people that know about why this occurred, how it occurred, what led up to it, and what happened that night outside of this defendant's home, where he lived with his mother and his older brother at 550 Teak Drive. For example, one of the first witnesses you're going to hear from is Keyshawn Jones, one of the victims in this case. He's going to give you the backstory. Now's not the time for me to give you the whole backstory. We're going to have plenty of days for you to listen to the actual people that can give you the backstory. But as a sum, in essence, what we're going to learn is that on April 6th, in the PM hours of that day, Keyshawn Jones learns from his sister.
Microphone.
Oh, my fault.
Sorry. That works. Yeah, if you want to do that.
Sounds good. That's right. She talks to Keisha, who's her brother, and she informs him of a domestic dispute that had just occurred between this defendant and her. We're going to learn that Dominique, his sister, had been in a relationship with this defendant for about close to a year. Now, you're going to learn the details of that domestic dispute. But needless to say, once Keyshawn, her brother, finds out about what happened between her and Travis Rudolph earlier in the day, he's upset. His sister's upset. And once he tells his friends what had occurred earlier in that day, they get upset. We're not going to hide it, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be able to see text messages and phone call logs and things like that. Dominique was upset with this defendant over what he did. Make no ifs, ands, or what's about it. Keyshawn was upset about what happened. Make no ifs, ands, or what's about it. And when they were upset, they talked in a way that was threatening. You're going to see text messages where Dominique says, go shoot his shit up. You're going to see a text message from Deshaun where he's like, Travis is a dead man, walking. But this is all before they actually get to Travis's house. And ladies and gentlemen, actions speak louder than words. They truly do. We talked about it during jury selection. Sometimes people say things they don't mean.
That's why you can't say it. So
it's not going to be said and done before right around midnight. It's what did happen right around midnight when Keyshawn, Tyler, Chris, and Sebastian decide to go to the defendant's house to confront him about what had just taken place earlier in the day with Tommy. Now, you're not going to just have to rely on people getting up and testifying to that fact. Because what we're going to learn through the law enforcement officers that got involved after the shooting took place is they started getting as many surveillance videos as they could from around the neighborhood, from anywhere that might be able to pick up information about why this all took place. And what we're going to be able to see, ladies and gentlemen, is just after midnight on April 7th, 2021. Right here is 550 T Drive. This is the home of the defendant where he lived with his mom and his older brother, his mother's house. We're going to learn that in a black Cadillac, those four boys get into the neighborhood, and they park the car approximately that way. They park it away from the home and the front door of this defendant. You're going to be able to see surveillance video. This house right down here had multiple cameras, and you're going to literally be able to see the car park here. All of them get out of the car. All of them put stuff in their trunk, and all of them start walking in the direction of this house, which from where they parked is approximately 300 feet away, 100 yards away. Now, you're also, through the benefit of a Ring doorbell camera that was installed on 550 T Drive, you're going to be able to see video of those four boys coming up to the door knocking and saying, hey, we got to talk to Travis out here about what happened. You're going to be able to see that. What you're not going to see, what you are not going to see, is a gun in any of their hands. You're not going to see that on that video tape, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we are going to be upfront. There was one person out of those four that brought a handgun with him. That was Tyler Robbins. But the facts and the evidence by the conclusion of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, are going to show beyond a reasonable doubt he never pulled it out. He never pulled it out. You're going to be able to see it on that Ring doorbell video when they first come. Now, what else are we going to learn when they decide to go and have a conversation about what took place with their sister and their friend earlier in the day? They asked for Travis to come out, and what we're going to learn is he didn't stay inside his house. He called cops, he said get lost. He decided to come out and have that conversation with those four boys outside. He decided that. Now, unfortunately, the way these Ring cameras work, we're not going to be able to see the fist fight that takes place out in the lawn. But what the witnesses are going to be able to tell you is, it started as a verbal altercation, and he started the physical fight outside. He did. He started it. You're going to hear that a fist fight takes place outside. You got some people punching over here, some people punching over here for maybe 30 seconds to a minute. Then it dies down, but everybody's still angry. Then a fist fight starts again. But ultimately, the proverbial bell rings. And you then will be able to see, when the Ring camera video starts back up, what happens. You're going to see that that bell rang, that the fight was over, that any imminent threat, remember that word, ladies and gentlemen, imminent threat of either death or great bodily harm, that time was over. The fight was over. You're going to see on the video, those four boys are leaving. They are leaving. They are walking back to the car they parked 300 feet away from his house. Walking this way, all the way down. Are we going to learn that the defendant stayed in his yard? Are we going to learn that the defendant went back into his house? Are we going to learn the defendant grabbed his mother and bring her in the house? No. What we're going to learn is this defendant pursues them that entire 300 feet all the way down to their car. All the way. What we're also going to learn is during that fist fight, nary a shot fired. No shots were fired during that fist fight. No shots were fired as the defendant is following them with a semi-automatic rifle-like gun as they're trying to get back to their car. And what you're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the surveillance cameras down at this house, is what happens when they get to the car. You are going to be able to see that they all get in the car starts to back up and head out of the neighborhood this way. The reason for that is, and you're going to be able to see, the defendant is on this side of the road. They are backing up to leave and escape the man that's carrying the semi-automatic rifle-like weapon. Then what you're going to see are muzzle shots, muzzle flashes from this defendant's gun as he shoots 39 times into the passenger side of that car when they're inside. 39 times. What you're not going to see on the video is a single muzzle flash from anyone else. From anyone else. The only person that shot a weapon that day at anybody was him, and when he did it, he had no legal justification to do so. And that's going to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Once you've had a chance to watch all of those videotapes, listen to the testimony, see the reactions of people like his mother and his brother, while all of this is going on, it's going to be clear that those four boys did not threaten with a gun. He threatened with a gun and ultimately fired it, killing Sebastian and almost killing 3 other people. That's the story. Now, there's more story, obviously, afterwards. What happened afterwards? We're going to learn from law enforcement officers that responded to the 911 call made by Keyshawn. We're going to see where they responded to. There are going to be some officers, obviously, that respond right to this area. Crime scene investigators. That their responsibility, lock down the crime scene, look for evidence, gather evidence, and have it here for us today or throughout the course of the trial. You're going to be able to see all of that. You're going to be able to hear from the crime scene investigators every single casing they collect, bullet casing. From this area right here, all 39 casings belong to his gun. Not one casing belonged to officers that eventually catch up or find the black Cadillac. That at the time when they find it, the car made its way down to about 40th and Broadway until it gave out. One of those bullets shot the oil canister in the car and made it as far as it could go, died out. You're going to be able to see the body worn camera of when that first officer finds it, standing outside of that car. You're going to be able to see body worn camera of Sebastian. That by the time, even after this short period of 10, 15 minutes, you'll hear from medics as well. Sebastian's gone. Shot multiple times. And you're going to be able to hear from the medical examiner that'll tell you every single injury that he sustained at the hands of that man and his gun. You're going to be able to see the detectives that went around, got the Ring doorbell camera, got the surveillance camera, got surveillance camera from just on the local roads to pick up where the car stopped and where it finished. You're going to see all the hard work that these detectives did to try to figure out what happened on April 7th, 2021. And what happened on April 7th, 2021, but out of anger and feeling disrespected, decided to take it out on 4 people. Almost killing 3 people and killing 1. And ladies and gentlemen, when you decide to do that out of anger and disrespect, the facts, the evidence, and the law say that isn't a reason to kill somebody or try. So, keep us to our verdict and just don't make any conclusions until you've had a chance to hear each and everything about this case. Because we're confident when you do that, when you've had a chance to factor in everything, the videos, the photographs, the testimony, the evidence that comes in, and your own common sense, you will come to the reasonable conclusion that on April 7th, 2021, this man had no legal justification to do what he did. He did it out of anger. And when you kill someone out of anger, it's not that you're not guilty. You're guilty of these crimes. And that's what we're going to be asking you to do. When you go back in that jury room, you're going to get a verdict with 4 counts on it. First-degree murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. We're going to be asking you to check the boxes that say guilty as charged. That's exactly what he is. Murder begins when self-defense ends. That's why he's guilty of these crimes, and that's why we're asking you to find him as such. We're confident that you will do so. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Ms. Perlette? Yes, ma'am.
Jesus, the judge speaks
Sure,
and
of
it's
course.
so loud. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he was just nervous, to be fair. That's why he was speaking so quick, forgot about the microphone, you know, so I don't judge them on the openings. You're just excitable, should we say. I'm not sure. I thought it was only one, but I don't know. Oh, hey, don't worry about the mods. They yell at me all the time.
Probably a good idea.
They banned me from chat. Remember, it's a Wednesday, so Madwell's around. Oh, where's Madwell? I've not seen Madwell at all. Oh, did we see you this morning?
Yes, ma'am, you may begin.
Good morning. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. The evidence is going to show that on April 6th of 2021, Dominique Jones, a woman scorned, set a series of events that ended in a tragedy and forced Travis Rudolph to act in self-defense. Her rage and jealousy set this entire thing in motion. That's what the evidence is going to show. You're going to hear that in 2021, Travis Rudolph was 26 years old at the time. He lived in Lake Park on 550 Teak Drive with his mother, Linda, and his brother, Daryl, who also goes by DJ Rudolph. You're going to hear that Travis's father was tragically killed several years ago while he was working. He was shot at a restaurant. And because of that, his mother, Linda, felt compelled to have security at the home. They bought a door ring bell camera. They bought a security system called a night owl. She was very fearful for her safety as a result of that incident. Her boys were there. They lived with her. Travis bought some firearms as a result of that for home protection. You're going to hear that he had a concealed weapons permit, that all the guns he owned were legal. There was nothing illegal about his firearms. He kept them in the home, primarily in his bedroom. He went to the range. He practiced. He was trained. He knew how to use these firearms and never did. But this night he was forced to in order to save the life of himself and his brother. That's what the evidence is going to show. You're going to hear that on April 6th of 2021, well, let me step back for a moment. You've already heard some of this in jury selection, that Travis went to Cardinal Newman High School. He graduated. He went to FSU on his football scholarship. He was a standout receiver, both at Cardinal Newman and at FSU. You're going to hear that, and you've heard a little bit of this already, that he won the lottery when he got a contract with the NFL. He played with the Giants for a bit, and then he played for the Dolphins. His career with NFL was short-lived, unfortunately. When he was playing for Miami, he sustained a serious injury. His ACL was torn, and that basically put the end of his NFL career away. But that wasn't the end of it. He still wanted to play ball. That's his passion. He started training and rehabbing down in Miami. He was doing that for quite some time. During the time that he was in the NFL, he also met a woman by the name of Dominique Jones, the woman scorned, and they had been dating for about a year and a half. When he got injured, however, he and Dominique started falling out, and they decided that they were probably on the outs and they were going to break up. Another reason for that breakup was that Travis had gotten a contract with the Canadian League and was set to leave and go play with them the following month in May of 2021. And Dominique Jones knew that, so they were sort of on the outs. On April 6th, the day of this incident, you're going to hear this from Travis Rudolph, who's going to take the stand. You're going to hear this whole story from his mouth. You're going to hear that he was down in Miami training, as he had done every day for many, many months. He was down at the NFL facility training with a friend of his who played on the NFL. He got home late in the afternoon, went home. He and Dominique had been talking, they had been texting, and they decided that they were going to go to a movie that night. That was their big plan. They didn't pick out which movie or what time, but it was sometime probably around 9 o'clock that evening. Travis remained home, waited for Dominique to come over. You're going to hear that she arrived around 7 o'clock or so in the evening. When Dominique arrived there, Linda Rudolph, Travis's mom, was at Bible study at her sister's house. And DJ had just left a little bit before to go to the car wash to get his car detailed. Dominique came into the house, and immediately she told Travis, hey, I want to go to the liquor store to get a Patron bottle, a bottle of tequila. They drove to the liquor store. Dominique bought a bottle of Patron, and you're going to hear that they went back to the Rudolph residence. When they got back to the Rudolph's house, they played a card game called Uno. They did a couple of shots of tequila, and you're going to hear, this was taking place in Travis's bedroom in the home, and you're going to hear that DJ, Daryl, came home around 8:30 or so. When he got home, he asked Travis to step outside for a moment. He wanted him to look at his detailing of his car. He was dissatisfied with something and he wanted to ask Travis a question. Travis left his cell phone in his bedroom with Dominique and he stepped outside. When he came back in, that's when all hell broke loose. Dominique went into his phone without his permission. She sneaked around, scrolled through his text messages, and saw that he had been talking with a woman named Kyla and some other women who were merely friends. But it set her off. She became infuriated, enraged. She lost her mind. She became unhinged. Travis came back into the house. Before he could even do anything, she confronted him. And he said, she's just a friend, Kyla. She could not control her anger, her jealousy, her rage. She lost her mind. She picked up Travis's phone. She FaceTimed Kayla, turned the phone around and said, talk to her. I want to watch your reaction while you talk to this woman. And he did. And they were talking as though nothing was wrong. And she could not control her rage. She took the cell phone, smashed it to the ground, and broke it, screaming, I'm sending my brother over to kill you. I'm sending my brother over to kill you. She then walked over to his dresser, where he had a whole bunch of football trophies and other football things, picked up a metal trophy, hit him over the head with the trophy in her rage. She then picked up his PlayStation, which was in his room, dragged it to the living room, smashed it there as well, in a rage. She was out of control, whole time screaming, I'm sending my brother over to kill you. I'm sending my brother over to kill you. What you're going to hear, though, ironically, is she was married throughout their entire relationship and never told this man this. She was married to a guy named Andre Kishang, or Kishang, I don't know how to pronounce it, but never told him for a year and a half that she was married, sneaking behind her husband's back. You're going to hear that Miss Jones.
Sustained. Go ahead.
You're going to hear that Miss Jones didn't get a divorce until 2 months after his arrest. You're going to hear that Dominique was so upset after she smashed his personal items, she storms out of the house. And you're going to see with your own eyes her demeanor, her behavior, what she did, because it's all captured on the Ring video camera at the house. You're going to see her storm out of the house. You're going to see with your own eyes her attacking and beating up Travis. Travis is like this. He does nothing to retaliate. He does not touch her. He doesn't hit her. He tells her to calm down. But he's mad. He'll tell you that. He's mad. She broke his PlayStation, hit him over the head, broke his phone. So what does he do? He gets into her ear and he starts telling her, Kyla has a better body than you. She's better looking than you. And this sets her off even more. She storms out of the house. You're going to see on the video that she trips and falls. She had some recent cosmetic surgery, but she pops right back up. He did not touch her. She claims, and she's going to tell you, and has made prior statements, that he picked her up off her feet and slammed her to the ground 2 times. That's not what you're going to see. You're going to see him backing off, not doing anything as she pounds him and beats him up. He's in her ear saying Kyla has a better body, Kyla's better looking than you, and this just enrages her even more and more. You're going to see on the video that she storms back into the house to get her tequila bottle after she's allegedly slammed to the ground 2 times. She forgot the bottle. So she runs back into the house to get her tequila bottle, goes back out the door. You'll see this on the video. And you're going to see Travis following her, and he's still in her ear talking about Kayla, and this infuriates her even more, that she takes the tequila bottle and hits him over the head with the tequila bottle. At this point, DJ is now coming out, and he's involved, and he's trying to calm the situation down. And you're going to hear from DJ as well. He will tell you this occurred. She picks up a brick by the front house on the lawn near a palm tree. And she starts heading towards Travis's BMW truck, which was the first big purchase he made when he got his NFL contract. This is his most precious thing. He's no longer in the NFL. He doesn't have any more money. This is his pride and joy. And she takes the brick and she's walking towards the truck, to smash the window. But DJ and Travis stop her and they take the brick from her hand. Okay? That car window mysteriously was smashed that evening, but Dominique says she didn't do it. While she's on the front lawn, acting this way, screaming, yelling, calling him a broke bitch. This is even heard by another neighbor. She tells Travis again, repeatedly, I'm going to have my brother come and kill you. And now she says it more, and she's more serious about it. You're going to hear that she had driven her car to the scene, to the Travis's house that night, a black Scion, I believe it was, parked it alongside his house. She got into her car. DJ and Travis went back into the house. They didn't know what to make of all of this. It was just unbelievable. You're going to hear that while she sat in her car, she did something that set this entire nightmare into motion. She calls her brother, the one that she said was going to come over and kill him. And she's crying and yelling and upset, tells him what happened. He slammed me to the ground. He disrespected me. I just had cosmetic surgery. Keyshawn's now all riled up. She calls up another friend of hers, who Keyshawn sees as a brother, close friend, Tyler Robinson, tells Tyler Robinson, he disrespected me. He slammed me to the ground 2 times. Come get him. She then sends a group text that you will see, to Keyshawn and Tyler Robinson. And she says, go shoot up his shit. Go shoot up his shit. And what does Keyshawn respond back to her and Tyler? He responds that Travis Rudolph is a dead man walking. Dead man walking. That's what he says. You're going to hear that Dominique also, in her rage, calls Tierney Coleman. Tierney Coleman is Travis's sister. And she tells her, he disrespected me. I'm going to go handle him. My brother's going to go handle him. I'm going to come to your mama's house. My brother is going to shoot up his shit. She then calls Linda Rudolph and gets in her ear and starts telling her, I'm going to handle him. I'm going to handle him. He disrespected me, and I'm going to have him shoot Travis. She called everybody. She could not control her rage. At 10:15, you're going to hear Tierney Coleman then called Travis's house, the house phone, to warn him, hey, she just called me. She called mom. She's unhinged. She's telling everybody that they're coming. They're going to kill you. Travis was concerned, but not completely 100%, because they had gotten into it in the past and they were on the outs, and he was leaving in May. She had done this, but they were fighting pretty much all the time. 10:45, Linda got home from Bible study, and she looked at the Ring video and saw that Dominique Jones was the aggressor. She saw with her own eyes that her son did nothing wrong, that she was the one that was pounding and beating up on him. So she knew that Dominique was not being truthful, but she was still concerned. You're going to hear that they spoke about it, but things were quiet for a little bit, so they went to bed. Travis went to bed. DJ was up. Linda was still up. Dominique drove to her apartment in Delray Beach. And when she got there, you're going to hear that Keyshawn, her brother Jones, was present. She was crying. She was upset. She had no injuries, although Keyshawn will tell you she did. But the detective she met with that night didn't note any injuries. She never went to the hospital. But she put on the show and she cried, and he slammed her to the ground and he disrespected her. So what does Keyshawn do? Keyshawn grabs his 9mm Glock that he's known to carry. He has a concealed weapons permit. He's a gun enthusiast. He's bought and sold guns. In fact, the gun that Mr. Clossy made reference to that Tyler Robinson had that night was sold to Tyler by Keyshawn Jones one day after he had purchased it. He knew how to handle guns. And at that time, he had a 9mm Glock. He took it, and what did he do? He went to his friend Tyler Robinson's house, who had also received the text messages to go shoot up his shit, and that Travis was a dead man walking. And what you're going to hear is when he got to Tyler Robinson's house, there were other men that were there too, that Tyler had called and said, come here, we got to do something. We can't let this go. We got to do something about him disrespecting Dominique. And when they got to Tyler's house, Sebastian was already there. Tyler's brother Tyrone was there. Chris Lowe was there. And then Keyshawn shows up. And what did they do? They conspired and planned to go to Travis's house at midnight, several hours after this alleged slamming to the ground, to retaliate and to kill him, just as she ordered him to do. 2 hours later, that's what the evidence is going to show. They weren't there to help a damsel in distress. She was home back in Delray in the apartment. The threat was over. They were there at midnight to act as vigilantes and to retaliate. That's what they went there for, armed. You're going to hear and see that when they went to Travis's house, they took Keyshawn's mother's black Cadillac. You're going to hear that Tyler Robinson was in the front seat. You're going to hear that Chris Lowe and Sebastian were in the back seat. All 4 men were armed. All 4 of them had guns, and you'll see evidence of that. They put Travis's address into the GPS 550P drive, despite the fact that Keyshawn had been there on a prior occasion. They put the GPS in. You're going to hear that they intentionally parked several blocks away. They did not park at Travis's house. They knew where the house was. Keyshawn had been there. This is Travis's house. The men parked down here somewhere. And the reason they did that was it was midnight, dark. They knew that Travis had cameras at the house. They didn't want to give Travis an opportunity to prepare himself for the attack. So they parked the car way down here, never expecting a neighbor, Mr. Nash's camera, to capture that. Never expecting that. And what you're going to hear is when they parked the car way down here from Travis's house, despite the fact that there was parking available, they couldn't park it on the car. They did it on purpose to come up and do a sneak attack on this man. They didn't want to give him an opportunity to prepare himself and arm himself in case he needed to when 4 armed men came to his door. You're going to see on the video something very interesting. You're going to see that they park the car, they get out of it, all 4 men pile out, they open the trunk of the car, and you're going to see Keyshawn Jones put his cell phone in the trunk. He takes his house keys, puts them in the trunk. Sebastian takes his cell phone, iPhone, expensive iPhones, puts it in the trunk, takes his backpack, puts it in the trunk. They put all their personal items in the trunk because they know they're going there for violence. They don't want their property to get destroyed. That's what the evidence is going to show. What do then? They pile back into the car, and then they creep up a little bit closer, another block towards Travis's house, but still almost 2 blocks away. Again, so that he doesn't see them coming, so that they can sneak up at the door, so they can catch him when he's off guard and do what they've been told to do, is to go shoot him. That's all on video. If you're only going to talk to someone, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And Keyshawn Jones is going to tell you that that's all he went there for. He wanted to talk. He wanted to have a peaceful chat with Travis, why he disrespected his sister. But he has no good answer why he needed his 4 brothers to go do that at midnight. Because that was not the intent. The evidence will clearly show he was there to shoot and kill Travis. That's what they were going to do. Ring video. This is what you're going to see. You all see? Keyshawn Jones, Sebastian. Chris Lowe, one of the men, is going to tell you that whenever Keyshawn gets mad, he puts his hoodie up. This is where they're at the front door. Keyshawn Jones, Sebastian, Chris Lowe, Tyler. You can see Tyler Robinson has his shirt on when he first comes up. Sebastian just banged on the door and is now walking away. Sebastian, Chris Lowe looking around. Keyshawn, Tyler. You can see a bulge in Chris Lowe's pocket. A bulge in his right front pocket that is consistent with a gun. You can see Sebastian's right front pocket, a large bulge that is consistent with a firearm. And you already know, from what Mr. Clancy told you, that Tyler Robinson had a gun that was found that evening, that he ditched, tossed from the police because he didn't want them to find it. But thank God they did. This is the gun that Tyler Robinson had. 9mm Taurus with an extended clip, hollow point with bullets. That's what was found that night. Tyler Robinson had a shirt on when he got there, as you just saw. But before Travis got out and his brother DJ came out, he ripped his shirt off, readying himself for a fight. They kept all their guns in the pockets because they knew there were cameras there. They couldn't pull them out right there. But when they moved the fight further away, they did. And you'll hear about that. You're going to see on the ring video, when they got there, Sebastian banged on the door very forcibly. DJ was right there, his bedroom's closest. He came right out, answered the door politely. They'll all tell you that. What do you want? And they demanded to see Travis. We want to see Travis. Get your brother. Now Travis, who was sleeping, hears some commotion at the front door. You're going to hear that he grabbed his gun. He ran to the door. He did not take the gun out. He put the gun by the door and the couch area. He didn't run right out with the gun. He goes to the door. He steps outside. And the minute he stepped outside, you're going to hear that Tyler Robinson sucker punched him on the side of the face. And before he could do anything, all four men were on top of him, immediately attacking him, beating him up. He had no chance. He didn't run back in to get his gun and shoot. They were fighting. It was a big brawl. DJ then gets involved. He's trying to pull all four men off his brother. They start then attacking DJ. He doesn't go back in to get his gun. The brawl continues. You're going to hear that the fight continues down the lawn. They're attacking him, beating him up. Sebastian and Tyler are beating up Travis, 2-on-1, and you're going to hear from Travis that at that point, Tyler Robinson took out his gun, pointed it at him, threatening to kill him, and said, "It's demon time, it's demon time. You disrespected Dominique." It was only at that point that after Tyler Robinson pulled his gun that you're going to hear that Travis Rudolph got his. It was only after he was faced with the gun. You're going to hear he ran back into the house. You're going to see it on the ring video. You're going to see he grabs his gun quickly because it was left at the door, never took it out until he was forced to had a gun on him. You're going to see on the ring video, he runs back out with his gun. He trips and falls. He's moving so quickly, gets right back up. When he gets back up, he walks back towards Tyler Robinson, the guy that pointed a gun at him. And Tyler Robinson at this point says, "You got this, you got this." Now he's scared. Tough Tyler Robinson's scared now. "You got this, you got this." As though he's surrendering. And he runs away. He starts running down Redwood in the direction that the car is parked. You're going to hear that at that moment, Travis looked down to follow him, to follow where Tyler was running. And what he saw was that his brother DJ was on the street on Redwood being attacked by two men. Sebastian and Chris Lowe, 2-on-1, were beating the hell out of DJ. That happened not near the house. Nowhere near here. It happened down here closer to where the car was parked. DJ was being attacked, beaten by Sebastian and Chris Lowe. Chris Lowe will even tell you. His story corroborates Travis's and DJ's. Chris Lowe will tell you that when he saw Sebastian and DJ fighting on Redwood, nowhere near the house, that he did not want it to be a fair fight. He did not want DJ and Sebastian to have a fair fight. So what did he do? He ran up and sucker punched him and jumped in. He's going to tell you it was 2-on-1, and that's the way he wanted it. And that's what Travis saw when he looked down the street. He saw two men beating up his brother. And he knew one of them that was running in that direction had a gun. So what did he do? He ran down the street to help his brother. He had his gun on him. And when he got down the street, the four men quickly ran away again, and they ran into the car. What you're going to hear is Sebastian was in the front passenger seat. Keyshawn was driving. Chris Lowe was in the back. Tyler Robinson attempted to get in the car, but never really got into it. I'll explain why in a moment. And when they piled into the car, you're going to hear that Travis and his brother were roughly 20, 30 feet away. Sebastian pointed his gun through the windshield that had no tint. He could see it as clear as day and was ready to fire. Tyler Robinson was hanging on the door frame of the back, had his gun pointed at DJ and Travis, ready to shoot. And it was only then that two men were pointing their guns at him. It was either him or them, 20 feet away, that he took his gun and he fired in quick succession, 39 rounds. Yes, that's what happened. He struck Sebastian, and the reason he struck Sebastian was Sebastian wasn't ducking. He was sitting upright pointing a gun. That's why he got hit. Keyshawn will tell you he ducked. That's why he wasn't hit. Chris Lowe is going to tell you he ducked. That's why he wasn't hit. Tyler was hit because Tyler was in the door frame pointing his gun, ready to kill him. And that's why he was hit. Their stories match. The evidence is consistent with that because that's the truth and that's what happened. He had no choice. It was either them or him and his brother. You're going to hear, as I said, that when Chris Lowe tried to get in the car, he either jumped out, fell out, we don't really know, but he never made it in the car. He ran away. He ran several blocks away. I'm sorry, I don't picture that one. You're going to hear that rather than keeping his gun on him, he didn't do anything wrong, right? He ditched it. He didn't want the police to find it, so he tossed it. Thank God for the... Mr. Robinson, excuse me. Mr. Robinson.
Well, hang on, let me rule on that objection. I want the lawyers up here, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand up and stretch. While you're doing so, remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules.
I missed that. I don't know what she did wrong there.
It was not Chris Lowe, it's Tyler Robinson is the one that ditched his gun. Sorry, I misspoke. He ditched his gun. He did not want the police to find it, so he tossed it. But a dog found it later that evening. And it was in his path of travel. They were able to find the blood trail, and that's how they found it. After the shooting, DJ and Travis went home. Linda was crying. Travis was shaken. DJ was shaken. Adrenaline was running. They couldn't wrap their head around what just occurred. You're going to hear that within an hour or so of that happening, Tierney Coleman and her husband, who's an ex-FBI agent, came to the house. And they weren't there for that purpose. They were dropping something off, coincidentally, but of course they walked into this mess. And they spoke about what happened. You're going to hear that DJ was pacing, Linda was shaken, Travis was shaken, everybody was crying, everybody was upset by what happened. They did not call the police, though. You're going to hear that Ms. Coleman and her husband left shortly thereafter. When they were leaving the house, they were stopped by law enforcement officers who were in the area. They were detained. They were taken out of their vehicle at gunpoint, hands up. They were zip tied. They were thrown in the back of a police vehicle. Eventually, they were released because they realized they had nothing to do with this. You're going to hear that a neighbor across the street, a guy named Ruben Estes, who's lived in this neighborhood for many years, good friends with the Rudolph family, he heard fighting earlier in the evening between Travis and Dominique Jones. He heard Miss Jones calling him a broke bitch over and over and over. Mr. Estes is going to come in and tell you that he also heard the fight and the yelling and the attack later in the evening at midnight. He's going to tell you that it was so scary that he went and got his gun, put a clip in it because he feared for his own safety and he was inside his house. That's how bad this was. He'll tell you that at any given moment when he was watching, there were at least 2 men on top of each of the Rudolph boys. They didn't stand a chance. That's going to be his testimony. What you're going to hear is that after Keyshawn Jones left that area on Redwood, he started heading south towards Del Rey. What you're going to hear is that he drove 5 miles on US 1, which then turns into Broadway in West Palm Beach. The car was shot. You're going to hear that no time during that 5-mile drive did they call 911 while Keyshawn lay beside them, shot, bleeding to death. Not once. You're going to hear that during that 5-mile drive, they had ample opportunity to toss their guns. That stretch of road is dark. There's a lot of abandoned buildings, closed businesses. It's not a well-lit residential area. This is US 1 turning into Broadway. They ditched their guns, either there or where they eventually ended up. When they got to 40th and Broadway, that's the spot that their car basically died. It ended up in a dark, abandoned automotive shop. You're going to hear from an officer, the first officer on scene, Officer Panagua, that he found something to be very suspicious. When he drove by 40th and Broadway, he saw two silhouettes. And he found it odd that these two people were not flagging him down. He noted that. He rolled up on them, and they never said, "Hey, help, we need help, we have someone shot." They tried to duck him, and he thought that was strange. You're going to hear Keyshawn did call 911, but not until the car stopped. You're going to hear that he passed the hospital that he was allegedly trying to go to, passed two large hospital signs, went about 4 or 5 blocks, full city blocks south of where St. Mary's Hospital was, where he was supposedly going to bring his friend. You're going to hear that this investigation involved roughly 50 police officers at the two scenes, Teak Redwood and then at 40th and Broadway. Of the 50 police officers, roughly, there were sergeants, detectives, PBSO deputies, West Palm Beach officers, lieutenants, sergeants, a number of detectives. Not one of those people searched that path of travel that Keyshawn Jones drove for 5 miles. Never looked for any tossed guns. You're going to hear that while at 40th and Broadway, Keyshawn and Chris Lowe had roughly 2 hours together to get their story straight before they were interviewed by what would eventually be the lead detective, Vanderland. You're going to hear that while on scene at 40th and Broadway, Keyshawn Jones was interviewed first. His interview was 10 minutes long in a homicide investigation. You're going to hear that Detective Vanderland was a rookie cop. She had only had 1 or 2 homicide investigations done prior to this incident. She was overwhelmed, didn't care, out of her league.
Sustained.
You're going to hear that this was a shoddy investigation.
Sustained.
You're going to hear during this 10-minute sworn under oath statement that Keyshawn never told Detective Vanderland that Dominique sent him a text messages to go shoot up his ship. You're going to hear that during this 10-minute sworn statement that she took, he never told Detective Vanderland that he said that Travis was a dead man walking. He left all of that out. What he did tell Detective Vanderland was that he and his friends were going over to Travis's to have a talk, and he painted a portrait that this was just a peaceful discussion. He never mentioned to Detective Vanderland that anybody had a gun. He never told her that Tyler had a gun. Never mentioned that. At 2:09, Chris Lowe was interviewed, and that was a 7-minute interview. He never told Detective Vanderland that anybody had a gun. And Detective Vanderland had an opportunity to take his cell phone that night and never did, and has not to this day, because she believes his cell phone is inconsequential to this case, and anything contained on it, cell phone logs, text messages, anything has nothing to do with this case. 17-minute investigation. That's what it took, and they arrested him for murder.
Sustained. All right.
Between the 2 interviews, there was a 17-minute investigation between those 2 witnesses. And Travis Rudolph was arrested that night. You're going to hear that Chris Lowe gave a subsequent sworn statement a few months later on July 21st of 21. And in that sworn statement, he said, regarding the attack on Dominique, "We had to address this. We weren't going to let this slide. We don't call the police. That's not how we operate. Right or wrong, we're helping Keyshawn. That's what brothers do. All 4 would back each other up to the end of the earth." And he's the one that said when Keyshawn gets mad, he puts on his hoodie, and he said, "Keyshawn always carries a gun." While on scene at 40th and Broadway, besides all those 50 or so officers and detectives and lieutenants, everybody showing up, you're going to hear that there was a medical examiner investigator that showed up and took a number of photographs, and took several photographs of Sebastian's hand. And he must have considered that important for the number of photographs he took. And as you can see, it appeared that something was held in his hand. Finger pointing like that, there's a grip right here. There was nothing in his hand when he when he got there, and you're going to hear that nobody touched his hand, but it appears that something is or was in his hand at some point. You're going to hear from a defense witness, an expert, Dr. John Maricini, Harvard-educated forensic pathologist, former medical examiner, Palm Beach County, former medical examiner, Dade County, that he has handled many, many cases involving suicides and death where somebody was holding a gun in their hand. And he's going to talk to you about something called a death grip and what that means and why it's his opinion that the position of his hand is consistent with Sebastian having held a gun. After Chris Lowe and Keyshawn were excused by Detective Vanderlyn from the scene at 40th and Broadway, you're going to hear that they made a FaceTime call to Dominique Jones and told her Sebastian was dead. And they talked. You're also going to hear that Dominique FaceTimed Keyshawn and Chris Lowe while they were at Tyler's hospital room, which is where they eventually went. And the four of them, Keyshawn, Dominique, Tyler, Chris Lowe, were all FaceTiming in Tyler's hospital room at St. Mary's Hospital before Dominique Jones was interviewed by the police. Detective Emma was sent to St. Mary's Hospital to interview witnesses. And when he got there, you're going to hear that Dominique Jones was there, and he interviewed her. He was surprised at how much detail she knew. Dominique Jones never told Detective Emma that she ordered Keyshawn to shoot Travis. She never told Detective Emma that Keyshawn was a dead man walking. She never told him that she broke Travis's phone, hit him over the head with a trophy, or broke his PlayStation, hit him over the head with a tequila bottle, that she made threats to Tierney and Linda. She never told him anything. She only painted a picture that he was going there to talk to Travis, that her brother was going there. At 3:51 in the morning, Detective E, and he doesn't see any bruises or injuries on her either. At 3:51, Detective Ema takes a sworn statement, just like Dominique's, of Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson doesn't tell him that he carried a gun. He never told him that he tossed his gun. He never mentioned anything about a gun. The evidence is going to show that Tyler was just grazed and he was released from the hospital the following day on the 8th. On April 8th, he's now interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Vanderlyn. And he is now confronted with the gun because they found it a few hours earlier. Now he can't lie. Now he has to admit it was his gun because they have it right there. He tells Detective Vanderlyn that he's the one that called everybody to his house to gather up. Detective Vanderlyn tells him at that time that there was a camera outside, but doesn't say what it showed. And that's important because when Tyler came to the state attorney's office for a sworn statement a couple of months later on June.
Sure. Feel free once again to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying the 4 cardinal rules.
Fed up with standing now, so he'd be like, what? An hour? They're like, fuck, you stood up 4 times. What's going on? It's interesting. She's going into a lot of detail about it all. If that's true, 17 minutes. I mean, that should be an exaggeration. 17 minutes to make a decision that he was the murderer. Surely that can't be. Well, I mean, she said it, so it must be accurate.
As I was saying, on June 16th of 2021, Tyler was subpoenaed to the state attorney's office. I've already described a little bit about, though that was the other statement, I apologize. On the 16th, he comes to the state attorney's office and he spoke to attorneys, myself, the prosecutors were present, a court reporter, for about 2 hours. And he admitted that he owned the 9mm Taurus, that Keyshawn Jones had sold it to him. He also did not have a concealed weapons permit at the time, so he was carrying a concealed weapon, which is a felony. Yet to this day, he's never been charged or prosecuted for that crime, which is a serious offense and carries a prison sentence. He told us in deposition that he spoke with Keyshawn and Dominique by FaceTime while at the hospital and told them about Sebastian and that they spoke about it. Chris Lowe came to the hospital room to see him before he was interviewed or spoke to the police, and said that Dominique FaceTimed Chris and Keyshawn while he was in the hospital room, and that all 4 had talked before he was interviewed by the police. He said something that's really important during that deposition. He said that Sebastian adamantly told him to bring his gun that night. Sebastian told him to bring his gun that night, and everybody knew it, and everybody there at Tyler's house heard it. That's important because none of the other boys told the police that they there was a gun or that Tyler had a gun. They all lied. After that line of questioning, Tyler, remember, now he knows that there was a video at the house because Detective Vanderlyn told him that 2 months prior. He remembers nothing about what happened at the door because he now knows there was a camera there. But after questions about what happened after the attack at the door, he now has a memory again. He said Travis came out shooting, heard his mom telling Travis to stop. He said Travis was having trouble with the gun and he couldn't pull the slide back. And Travis was shooting at him while he was running away, and he admitted to tossing the gun. A couple of months later, he was subpoenaed again to give another sworn statement. And what you're going to hear in that statement, he was questioned by Mr. Shiner and prosecutors, and he said he doesn't remember receiving a call or text from Dominique, doesn't know who shot him, doesn't remember giving a taped statement to police, doesn't remember Keyshawn, Chris, and Sebastian coming to his house to meet. He testified under oath, subject to perjury, that he doesn't remember anything from that night. He doesn't remember taking his gun to Travis Rudolph's house, doesn't remember the fight, doesn't remember who drove the car, doesn't remember coming to the state attorney's office to give a 2-hour deposition. He admitted that he's not on any medication and doesn't know why he couldn't remember anything. He can't remember if he went to Travis's house or not and doesn't remember throwing the gun away. That was his sworn testimony. You're going to also hear that Dominique Jones refused to give police her cell phone, eventually did 10 or so days later. She did a consent, but by then she had deleted evidence, incriminating evidence. She deleted the text messages to go shoot up his shit. She deleted the text messages that her brother sent that Travis is a dead man walking. She deleted this evidence because it was incriminating and she didn't want the police to have it or this jury to see it. But remember, Keyshawn's phone was in the back of that caddy, and that caddy was now in police custody. He could not get his cell phone. It was in police custody. And they found those text messages on his phone. And they found those text messages eventually on Tyler Robinson's phone. And that's how we have them. You're going to hear that when she finally did turn her phone over to the police 10 or so days later, she didn't turn it in to Detective Vanderlyn herself. She sent her friend, Paloma Feliciano. She didn't want to be interviewed by police, so she sent her friend there. Very telling. Remember, Dominique was interviewed about 2:45 in the morning on the 7th. At 10 or so that morning, a few hours later, you're going to hear that Dominique was doing some searches, and she forgot to delete it when she turned her phone over to Detective Vanderlyn. And that search history was as follows. Stand your ground law in Florida. Self-defense in Florida. Self-defense, stand your ground law. Florida stand your ground law. Prosecuting attorney, Mark Shiner, net worth. Pro bono, which means free, lawyer. JetBlue customer service, pro bono, which means free. Those are the witnesses you're going to hear from. That's what you're going to be asked to rely upon, and that's what you're going to be asked to base your verdict on. You're also going to hear that there were many, many things that Detective Vanderlyn failed to do. As I just said, she didn't get Dominique's phone until the 16th, giving her ample time to destroy evidence, which is exactly what she did. She never forensically examined Sebastian's phone. Chris Flo's phone to this day has never been seized. She said it was inconsequential. She never had anybody search the path of the Cadillac, never did a search for guns, Sebastian's, Keyshawn's, Chris's. She never asked the 50 officers to do any search, although she had all of them at her disposal. She never bothered to speak to Tierney Coleman. She never bothered to speak to Linda Rudolph. She never got a search warrant.
Sure. Once again, 4 cardinal rules. Feel free to stand up and stretch.
All good. It's good timing. I mean, she is long-winded, but at the same time, I am listening to it going, Jesus. She's laying great foundation in the sense of these witnesses, we can't believe them, surely. So in terms of that, I think she's doing a good job. But I do agree with Lefty. That's a bit like, whew.
All right, the objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, you're to disregard that last statement concerning the interview.
She never asked Keyshawn why he said that Travis was a dead man walking. She never followed up with Keyshawn after finding that out. She never followed up with Dominique about her text. To this day, she's had DJ's phone in evidence since April 6th of 2021, and to this day has never forensically examined it. You're going to hear that between the hours of 10:16 p.m. and 1:31 in the morning on April 6th into April 7th, that Tyler Robinson made 29 outgoing calls, texts, and FaceTime calls to Dominique, Keyshawn, Sebastian, Chris Flo, and some others. Tyler Robinson received 24 incoming calls, texts, FaceTime calls between the hours of 10:16 p.m. and 1:31 p.m. from Dominique, Keyshawn, Chris, and others. These other people included someone by the name of Hack, H-A-C-K, who Tyler Robinson FaceTimed at 11:39 a.m., 20 minutes before the shooting and before the men arrived at Travis's house. And the text from Tyler to Hack says, Travis's address is 550 Teak Drive. We don't know why Hack was going to the house to meet these four armed men or what role he played, or why Hack was needed at the Rudolph residence to talk for the purpose of talking to Mr. Rudolph. Keyshawn and his armed brothers were not noblemen. They weren't chivalrous. They didn't witness an attack on an innocent woman. They were vigilantes. They were four men who went there to retaliate and kill, just as they were ordered to do. We don't want to plunge you in the darkness. We want the lights on. We want the fag unfolded. That's what we want, and that's what you're going to hear from the defense. Travis Rudolph acted in self-defense, and that is the truth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Perlette. Ladies and gentlemen, you okay, ready to hear the first witness, whomever that may be? Yes? Do you need a break? Anybody need a break? Raise a hand. Okay, I don't see any hands. Let's bring in the first witness. And who is that? All right, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now you're going to begin to hear evidence. All right, when you're comfortable up there, sir, please say and spell your first and your last name for the record and for the jury. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Keyshawn Jones, Keishaun Jones, Jones.
All right, thank you. You may inquire, Miss Ellis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sure.
I would say, yeah, I agree. I would lean towards, I prefer the defense. But I don't disagree with you, Spider. But I remember hers. It's impactful. His, I remember him saying that about if it's not self-defense, it's murder. That's about it.
Good morning, Keyshawn.
Good morning.
I'm going to need you to speak loud. Okay, speak into the microphone because the members of the jury, each and every one of them, need to hear you.
Okay.
Okay?
We're gonna get
Speak
coffee.
loudly
We're
so
back
they
down.
can hear
I
you.
can still
We
hear
have
through this.
all the way back here. They need to be able to hear you. Okay. And you got to answer yes and no. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the judge just asked you your name and had you spell your name. Introduce yourself to the members of our jury.
Hello, my name is Keyshawn Jones,
Keyshawn, how old are you?
23.
And are you in school or do you have a job? What do you do? What are you doing right now?
In school and I have a job.
Okay. Let's start with the job. Where do you currently work?
Right now, I have 2 jobs. I work at 2 different restaurants: Bricktops, restaurant Palm Beach Island, and Ocean One, restaurant Delray.
Okay. School.
School, FAU's Honors College, the Wilkes Honors College in Jupiter.
And now in college, what are you, a freshman, a sophomore,
I'm a senior now.
senior now? What are you currently studying there?
My major is biology, and I'm currently pre-med.
I want to talk to you about just some people whose names have been mentioned a little while ago.
Of course,
First, Dominique Jones. Who is that to you?
that is my sister.
Tyler Robinson. Who is he to you?
A long life friend. I consider him my brother.
Chris Lowe. Who is he to you?
Same as well. I consider him a brother, but he's my friend.
Sebastian Jean Jacques. Who was he to you?
It's my brother.
Now, you describe these young men as your brothers, but I mean, are you biological brothers?
No.
Just consider yourself, you consider them your best friends.
Yeah, I don't really have the biggest family, so my friends, they're my family.
How long have you known these young men?
10+ years.
Were these the guys that you would kind of refer to as that you hung out on a regular basis with?
Every day.
Do you own guns?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you purchase your first gun?
I think it was around 2021 when I got my concealed license.
And you would you consider yourself a gun enthusiast?
No.
How many guns have you purchased since you got your concealed weapons permit?
2, I believe. Yes, 2.
Okay. And what kind of guns did you purchase?
Handguns, 1 Glock and 1 other P-Shield bodyguard, I believe.
Okay. These were both handguns?
Yes.
Now, did you ever sell any of your guns to one of the guys that we just talked about, either Chris Lowe, Tyler Robinson, or Sebastian?
Yes, Tyler.
And when did you sell? First of all, why did you sell that gun to him?
I really didn't want it anymore. I didn't really like it. I wanted to get a Glock, so I got a Glock, and I didn't need that gun anymore. I don't need a lot of guns.
Do you own guns as of today?
I still have 1 gun, the Glock.
Do you go to the shooting range with your gun?
I haven't been since a couple years, but yes.
Have you that one gun that you still have today? Have you fired that gun before?
Yes,
Where have you fired that gun?
at the shooting range.
Have you fired that gun anyplace else?
No.
The gun that you sold to Tyler, did you sell that gun to Tyler before April 6th of 2021?
Yes.
So the day that this incident occurred, back in April of 2021, you had already sold that gun to Tyler.
Yes.
And at that time, is it your testimony that you only owned 1 gun?
Yes.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about Dominique.
Yes.
How would you describe for the jury, how would you describe your relationship with your sister?
We have a very close relationship. That's literally, if not the closest, one of the closest people to me. Talk every day. I love her to death. Like, it's my sister.
And
I have a brother.
how would you describe your relationship with your brother?
Close.
Closest Dominique?
No, I'm probably closer to my sister though, but I still love my brother too.
How would you describe the relationship that you are your friends? And when I say your friends, and I'll refer to them as your friends, you consider them your brothers.
Yes.
How would you describe their relationship with Dominique?
The same. They're close to her as they're close to me. We're all close. Like,
And when you say you guys are all close, that includes Dominique?
yes.
Okay. Now, would the other guys hang out with Dominique as well as you?
Us all together, yes.
And do you know what they thought? How did they treat her? Did they treat her like a friend? Did they treat her closer than someone who they would consider a friend? Did they treat her like a sister?
Like a sister.
So now I want to talk to you about what happened before we get to actually April 6, 2021. Did you know your sister was dating Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
And do you see him in here today?
Yes,
Okay, where is he?
right there.
Okay, Judge, would you please allow the record to reflect that he's identified the defendant?
It shall and it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when did you learn that your sister was dating Travis Rudolph?
But probably over a year before the incident.
And are you older than Dominique or younger than Dominique?
Younger.
Okay, so you're like her little brother.
Yeah, essentially.
Were you aware of other men that prior to her dating Travis Rudolph, the defendant in this case, were you aware of other men that she dated prior to him? Like, did she
Yes.
talk to you about people she was dating?
Yes.
Okay. And was it to kind of get your approval, or why would she talk to you about the guys that she was dating?
We're close to get my approval, as well as to, if someone's important to her, they're gonna eventually become important to me. Like, that's my sister. Like,
So when you learned that she was dating Travis Rudolph, how did you feel about it?
I didn't feel any type of way. I didn't know him, so I met him. Seemed fine.
Okay.
All
So
right.
when you say you didn't know him, do you mean you did not know him before she started dating him?
Yes, I didn't know him before they started dating.
I can eat my ice cream
At some
and I'll be
point,
back
did you
on.
meet him?
Yeah.
I'm still here.
And can you tell the jury if you know, and you don't have to give us an exact date, just if you know, when during their relationship did you meet Travis Rudolph?
I don't know exactly at what point in the relationship that I met him, but I just remember when it was. It could have been months in, maybe a year. I'm not sure how long the length was, but it was at a party, and that's when me, Sebastian, Tyler, I think maybe Chris was probably also there as well. First got introduced to him.
Okay. So that's when you recall first meeting him?
Yes.
And is that when you were pretty much made aware that your sister they were in fact in a relationship?
Yes.
Now, after you met the defendant in this case, did you yourself start having any contact with him?
Yes. Eventually, like more along, like after meeting him, a long course of time, like we would talk here and there, play the game together, stuff like that.
What about hanging out with him? I mean, obviously, if you're playing a game with somebody, you got to hang out with them, right?
Yes.
Well, not these days. I guess you can play at your house and you can play at his house, right?
Yes.
So, explain to us how did you guys play games? Were you together playing games or separate playing games?
Separate, different houses, but we actually hung out maybe like once, twice outside like that.
Okay. Had you ever been over to his house?
Yes, once before.
And why did you go to his house?
My sister had to get her hair done, and it was in that area, so I had to take her because she had just got surgery. So I went to his house to do my homework and wait for her to get done.
When you went to his house to do your homework, was he home?
No, he was actually leaving. So I think I seen him for like a brief second and he left, or he wasn't home. It's one of the two. But I was eventually just there alone.
So you basically, this was kind of like you were going to meet up with your sister at his house?
It was more like I took her.
I'm sorry, took her.
I took her to the appointment, dropped her off. Since I live so far, I'm not about to drive all the way back home. He's closer, so just go to his house, wait, do my homework until she's finished, go pick her up, and then go home.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with anybody else in the residence while you were there? Since you said he was kind of on his way out as you were getting there. What about his brother, Daryl Rudolph, or his mom? Did you have any contact with anybody in the residence when you were there doing your homework?
I don't believe so. Maybe I think his brother might have came home for a second to get something and leave. I'm not sure.
How would you describe your relationship with Travis after you met him at that party and he was dating your sister? You became aware he was dating your sister, and you had a brief encounter with him when you went to his house to do your homework to wait on your sister. How would you describe your relationship with him?
We knew each other personally, so we had a closer relationship than just we weren't strangers like that. I know him. Like,
Okay. You on social media?
I was.
Okay. And I mean like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, any of that stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
Were you on? Okay. Well, so were you like Facebook friends with him, or were you
Instagram. We follow each other on Instagram.
Okay, so you followed each other on Instagram. So did you follow him? He followed you, or did you guys follow each other?
We follow each other.
Once you got as you're at his house waiting on your sister to get done, do you pretty much just kind of wait that out and eventually pick her up and you guys leave?
Yeah, but I had to do the security, like turn the security stuff back on. So they had to give me the code for like the cameras and stuff. So I had to put that in before I left.
So you're at his house waiting for your sister to get done with whatever she's doing. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you just indicated that they had to give you the security code for certain, I guess, recording devices, systems in their house. Is that right?
Yes.
When you were there at the house waiting, did you become aware that they had cameras at the house?
Yes.
Okay, where were the cameras at the house? Where did you see them?
They're just in the house. I don't remember the exact locations, but the interior and they show the exterior as well on the exterior, like in the front door. This house, there's just cameras around. I don't remember the exact positions, but I just knew there's cameras.
And so they left you with the code to put in when you left the house so that you could basically secure the house, the home, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you left to go get your sister?
Yes.
Now, after that, did you have any more contact? Did you go over to the defendant's house anymore after that, prior to this incident?
No.
Okay, so that would have been the last time that you would have been at this defendant's house before this happened on April 6th.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you now about April 6th, and get into why you went over there in the first place. Okay.
Yes.
Now, at some point, and we're talking about April 6th, all right? At some point, are you made aware that something happened between this defendant and your sister?
Yes.
All right. And how did you become aware of that?
My sister texted me.
And when she sent you a text, what did she say in that text?
She said that Travis had slammed her, such and such, so forth.
Okay. Yeah, that Travis had slammed her and so forth.
Yeah, they got into a fight.
Okay. Did you, when you received it, where were you when you got that text message from her?
I was home.
Okay. And do you recall what time of day it was?
Sometime at night.
Do you recall what you were getting ready to do?
I was ready to get in the shower, finish my homework, and go to sleep.
So you get this text message, and when you get this text message from your sister, do you get a text message in addition to a phone call from her, or is it just a text message about this defendant?
She just texted me. I tried calling her. I tried calling Travis, no answer.
Okay.
And then she eventually gets home and talks to me.
Okay. So you were still home once she arrived home.
Yes.
Now, when she got there, you had already received a text message of what happened. When you got that text message, did you immediately become angry at what your sister told you, or about what your sister told you?
Not really immediate anger, more confusion, because I really don't have a lot of information at this point. That's what she texted me. I still haven't seen her. I haven't heard from Travis either. So I'm more just confused, a little angry, but like confused more.
Why did you try to call Travis?
To figure out what happened. I wanted to hear like what he had to say. Like,
and how many times did you try to call him?
Probably like 4 or 5 times, 6, 7 times. I'm not sure an exact number.
Did you leave a voice message for him?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Okay. What about, in addition to calling him, did you send him any text messages?
I did send him a text. I was like, I forget what I said exactly, but something on the lines of like, there's no way you did this. Like, I forget exactly. I think like you're not this dumb or something along those lines.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you those text messages right now. And Judge, I believe you have a stipulation as to these text messages.
I love the way he says he does his homework. Bullshit, you're doing homework, mate. You're watching TV, feet up, I know. We've all been there. Homework.
So you
On
send a text
Pornhub,
message,
we've all been there.
and in your text message, you pretty much say to him something to the effect, until I show it to you, to jog your memory. You're not that dumb.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that? What were you trying to convey to him?
I just didn't think there's no way like
sorry about that.
he's not able to like put his hands on a female. Like you got to know, like you're supposed to know as a man, you can't hurt a female.
Did you get a response from your text message to him?
No.
Hold on one second, because before I move on, I want to get into something else.
Yeah, maybe, but
Sure.
still.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the rules.
I hope this is not going to turn into a let's go up and talk to the judge every like 10 minutes or something. Ooh. She's awful. Ooh, Lefty's got some stories. Do I follow her? Bum, 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 bum. Let's have a look to see if I follow her. No, I don't. Says during the sidebars, you know. Oh yeah. Well, I'm afraid with this, I think they're gonna. I think that these guys love going to the sidebar, so they'd probably be. This been like what 4 or 5 already. That's my worry. That if they did like Schroeder did, the jury would be fucking in and out like anything. I think, but correct me if I'm wrong here, though, Lefty. I think what they do here is jury can't hear anything. Oh yeah, because you're right. You're right. You're right. To have it on record is important. You're right. You're right. I think that's the defendant. I think the defendant's up there with the lawyers, so he gets to hear everything. Because there's an officer behind him, so oh fucking hell, that must be the defendant then. I've never seen a defendant actually go. Oh, hang on. Right, hang on. Something happening on the other one now. I thought, yeah, I just haven't seen it. Is it a verdict? Oh, okay. Right, Jesus. Let me pause this. The judge is there and they're all coming in, so right, I've paused that. Oh, yeah, he's guilty now. This quick, an hour and 7 minutes. Oh, you got a question? Oh, it's absolutely cooked. Sorry, Lefty, I'll just go back to that point. I've seen defenders listen from their desks with a earpiece and stuff, but I've never seen a defender actually physically go up. The lawyers and stuff. That's all. But you got to remember, this is all new to me, so I'm learning. Yeah, I'll be this quick. This is one of the fastest ones you'll ever get.
did the evidence 35.
Fair. Yeah, just because I didn't see Murdoch go up, but he wasn't shackled, was he? It just I've never seen it before, so it's the first time for everything. I'm glad I've seen it now because I've never seen that before. Put that banner down. We will be back. Obviously, to the other trial. Hi, Gio. We're back. We've got a verdict, we think, so we're back. Then we go back to the other trial. How do you think that Richard Merritt's feeling now? No one's only been an hour. He's probably like, oh, look over there. He's like, well, I'm cooked. That's one of the, like, he didn't get enough time to go back to prison. Lawyers are all probably having lunch.
Y'all may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you all have reached a verdict. If the foreperson will please stand. And if you will switch seats with that gentleman on the front row, so you'll be closer to the deputy. If you will give the verdict form to the deputy. Sir, if you will read the verdict form from the very top, starting with in the Superior Court, all the way to the bottom.
In the Superior Court of DeKalb County, State of Georgia versus Richard Vincent Merritt, defendant, indictment number 19CR2141-4, Judge Courtney L. Johnson. Verdict form. As of count 1, malice murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 2, felony murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 3, felony murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 4, aggravated assault, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 5, aggravated assault, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. As of count 6, possession of knife during commission of a felony, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. This 24th day of May, 2023.
And is it signed and dated by you as foreperson?
Correct.
If you'll give the verdict form to the deputy. Deputy, if you'll give the verdict form to the attorneys.
He had to know before sitting down. And now we're in like 8 minutes.
to excusing the jury panel? Proceed, sir. Thank you. You are discharged as our jury. I want to thank you all for your work during the course of the trial and your time and patience with us. I would like to speak with you just briefly before you excuse for the day. The instruction that I gave you about not talking about the case no longer applies at this point, so you're free to talk to whoever you choose to about the case. Sometimes the attorneys may want to talk with you about your decision to see how you came to your decision. If you want to talk to them, you can. If you don't want to, you're not obligated to do so. You're not obligated to speak to anyone that you don't choose to about your verdict and how you came to the verdict in the case. All right. Thank you very much. If you'll retire to the jury room.
Oh, they don't stand up. Oh, she's ready to stand up, but he's not. He's like, fuck up. Well, yeah, I mean, look, as Lefty said, there's not much of a defence. The worst thing he did actually was go up there and tell that story, I think. But
All right,
you have to say
speak with the
something.
jury before they're released, and then I'll come back and we'll proceed to sentencing.
The other attorney's like, I'm not standing up for anybody. I'm not shocked. We also are guilty, but it was a weak case. Do you know what I mean? By the state, circumstantial, but all points pointed at him. And that story of two gunmen come to the door. That's just ridiculous. Like, you better off not saying anything than saying that story. And he's a lawyer. Even his lawyers, why didn't they tell him, look, we can't tell you, you can't tell that story on stand. So I don't know, but there we are. That's what we got. Right, let's get out with it. End of trial. I know the judge is coming back, but I can't, we need to move on with that other trial. So we're currently 4.5 hours behind, but obviously there's breaks and stuff like that. So we will catch up. Present, share screen, watch live. Let's go. And thank you, Lefty, as well, for your. I've learned stuff today. I'm surprised I learned anything from you, but I've learned some stuff today. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, so,
Learned about how to cook gravy, white gravy.
So, Mr. Jones, you've got to keep your voice elevated, all right? Everything everyone says in this courtroom is being recorded, and more importantly, the jurors must be able to hear everything that you say, okay? So please, keep your
Tina
voice
Turner died.
elevated.
Did
Thank
she?
you. All right, you may
Bloody hell.
continue, Ms. Ellis.
Mad Wood, where the fuck have you been? Yeah, he got guilty. He
So-
got guilty.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Got guilty.
Show you what is going to be state 22. I'm offering the state 22. I'm going to show you just a few of these text messages. I'm just going to read them to yourself, Keyshawn, and as you read them, you can flip them over. Okay. Now some of these text messages, they actually date back to 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew him back in 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So these are text messages between you and Mr. Rudolph. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to keep going through them. Do these appear to accurately reflect your text messages between the defendant and yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and continue to read.
It's all good. It's nice that you've got a family day and stuff like that. I'm only joking. And I think we'd all been shocked if there's any other result. But Tina Turner, going back to what I said, I
Yes.
don't really follow music. I don't think. But I know the name
Yes.
though. Where's your mic?
All right, over objection, it's admitted into
Elaine.
evidence.
Judge, can we please tell everyone, lawyers, to take the mic, please?
Which is the last page of State's Exhibit 22. That's all right.
The last page of it is actually page 13 of State's Exhibit. Can you see that, Deshaun, when you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
All right. Now, what we see up here is where you are.
Is that name
I'm sorry,
Elaine?
to help? Yeah, sure, go
Genuinely.
ahead. Just don't trip on the wires up there. All right.
Take the mic with you. I know, Gio. You love volume. I know.
They're
Oh,
still
hang
not
on. Let me
likely
just
to be
check.
able to read that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read it for you. I'm gonna read it for you.
Any objection to that?
Oh, I was a half
Okay,
with my
thank you.
volume. Sorry, Gio. I'm now full pelt with my volume.
On April 6th of 2021.
Oh no, hang on,
at
wrong one.
9:50 p.m., you sent this text message to the defendant. On God, you not that DAT crazy, KRAZY. Now, obviously, that's not the way to go that and crazy. Okay, so
Lefty, she's not.
that you're using here.
Yes.
So what do you mean by
She'd be a
that?
menace if she was on
God,
Twitter.
you're not that crazy. When you sent this to him on April 6th at 9:50 p.m.
I just meant basically he's not literally crazy enough to put his hands on a woman. Like, that's basically what I meant.
And why did you feel the need to send that text message?
'Cause
Why did you send it to him?
honestly, I really wanted to hear what he had to say. I was still at this point, I'm skeptical. I'm like, there's no, like, I couldn't believe that
She's not worse than
you
you,
did
mate.
that. So it's like I'm just like, there's no way you did that. Basically, like I'm still skeptical at this point.
So you don't get a response to that text message?
No,
You send them any more text messages after that?
no.
So now what was, and let me just go back for a minute, Keyshawn, because I asked you, before I move on to the next topic, I asked you about whether or not you had ever shot the firearm that you currently own and that you owned back when this incident occurred.
Why did girls say the same thing, Modwell?
That you own this firearm that you still have to this day, that you went to the shooting range with this defendant?
Yes, we did go to the shooting range, but I believe I don't think we could shoot. Something about they didn't have bullets or something. I completely forget, but I know we did go to the firing range together. We went to the gun show together before that, but we did go to the firing range. I think that was the same day after the gun show we went to the firing range. I don't remember, but we definitely went to the firing range.
So that was the time that you had some interaction with him, right? I mean, you met him at the party,
Yes.
went to his house to do your homework, went on your sister. So when did this gun range thing happen?
There was times before that. Went to the party. That's when I first met him.
Close.
And then time goes by. I believe I went to his sister. I believe she was getting married or something. Went to their house for some type of reception. And then after that, I believe that's when it was the homework. So that was before that, and then the homework. Gun range was probably before the homework, I believe. And then I think the homework might have been the last time we actually.
You had more, the more you think about it, you had more interaction with him than just one or two times.
Yeah, I had many interactions with him.
And did you like him?
Yes.
So now let's talk about, after you send that text message to him, you've called him a few times, now you send him a text message, there's no response.
Yes.
What do you do?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for my sister to get home. She gets home. She tells me what's happening. She's showing me, like, I guess, bruises and stuff. I'm like, okay. I think I called Tyler. Tyler's like, yo, come to my house. I'm like, okay. And then I just
call Tyler.
I think my sister had told Tyler, and then Tyler told me to, like, yo, call me, bro. Like, you want to talk to me, I guess. I'm not sure, but I eventually get on the phone with Tyler. He's like, "Yo, bro, come over." Because obviously, like, he's close with Dom as well. So it's like, if I'm going over there, I knew like Tyler, he's gonna come with me regardless. So it's just like we do everything. So it's just like,
Okay. Now, your sister Dominique sent you some text messages about what had occurred at the defendant's house. Is that right?
yes,
In those text messages that she sent to you, was Tyler Robinson, was he included in that chat?
I believe so.
And do you specifically remember a text message from your sister, Dominique, wherein she types, shoot I want to get this right. Hold on 1 second.
Luna's still here, so Luna, chat away if you want, Luna. You like that he was an NFL player? Yeah. It was all about money, wasn't it?
Okay, she sends a text
Oh.
message to you, and Tyler appears to be on this group chat where she says, please go shoot his shit up. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And that message was sent to you and to Tyler. Is that right?
yes,
He's talented wide receiver by all accounts. I played that video last night of him having breakfast, lunch with that kid as well. So he's fairly well known. Nice guy by all accounts. Went undrafted though in 2017. So I think the money he would have made his first year was like 400 grand, something like that, maybe $400,000 as an undrafted player. He only played a couple of years, so he didn't make that much money or anything in the NFL, but still more money than all of us have probably made. Do you know what I mean? So in that short period of time. I wonder, is he incarcerated right now, or is he? He must be because the officer stood right behind him. So, Gio, yeah, we watched it. You missed it. We watched it all with Richard Merritt. He was found guilty on all counts. We watched it all probably about 20 minutes ago. No worries, Lefty. Catch you later, my man. Yeah, we'll be on long haul with this one, so
Okay.
give you those 1.25 speed.
States 24.
Thanks for being here, buddy. I'll see you in a bit.
May. Mhm.
Luna, 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 na, 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 na.
Start with page 37. Whatever once you read those, and then read the last page for me. Recognize the text message?
yes.
Mike,
Now, are these text
sorry,
messages
shouting, but
that
Mike,
bear reflection of what
get
you
your mic.
and your sister Dominique back on Wednesday?
I think they'll sort this out by tomorrow, because the people will tell the judge, look, you got to shape this up, or even lunchtime.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Without objection, States Exhibit, Composite Exhibits 24 is admitted without objection, as I said.
They're just not used to it, probably.
I'm just gonna read what's written here. So on April 6th, there is some communication between who appears to be on this text message chain is you, Tyler Robinson, and your sister. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, the name that I see here, because this is admitted into evidence and the jurors will get a chance to look at it, K-E-I, who is that?
That's me.
Okay. Roxy T-Y, who is that?
Tyler.
Doba with several B's, D-O-B-B-B-A.
Daba. Dominique.
Daba?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Dominique.
Okay. Now, So that's all those are the people included in this thread. Is that right? In this
Yes, yes,
And on April 6th at 10:14 p.m., you write, Travis is a dead man walking. Is that right?
yes.
Why did you write that text message?
That's pretty much just hyperbole. I just wanted to honestly just calm my sister down, make her feel better, you know, try to get her in a better headspace, but I didn't mean anything literal by that.
Travis is a dead man walking. I mean, that's pretty serious, don't you think?
Yes,
And you are telling the jury that you did it because you were trying to calm your sister down. Is that right?
yes. Honestly, I feel like I wasn't threatening him directly. Like, so it wasn't to the point where I'm telling him, like, when I see him, it's like this. But I was just saying that to my sister to calm her down.
She then responds to you at 10:15. You wrote that at 10:14 p.m. She then responds to you at 10:15, to you and Tyler. Please go shoot his shit up. Pardon my language. Just reading text messages, ladies and gentlemen. What was that?
Hyperbole as well. My sister is just, it was a lot of emotion. She was really angry. It was a lot of emotion between all of us.
Well, you're calling this hyperbole. Travis is a dead man walking. Go shoot his shit up. Pretty inflammatory. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
When you write Travis is a dead man walking, do you have any plans or do you have any intentions on going over to Travis's house and make him a dead man walking?
no,
Do you have any intentions on carrying out that what appears to be a threat in a text message?
no,
So you just wrote it to satisfy your sister.
yes.
What did you think she was going to think by you saying that?
I knew for a fact that she wasn't going to think I was going to kill him. She knows me. She knows what type of person I am. And she knows I would never do something like that. So it's
Were you trying to appear to be her protector?
yes,
Do you think that was the best way to try to
no, obviously
be
not.
her protector?
No, in hindsight, obviously not.
And then she responds to you a minute later, shoot his SHIT up. Now, how do you know she didn't mean that?
I know she didn't mean that because that's something I would never do. And I know she just says things out of anger. I've known my sister my entire life. I know when she gets mad, she says things she doesn't mean.
Well, you own a gun, right?
Yes,
And she knew that you owned the gun, right?
yes,
So tells you to go shoot his shit up after what she told you he did to her. Why would you think she's not serious about that?
my sister knows she loves me, and she knows that what I'm trying to do in life. She knows that I'm in college. She knows that that's illegal, and she knows that I could never do something illegal to jeopardize my entire life. Like, she knows I have things that I need to do.
Now Tyler's on that group chat also, right?
Yes,
And Tyler is he's the one who actually put the gun over there.
yes, I do know now. Yes,
So did somebody say go shoot his shit up, serious?
no,
When you got that message, were you already at Tyler's house? Were you guys already together?
I'm not sure, honestly, but I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
10:15 p.m. that night.
I'm not sure.
But at some point, you end up over to Tyler's house.
Yes,
Now, your intent at that point is when you left your house, your intentions were to confront this defendant about what he did to your sister. Is that right?
yes.
Why didn't you just drive straight to the defendant's house? I mean, you had been there before. You guys had exchanged text messages since 2020. You guys went to the gun range together. You went to his house to do your homework. Seems to me you felt comfortable over there, right?
Yes.
So why didn't you just go to Travis's house on your own and say, hey, what happened earlier today?
That would have been the case if it was just something merely as just a verbal argument. But knowing that he put his hands on my sister, if he could put his hands on my sister, he could put his hands on me. So it's like at that point, it's like, just in case, support my friends, brothers can come with me.
So you went to Tyler's house.
Yes.
When you got to Tyler's house, was he there by himself?
I believe so. I think Chris had just got there. Well, he lives with his brother. His brother Tyrone was there, but I think Chris had just got there, and then a few minutes later, Sebastian had just got there. So
basically, who rounded up the posse?
honestly, I'm not even sure who specifically. It's not like one person just maybe Tyler. I don't know, but everybody just got together.
Did you reach out to Sebastian and tell him what Dominique told you had happened to her earlier in that day?
No,
Did you reach out to Chris Lowe and tell him what had happened to your sister earlier that day?
no,
So when you got to Tyler's house, is it your testimony that you did not know that Sebastian was going to be there and Chris Lowe was going to be there?
yes,
But when you got there, they were there.
yes.
You have a conversation with them when you got there?
I believe so. Like just they asked me, "Am I okay?" Like just regular small talk and stuff like that.
When you got there, were you guys upset?
We were mad, yes,
So you ever mad? All four of you?
yes.
What was the plan?
We didn't really have a plan. Just go over there, figure out what happened. Pretty much, that's just it.
So there was really no plan. You were just going to go over there and figure out what happened. Well, you were upset about what he had done to his sister earlier in the day, right?
Yes,
And you told the jury that the other boys, they were upset as well. Is that right?
yes,
And they accompanied you over there. Right?
yes.
So this was going to be a confrontation. You were going over there to confront this defendant. Is that right?
I mean, it really just depends. Because if you go to talk to someone and they're talking to you, it's like, okay, bro, that's what I expected. Like, I'm sorry, bro, I didn't mean to do that. We just got if you get met with that energy, it's like you can't have a conversation after that. Like, there's no fighting because it's not a fight. But that's honestly in my head what I was expecting to happen when I got there. More so apologies and bro, I didn't mean to do this. Like that's kind of what I was thinking. More so, I wasn't really thinking, oh, big old. That's my worst case scenario in my head. Like, oh, it goes left, disagreement. I wasn't expecting that. Yes.
You arrived at his house sometime after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you just wait until the next day to confront him during the day about what had happened?
Honestly, I really wasn't even thinking about it like that. Like, if it would have happened at 12 p.m., I would have been there at like 1 p.m. Like, it just would. As it happened, I would have. If they got into this fight earlier in the day, I would have been there earlier in the day. The fight just happened at night, so I'm there at night. It wasn't like I'm specifically going there at night. That's just how the events unfolded.
So you want to address what happened to your sister that night?
Yes.
You don't want to wait.
No.
And did you guys take your guns with you?
I didn't take my gun. I left my gun at home.
Why did you leave your gun at home?
Didn't think I would need it.
And you, for the most part, would you, in terms of how you carry your gun, do you have it with you all the time? Sometimes, just depends.
It really depends. But at that point in time, I really didn't go many places. So it's like on a day-to-day basis, at that point in time, I'm in school. I didn't have a car. It's not like I went so many other different places. If I went places, like I did take it with me, but it's just like it really just depended on where I'm going.
Well, that night you were going to his house, to the defendant's house, to confront him about what he did to your sister, right?
Yes.
You were upset. Right?
Yes.
To the point where you described yourself as being mad about it, right?
Yes.
Your brother's friends were upset about it, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned a few minutes ago that you weren't sure that this situation confronting him might go left, meaning could go bad.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you take your gun with you?
Because I don't want to have to shoot anyone. Like that's not. I feel like if I take my gun, I'm expecting something to that level to happen. It's like I didn't want anything to that level to happen. So it's just like if I bring my gun, I'm expecting that I need it to protect myself. But I just thought, again, in my head, worst case scenario, maybe a fight. But actually, like needing to, come on, I live a pedestrian lifestyle. Like, I'm not thinking shooting. That's not normal to me. I just got my gun. It's not a reaction. It's not like second nature, like, oh, I need my gun. Like, that's not something in me. So it's just like,
So as you guys are there at Tyler's house, do, how long do you stay at Tyler's house before you guys leave to go to the defendant's house?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes. I'm not sure.
And is there any discussion at that house about anybody taking a gun with them to the defendant's house?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, Tyler had a gun, right?
Yes.
How did you not know that?
I mean, they asked me like, "Oh, are you taking your gun?" I was like, "Nah, I don't got my gun." So I just assumed after that they know like we on the same page. Like,
What about as you guys are driving over to the defendant's house? Is there any discussion about the fact that Tyler has his gun with him?
it wasn't even a conversation in the car at that point. It was like just music playing, just us on the way there.
What about Sebastian? Did Sebastian own a gun?
No,
How do you know he did not own a gun?
because I know him very well. Never ever seen him with a gun, and he didn't get his concealed yet. He had just turned 21, literally 2 days ago.
2 days
So
before the incident?
yes,
What about Chris Lowe?
Chris Lowe didn't own a gun.
Now, you're not with these guys 24/7, right?
No,
Do you know for certain that these guys didn't own guns? I mean, how can you say that? How do you know that?
you can never say anything for certain, but I feel like personally I knew that they didn't own guns.
I want to show you what is going to be states.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's here in total. I think Gio's here, Spider Girl, Lefty's gone, Luna's around here somewhere.
I'm going to show you what is going to be states.
Say hello, chat, guys. We don't bite. It's all good. We can talk about anything. Hopefully, some people like the NFL. I've got my Colts jersey on. Michael Pittman Jr.
Yes. Yes.
Who is this?
Sebastian.
Show them a picture.
Any objection? Thank you. States 57 is admitted without objection. You may.
That's Sebastian.
Yes.
He went with you that night over there, right?
Cool, isn't
Yes.
it?
So now, you guys get over
It's cool.
to the defendant's house. Whose car are you driving?
My mom's.
What kind of car does she have?
A suit.
Cadillac.
Suits it.
Is that a Cadillac? And obviously, she let you drive it because you were driving it that night. Is that right?
Yes.
And boom.
Where are people seated in the car? You need a second? There's some tissue up there for you, Keyshawn, if you need some. Well, let me ask you this. You're the driver, right? Keyshawn, you're driving, right?
All right. Let's take a 10-minute recess. All right. Remember and obey, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 cardinal rules when you get back out there. Now you've started to hear some evidence, but keep an open mind. Don't discuss the evidence. Don't discuss anything having to do with this case. And obviously don't do any research because you'll be back in the jury room. You will not run into any of us. So we don't need to.
Right, that break's over. So we are behind this stream.
Mike, can
We're
you see
on
if they're ready now? If the
1.25
jury's ready, are you ready to
trying
bring it
catch
back in?
up
All right.
because we had another trial this morning. We'll soon catch up. Well, maybe like obviously not, but tomorrow this is the only one we're streaming. Wherever they start tomorrow, we start. If it's at 8, we start 8. If it's 9, we start at 9. I just forgot actually that we're well behind everyone else. So if you are new to the channel, please say hi in chat. If you, I just seen a lot of people tweeted about it, and I was like, oh, geez, do you know what? Should have really told people that we're playing behind today. But yes. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. She's playing that game. Just get it all
right,
out in
as soon as
front.
they're ready, let me know.
Because it's better to come from her than the defense, basically. Good strategy. I hope so as well. Gio, I hope so as well. I mean, I do understand it because they're not used to the microphone. It's not every day they're live in court, so I do understand it, but still, it's frustrating.
Okay, all right, let's bring him in then, please. Okay. All right, as soon as they're ready, let me know.
At 11:44, your sister replies, okay. And then the next text message from your sister to you, Sebastian and Tyler, is at 12:33 a.m. So almost an hour. And then the last text message is from her to you guys again. And that's obviously we're on April 7th, or in the morning hours of April 7th. The last one from her is at 12:58 a.m. where she says, call. You recall all that, right?
Yes.
Now, by that time, she sent a
It's not
question mark,
Gio.
and then she says, call. By that time, the shooting had already occurred. Is that right?
Yes.
What did I lose interest in, Gio?
Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is going to be states composite 1A and B.
You may.
Yes.
Okay, and then take a look at this board. You recognize this board?
Oh, you're gonna have to do a little better than that,
Yes.
volume-wise, I'm sorry. If you're gonna be laying the foundation for that, it's gotta be on the record, so let's, okay.
I'm showing you a board, which is going to be a part of states composite 1A and B. You recognize this board?
Yes.
And the picture that I just showed you, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area you drove to that night?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And is this board a fair and accurate reflection of this area that you drove to that night?
Yes.
This time, state reference having states composite A, states composite 1A and B.
1A and 1B. All right, any objection? All right, thank you. Composite 1A and B is submitted without objection.
Might have to sit down, please.
Yes, you may. Watch your step, Mr. Jones. We should have a pointer if that's going to be useful.
Yes, sir.
All right. So that Mr. Jones isn't standing in front, or no one is standing in front of that aerial.
I'm just gonna put the lights on. It's getting dark here now.
Okay, Sean, let's look at what it states on it here. Now, you just told the jury a few minutes ago that you recognize this map. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This star right here, what is that? Whose house is that?
Travis's house.
And you see this star right here? What does that star reflect?
Where we were shot at.
Okay. Now, this road, obviously, is North Redwood Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And the crossroad here is T Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you drove to the location where the defendant lives, which is right here, how did you even enter this community? How did you enter this community? How did you get in there? Is it gated?
No.
Okay. So how did you end up parking where you parked?
I made a right on whatever road. What does that say? Jasmine.
Oh, right here?
Right on the Jasmine. And then left on the Teak.
Okay. And so you were coming from this way?
Yeah, because I-95 is that way. So.
All right. So you actually would have driven past his house, is that right?
Not like straight past, but like
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. When you drove down Redwood here, why did you drive down this road and his house is right here?
Honestly, I just wanted to, again, I didn't really know what type of energy I was going to get or what energy I was giving off. But in my head, in hindsight, I don't even know if it makes sense, but in my head, I'm thinking park a little bit farther. I don't want to give too much aggressive energy, parking straight in front of someone's house, pulling up, just walk up, knock on the door, and then talk. But I don't, that's what was going through my head at the time.
Did anybody in the car suggest where you should park?
No.
Where did you end up parking?
Um, right around where we got
Don't believe
shot
him.
at.
I don't believe him.
Yes.
If my sister's partner was bashing her in, I'd be at the fucking front door. Not parking 300 yards
Yes.
away or whatever it is.
Now, before, play some surveillance video in a few minutes. But when you parked, before we get to that, when you parked your car, Deshaun, where was it facing? Was it facing towards his house
Towards his house.
or was it facing towards like going this way down here?
Towards his house.
So,
All good, Spider, because this is going to go on
not one.
for another like 4 hours. So
You would have, after, the incident.
thank you, Spider.
The plan was, and you tell us the plan. What would you have done?
Just drive straight past his house, make a left, and then go back the way I came.
Okay, so go back on T Drive.
I agree.
Up
So
on
far,
Jasmine.
anyway.
Up on Jasmine.
Yeah, make a left.
All right. You can have a seat. What I'll do is I'm gonna put this up. Just have a second.
You may.
Put this up and we'll just kind of see, because when I play this video, it's this area. And just to orient them.
Yeah, you're gonna have to move it to one side or the other.
Maybe.
That's fine.
Just, can you see okay?
I can see fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now I'm gonna. You guys got here, Deshaun, before I play this video, that you collected? When you guys arrived at that location,
Yes.
parked your car, away from his house. When you guys got out of the car, what did you do?
I myself, I put my phone in my trunk. Sebastian put his bag in the trunk, and I think Tyler put his phone in the trunk. But I think Sebastian and Chris had their phones.
Now, how do you? Okay, so repeat that one more time for me, because I want to make sure I understand that. Who put what in the trunk?
I put my phone in the trunk. Chris put nothing in the trunk. Sebastian put his bag in the trunk, and Tyler put his phone in the trunk.
Now, how do you know Sebastian didn't have his phone in his bag?
Because he had it in his hand when we were walking, I believe.
You believe, or do you know?
I know.
What about Chris? Did he have his phone with him, or did he put his in the trunk?
He had his phone with him for sure, because that's the phone I used to call 911.
So now you don't have your phone. You put your phone in the trunk, right? And at this point, do you know that Tyler has a gun on him?
No.
Nobody said anything. Yes or no?
No.
So as you guys are driving to his house, Tyler never tells you that he has a gun?
No.
What about when you guys park and get out of the car and you guys are putting stuff in the trunk of the car? Tyler doesn't mention to you that he has a gun?
No.
Does Sebastian mention to you that he has a gun?
No.
Chris mentioned to you that he has a gun?
No.
Did you take your gun with you?
No.
So as you guys get there, park, you're now headed to the defendant's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you now? This is kind of your thing, because Dominique is ultimately, she's your sister,
Yes.
right? So do you give them any kind of instructions? Do you tell them, hey, this is just going to be a talk? I'm just going to confront him about what he did to my sister. Do you say anything to them about, look, this does not need to escalate beyond a discussion, a confrontation, or fight?
Yes, that was the initial, like, when we first went, I'm like, yo, we just want to talk. You feel me? And to see, like, what happened and how he feels. And
Who did you say that to?
Like everyone, like
And what, how did they react? What were their reactions?
they just feel like, okay,
When you guys get there, you guys still mad?
we're mad. We're still mad, but it's like there's different degrees to like anger. Like we're just mad the fact that it happened.
All right. So I'm going to, can you turn on the, when, no, I'm getting ready to. This is going to be,
Of course.
yeah. This is going to be them. And the second one is going to be them not. Because this is going to be states.
And it is, what is it?
And Judge, I believe we spoke last week.
Okay. All right. So is it all of the surveillance footage on a single drive of some kind?
Judge, what I did.
Storage device
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
or storage device? I'm sorry, go ahead.
What I did was I put them on 4 different devices.
Okay.
Only because they're different scenes, kind of different.
Okay,
So this is, for instance, them arriving and parking.
all right. But is 31, is that a composite of all 4 of those things, or is 31 is just the first one? All right, very well. And I think I heard there's no objection, right? Thank you. All right, states 31 admitted without objection.
We're finished for today, yeah, Gio. What else are you watching that finished today? Just remember, guys, we're played at 1.25 speed because we're watching the Richard Merritt trial this morning. And we're watching this trial, the Travis Rudolph trial now. But from tomorrow onwards, we'll be same as everyone else streaming. So please join. Right, what's this about? Oh, they played a video. That's why. Right, okay. So I can't skip it. If you're new to the channel, please like the video, subscribe, and feel free to say hello in chat. I've not bought anything this witness has said yet. That's for sure.
You may.
Jesus. They're quite old school in how they play stuff. Overhead projector type thing.
Well done, Ms. Edwards.
Brownie points at Miss Edwards.
Sure.
When we stream it tomorrow, it'll be back to normal speed as well.
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity to view this video prior to today?
Yes.
Now tell the members of the jury, what do we see here? Is this?
You see us arriving? That's me driving, yes.
this is you coming down Redwood as you indicated earlier.
Yes.
Now, who is this right here? Can you make out who these people are getting out?
Sebastian, Chris, Tyler. Honestly, I really don't know. I just have my hoodie on. I think I kind of do that when I get mad. I don't know.
Now, we just saw some guys throw some stuff in there. Saw Sebastian throw something in there, someone else. Is that what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
Now, we see you pull up. So everyone's out of the car at this point, right?
Yes.
And then you pull up a little bit from where you were initially parked. Why did you pull up?
Just to be closer, shorten the walk.
And at this point, you're still facing his house. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
So these lights that we see on, is that the back of your car?
Yes.
Come on, cameraman.
Okay, now your lights are back on again. So is this, at this point, the incident has happened, the fight has happened, and you guys are back at the car?
Yes.
Now you see this flashing going on right here in the
Yeah.
sky?
Yes.
What is all that?
Gunshots.
What were you doing when did you back up and do something kind of weird with the car? What did you do? Because you were facing his house.
I was turned away to leave.
Who is this right here walking? Can you tell? Right there? Can you tell who that is?
I can't see it from here.
Can you tell who this person is?
I can get closer.
Yes, you may. Watch
Yeah.
your step getting down, particularly in the dark. Want to back it up a bit, please?
Actually, back it up. Can you back it up to where he's backing out, where he's leaving, please, Francine? Or they're back in the car. Okay, so now what are you doing right here, Keyshawn? Okay. And is that because Travis is coming towards you guys?
So let's give the witness the microphone, please. That's okay. And you use one of those on the podium.
Yes. Actually, I think this is the part where you are actually, so you're in the car at this point, right?
Yes.
Now, what do you actually do right here?
Back up.
And you turn to go in the opposite direction where the bullets are coming from?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Now tell me, can you see who this is? Can you see this person here?
Yes.
Who is that?
Travis.
And do you see someone coming from this little area here?
Yes.
Can you tell, do you know who that is?
His brother.
Okay. All right. Now, Judge, at this time, state will offer into evidence states 31.
Any objection? All right, thank you. States 31 is submitted without objection. Do you want me to leave the light down?
I'm going to show you what is going to be 6:30. And Judge, I believe we have a stipulation. This is.
Some more video?
Yes, Judge.
All right, very well. So that's from the so-called Ring camera?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You need light or not? Well, I can turn the light on. Okay.
Okay. So now we're going to take a look at this one. Turn your microphone.
I think this trial's gonna be good. I think it's going to get better. Here they are, original lights.
Okay, so now I want you to.
Apparently the jurors are having a difficult time hearing. All right. So
Yeah.
stay with that microphone.
Yes, Judge,
and
I apologize.
All right. And Mr. Jones, when you respond to a question, make sure you use the microphone.
I'll stay here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Keyshawn, who are we looking at in this video?
At this point, it's Sebastian, Tyler, and Chris.
This is Sebastian? I
Yes,
see something, or.
that's my elbow.
That's you?
Yes,
And who is this person right here?
Tyler.
Okay, so you're gonna have to pull that podium back.
Because I can speak, I'm trying to speak, I'll speak loud enough.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure the jurors can hear me. And who is this person right here?
Chris.
You can go ahead and play. Now, do you have anything in your hoodie under your, like you're rubbing your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have anything in your waist?
No.
Okay. Okay, let's stop it right. Go back a little bit, Ricky, to where we have Sebastian stand before Daryl comes out. Okay, so right here, you see this bulge right here?
Yes.
This is Sebastian, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you see this bulge in his pocket.
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
His phone. His phone.
Okay. Back up just a little bit, Ricky, because I think you can see Chris.
This is so scripted. They're doing this because they've scripted it all out with him.
Okay, and you see this is low, right?
Yes.
And do you see this bulge right here?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what that is?
His phone.
And you're certain those are their phones?
Yes.
Did they put their phones in your trunk?
No.
Did they leave their phones in the car when you guys got out of the car?
No.
Now you didn't. You left your phone in the car.
Yes.
Where did Tyler put his phone?
I believe in the trunk.
Okay, you can let it play.
No, he's popped out. He'll be back later though. Luna. How are we, Luna? What
You saw
did he
Tyler with
left
his
you
shirt
for?
off. Is that right?
Yes.
At what point did Tyler take his shirt off?
I wasn't really paying attention to
Oh,
whether he had
yeah.
his shirt on or not, but it could have been when we got out the car or on the way there. Probably he put it in the trunk with his phone. I'm not sure.
Do you know?
I
why
think
he
he had to
left?
go today as
No.
well, so
Do you? As you guys
we'll
are
ask him
walking
later.
to the house, obviously, before you get to the house, he removes his shirt, right?
Yes.
Do you see a gun in his waistband or in his pocket?
No.
So at that point, you
Left
still
his
don't know
back.
that he has a gun on him.
Yes.
I just wonder how we went with the policeman.
Okay. Now, that clip
Good question, Luna.
ends where you're saying, "Where's Travis at? Need to talk to Travis."
Yes.
Phone, please.
And was that the plan that night?
Yes.
Now, at some point, okay. He can go back right now.
Light?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
Here he is. Guess who's
I have a
back?
couple more videos, but I-
Lefty's back. And Luna's back.
So, we saw
Talk of the devil.
where we could see in this video where when Daryl opens the door, you ask, "Where's Travis?"
Yes.
At some point, even though it's not on this video, does Travis come outside?
Yes.
And is it, how long after Daryl, how long after you ask, where's Travis, does Travis come outside?
Probably like seconds, like 10, 15, 30 seconds later.
Okay, and when he comes outside, what happens?
Basically, he comes to the door just angry, and that leads to just words being exchanged, and then the fight ensues after that.
Okay,
I want you
Lefty.
to tell
I'm
us about
sorry
this
to hear
fight.
that, man.
Before we get to the fight, you said he comes to the door angry. What makes you believe that he's angry?
Cussing,
What did he say?
just exactly like just like what the F y'all doing here, da da da, like F y'all, like stuff like that.
And are you responding?
No, because honestly, I'm not really like a loud person. Like I don't really like, even in like situations like that, like I'm always in my head. So it's just like I'm talking, but I'm not like, nah, like I'm not really arguing. I'm just like, what happened? Like it's nothing really to the argument end. But I'm just trying to, you feel me, talk to him, figure out what's going on. But it's like I'm getting hit with just anger. So it's just like the situation, this is all happening in a matter of seconds. So you gotta understand the timeline. It's just escalating from that point on to just loudness, arguing, and then eventually fighting. This is all in a matter of seconds. So
Okay, did you have a chance
So
to
no.
ask him about your reason for going
Hang
over
on.
there, which is what happened between him and your sister?
no,
And why not? Why didn't you ever get the chance to ask him what happened earlier that in the day, that previous day?
because of, again, like I said, the energy. It was more of an argumentative energy, and then from there it just escalated. It wasn't any time to really have a conversation.
Was his brother outside with him still when he came out?
Yes,
Did his brother stay outside with him when he came out?
yes.
And now you said that it escalated from there. How did it, what ends up, tell the jury what happened. What happened after that?
Honestly, I just remember, first thing I remember is I'm just picked up in the air. I get slammed, and then from there on, it was just fighting. Just like they rush to get him off me. We fighting, and then it's like I can't look everywhere at one time. Like I can only know what I'm looking at. But I just remember that they get him off me. Everybody's throwing punches. His brother's fighting.
Are
And
you
then-
fighting?
Yeah, I'm fighting, but like it's not like it's one-on-one fights because there's so many different people. So it's just like at this point, I'm really just trying to assess the situation and figure out what's going on. But it's just in between like fighting, and then I remember at one point like they finally get him off me, and then I think Tyler, I forget exactly, but I think they had somebody. Honestly, I think Tyler. I don't even remember the exact fight, but I just remember at some point there was a break in the fight. We're standing there, and then Travis just like punches Tyler, and then from there we're fighting
Hang
again,
on.
and then eventually his mom's there. She's trying to like
When you say, let me stop you right there. When you say his mom is there, does his mom come
Screenshot
outside?
her
Yes.
handle for you now.
And before his mom comes outside, though, you guys are fighting with the defendant and his brother. Is that right?
yes,
Oh yes, Gina, it is on Twitter. Sorry, this pause for a sec. We're not across yet. They're basically prepping this guy, asking him all the questions the defense going to ask. All that bullshit, you know.
Aren't you?
yes.
Sometime did you recall
No, I don't even think
hitting his brother?
No, I don't think I hit his brother.
It's G. It
During this
is
fight,
Lefty.
did you pull out a gun?
Georgina.
Do you recall during this fight, did Tyler pull out a gun?
No,
What about Sebastian?
no,
What about Chris?
no,
So you didn't see anyone pull out a gun?
no,
Did you see Tyler point a gun at anyone during this fight?
no,
Now, you said his mom came outside.
yes.
And how long had you guys been fighting before his mom came outside?
I'd say probably at most 2-3 minutes.
Georgiana.
Adrenaline moves so quickly, like I can't even.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, so you weren't keeping track of the minutes.
No.
I just
When
call
his
you
mom
Luna.
came outside,
So
what did she do?
All right, so at this point, it's like there's like a break in the fighting, I guess, and she's trying to talk to me. She's trying to show me, I guess, a video of what was going on or what had happened. And at this point, it's like she's really trying to just calm the situation down. But it's just at this point, people are like they're fighting, so it's just like you can only have so much power as a person.
So his mom comes outside.
Yes,
And does she go to you?
yes,
And when she goes to you, you said she's trying to show you a video.
yes,
Does she have her phone or a laptop or an iPad or something?
Maybe, I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something that she's trying to show me a video on.
Okay. And do you know what that video was about?
It was about what happened with him and Dominique earlier, I guess, because they have cameras. So I guess she was trying to show what happened. I'm not sure. I didn't actually look at the video because, again, already got slammed. We already fighting. Adrenaline's going. It's like,
Okay. So at this point, his mom is outside.
yes,
His brother is outside.
yes,
And he's outside.
yes,
Anybody else? And then the four of you.
yes.
When after his mom tries to show you this video on whatever device it is that she's trying to show it to you on, did the fighting resume? Did you guys start fighting again?
At this point, this is before, like, there was a break,
Mm-hmm.
and then he punched Tyler, and then, like, his mom's trying to show me that this is all happening, like, around the same time.
Okay.
And then at this point, the fighting is kind of subsiding. So now my focus is, all right, it's time to go. Like, I'm yelling, like, yo, we got to go. Like,
Now,
so
at what point are you yelling, yo, we got to go?
this is like, it's around the same point that his mom's trying to show me the video. The situation is clearly just gotten too out of hand. So I'm just like, all right, it's time to leave. We got to go. So I'm trying to it's hard to get 3 different people's attention at one time when fighting's going in, like everything's done, subsiding. I'm trying to, it's time to go. So that,
When you said, yo, we got to go, is the defendant still outside fighting with the people that you came with?
like in that moment, at first, when I first started saying that, yes. And then he goes in the house and I'm still saying, yo, it's time to go. Like, this is all happening, like literally right after one another. Like,
Okay, so you say, yo, we got to go. And when you say that, there's still some fighting going on
yeah,
between the people you came with and him. What about his brother?
I'm not sure.
Is his mom still outside?
Yes,
And then you just said that he went in the house.
yes,
Now, did you see him go in the house?
yes.
All right. Where were you when you saw him go in the house?
I was like a little farther away from the house, starting to get to the car. Like, I'm on my way. Like, yo, it's time to go. Like, I'm on my way to the car because I know I have to get to the car first. I'm driving, so it's time to go.
When you said that, did any of the people that you were with, any of your friends, did they follow you as you, because the way I'm envisioning this, what you're telling us is that as you're saying, yo, we got to go, there's still some fighting going on.
It's a little bit of fighting, but Chris is kind of closer to me. So Chris is right here with me. So when I say it's time to go, Chris is right here. So me and Chris start leaving first, and then I guess I really can't because I don't even remember like what was going on. But I think Tyler is like next to Travis, and Sebastian's next to his brother, and I think that's why they came like last. Like, they got to the car last. So
Okay. And so you saw at some point during all of this, you saw the defendant go inside his house.
yes,
Lefty Luna's the one with the big lips, big tits, big hips, big ass in a picture. Do you know what I mean? It's probably one you've been looking at for quite a while. That's Luna. If you're still confused which one it is.
Can we analyze just one?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's not on OnlyFans, people. Luna is definitely not on OnlyFans.
Now, who is this that we see right here? Keyshawn.
Travis.
Okay. And what is he? Can you tell what he's doing at this point?
Going in his house.
Okay. And now we see these people. There's a person right here. See this red dot?
Yes.
There's a person right here.
All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
You should see, right? I'm not sure if she wants to out us, but you should see who she fancies. Like, Luna's a beautiful young girl. As I say, everything, the right shape, right place, everything, right? All the, not trying to be, she'd say herself, she's got big boobs, big ass, big hips, big lip, model. And you'd never guess who she fancies. I'd have to pick you up from the floor, Lefty. She can say it if she wants to, but if I told you, you would, you'd collapse on the floor and you'd be like, no way. But all I'd say is, there's a chance for all of us in the world with who she fancies. Now, Lou, that's up to you if you want to say who it is, but
Okay, now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, obviously, if you can't see, just let us know and we'll make whatever accommodations that we can. If standing up assists you, then by all means do that. All right,
Or
go ahead, Ms.
can we
Evans.
make sure the fucking mics are working?
You indicated before we went to the bench that this is Travis, is that right?
Yes.
Now, who is this person? Can you see this person right here, where this red dot is? And if you can't see, you can judge me.
Yes.
See that red dot? Is that you? Yes. Do you see?
Yeah, we need the microphone
Yeah, thank you.
for Mr. Jones. Thank you.
I don't think Lefty knows, but I wanted you to chat again because you're funny. I like you when you chat. So yes, she fancies Alex Murdoch,
How do you know this
but
is
not
you?
Alex Murdoch that lost weight. The old Alex Murdoch, the big hefty one.
See, me in the hoodie. That's me.
Okay. And if you know, if you don't know, that's fine. Can you make out who this person
Older,
is right here?
ginger, fat guys. We've all got a chance in the world.
Yeah, you might have to
Thank
switch
you,
frames.
Luna.
What about this person here?
I don't really know, but I don't know.
What about this person here?
His mom.
I could say it because I am fat, so he says me chunky. Okay, I'll call myself chunky from now on as
So
well.
now let's play once more. See if you can, if you can't, then that's fine. If you can make out who these people are.
Okay.
I love Luna.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, did you see him when he came out of the house with this gun?
No.
At this point, when he is running down his walkway with this gun, where are you?
On the way to the car.
And
Where's the mic? It's finished.
just, can I let it play through just one more time without bringing it up? Just
Sure.
let it-
Yes.
just let it play.
All right, watch your step, Mr. Jones.
Now, did you hear someone in that video saying, "You got that"?
Yeah,
Who was that?
that was Tyler.
And now at that point, you're walking to your car,
Yes.
and you just saw on here what his mom was doing. Were
Yes.
you able to see that though as you were walking to your car? Did you know what his mom was doing as you were walking to your car?
Like, by what do you mean? Like, what she was doing? Like, telling him to stop, or like, yeah, I can hear that.
So you heard her.
Yeah.
Okay. And was she trying to stop him?
Yes.
Now, at some point, before I forget, I think we stipulated that coming in as states.
Yeah, you did. State 33 was admitted previously without objection.
I want to forget, I apologize.
All right.
Are you the first one that makes it to your car?
Yes.
Now, we saw in the video, obviously, we let that play through. You made it to your car. We saw you turn the car on, and we saw what happened as you were trying to leave. When you drove off, do you know if everyone was in the car?
I was waiting, see the doors open, and I seen all the sides open, and I thought everybody was in the car at the time. But after I figured out that Tyler had got out.
When you got back in your car, where's Sebastian sitting?
In the passenger seat.
Passenger front or back?
Front.
Okay. So next to you.
Yes.
Did you see Sebastian point a gun at this defendant when you were driving off?
He did not point a gun. No.
Did Sebastian have a gun?
No.
What about Chris? Do you know if Chris was in the car?
Chris was in the car.
Okay. How do you know Chris was in the car?
I seen both back doors open and two people get in.
What about Chris?
So I know
Do
that
you know
everybody
Chris
was
in
here.
the car?
Everybody was present.
So as you drove off,
I've seen
and
both back doors open and two people get in.
sped
So
off.
I know that.
Yes.
So you, as you sped off, was it your belief that everyone was in the car, all four of you guys were in the car at that point?
Yes.
When did you learn that you weren't? That all four, that someone was missing?
Seconds later, where Chris was like, "Where's Ty? Where's Tyler?" It was like 30 seconds later. Chris was like, "Yo, where's Tyler?"
Now, Sebastian is seated next to you.
Yes.
So at what point, Chris is asking about Tyler. Do you realize Tyler's not in the car at that point?
Yes.
And when you look over at Sebastian, what's going on with him?
This is all happening at the same time. Sebastian, I heard him. He told me, he's like, "Yo, I'm hit." So at that point, like my head is just snapped. Like I don't even know what was in my head. I'm just trying to make sure he's okay. But I also have to drive at the same time. So I'm touching him physically. Like, I'm touching him. Like, "Bro, are you okay?" Like bro, I love it. It's really my brother. So I'm trying to make sure he's good. And he's telling me like, "Yo, I'm hurt." Like,
Okay. He's telling you that he's hurt. And when he tells you that, do you at that point, what is your plan, Keyshawn? What do you
the only thing on my mind is hospital. So I'm telling Chris, like, "Chris, search up a hospital into your GPS." But Chris is so stunned, like he can't even do that. So he's handing me the phone. So now I got the phone. And I'm trying to drive, type in hospital at the same time. So I get it. I just whatever I see hospital, click it. I'm trying to follow the GPS, drive at the same time, make sure SB good. So
and you said that you had to search for a hospital.
yes,
Now you live in Palm Beach County, right?
yes,
And you living in Palm Beach County when this happened.
yes.
You didn't know there was a hospital when you drove out of that community, and as you hit Broadway, you didn't know there was a hospital along the way.
No, no,
Were you not familiar with that area?
no. I'm still not familiar with that area. Delray.
Other than what you already told us when you went to the defendant's house and when you kind of hung out and whatnot, did you ever go in that area for anything other than that?
No,
So did you know that as you're driving away, and once you learned that Sebastian was hit, did you know that there was a hospital near you?
no,
So what happened once you drive the car away, and at this point, at some point during your when you drive away, you ended up on Broadway.
yes.
What happened when you ended up on Broadway? We're driving on Broadway.
I'm driving. I guess since so many bullets went through the car, it stopped it in some way. I'm not sure, but it became inoperable. So I was forced to pull over wherever I stopped at.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is going to be states. This is going to be states 11.
All right, thank you. State Exhibit 11 is what?
Judge, it's city cam footage
Okay,
of them driving on Broadway.
thank you.
Who does not know what blushing is, Lefty, it's all good. She's a game girl. She's a great girl. She's great to have on the stream. Same as you, Lefty. And she can take a joke better than anybody. So,
Yes.
And is that you driving down
great
Broadway?
girl.
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that area?
No.
So you're at this point, have you typed into Chris's phone hospital?
Yes.
Well, why do you use your own phone? Where's your phone?
In the trunk.
So you didn't take your phone out of the trunk once you made it back to your car.
Literally had no time.
So you're driving down Broadway. Now your lights come on, and we see that circle again. You make a right into this. Tell the jury, where is this that you make a right into? You know where you ended up?
No.
Okay. Somewhere on Broadway.
Somewhere on Broadway, yes.
Was it in a parking lot?
Some type of parking lot or abandoned gas station or something. I don't know what it was specifically.
Why did you pull over there?
the car couldn't drive anymore.
And so you took the car as far as it would go?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not you passed a law enforcement officer or a law enforcement officer approached you and asked you if they could help you? Do you recall any of that?
No, that never happened. I called 911 myself when we stopped.
So as soon as you get to where the car becomes inoperable, you call 911?
Yes.
And whose phone do you use to call 911?
Chris's phone.
Well, I wasn't going to get to lunch yet. I was going to see how far into direct you want. Okay. I mean, unless the jury really wants to break for lunch now, knowing that you're still going to be on direct examination when we get back. Are you? Well, then let's. Okay. You had to think that long about it. Okay. No, I appreciate that. I really do. All right. So let's go ahead and play the it looks like a CD. All right. 50. All right. States 5050 DVD. I'm sorry, CD of 911 call. Got it.
What's your emergency? We need ambulance. Who are you? We're on 30th Street and I don't know, we're in North Lake, 30th Street and Broadway? Broadway, yeah, 30th Street, Broadway. What's going on? We have the one who shot. He has a DSW. He shot? He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving. All right, line, one moment. Please hurry. Yeah, I'm dropping it now. County Fire Rescue, what's the location? It's West Palm, 40th and Broadway, being male shot. He's not moving. Do you know where he was shot? I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's not moving. And he's the only one that's injured there? He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please. Okay. We have help on the way to you. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell where on the body he was shot, right? I can't tell. All right. And you say you rode on 40th Street. Go to Eastern Broadway. There's a gas station, Van Auto Park, something. 40th Street and Broadway. Okay, again, is he on 40th Street or on Broadway? We're on 40th Street and Broadway, the intersection. I hear from the sirens. All righty. West Palm will stage for you. All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him? Travis Rudolph. Sir, he pulled off? No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him. Travis Rudolph shot at him? Yes. Okay, is he black, white, or Hispanic, Travis? Black. What was he wearing today? I don't even know. He came out the house in no shirt. Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 40th and Broadway? No, he lives in North Lake somewhere. I'm not sure. Off like North Lake and up like past Riviera? Like Lakeport, I don't know. Please, I think I understand they're going to come help in the medics turn around as well, but you're saying Travis Rudolph shot him here, so was he in a car? He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with the gun and shot at him. Shot at us. He shot at all of us. Okay, but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location? Yeah, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working. Okay, North Lake. Are you shot as well, sir? I don't think I'm shot. I'm not shot. Just him. Okay, do you know Travis's address? No, I'm not sure. Okay, so you guys were heading to his house. He came outside, shot at you guys, and you drove to this location? We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car, and he went back into the house. Got a gun, came outside. We were in the car driving away, and he started to shoot at us. Okay, Mel. How many other people are with you right now? Two, and my son who was with us, I don't know where he's at. We drove away since he started shooting. Yes, please. Okay, you see the police? Yes, we see the police. All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay? We flag them down. Please. Right here. He's gonna passenger. Please. Oh my gosh, I love you, bro. I love you.
So, John, you okay?
Yeah.
So now you recognize that call?
Yeah.
And obviously that's you seeking help for Sebastian, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you, after you made that phone call, towards the end of the call, we can hear you say, yes, please. Or do you recall who you're referring to, who you're talking to at that point?
Police officer.
So at that point, law enforcement started to arrive where you guys were.
Yes.
Do you know at this point, at the point where you're on Broadway and law enforcement starts to arrive, do you know where Tyler is?
No.
When law enforcement arrived at the scene, what did they do with you guys? Like, did they separate you and Chris?
Yes.
What happened?
Separated us and then asked us what happened.
Okay. And did you tell them?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you had a gun that night and you took a gun over there?
No.
Did you tell them that you went over to the defendant's house to confront him about what he did to your sister earlier the previous day?
I told him I went to talk to him. Yes.
Did you tell them that Tyler had a gun on him?
No.
And why didn't you tell them that?
Because I didn't know he had a gun.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Detective Vanderland.
I'm going to show you what is going to be state's composite 12A through G. And Judge, I believe these are in by stipulation as well.
All right. Thank you. All right, 12A through G as a composite exhibit of multiple photographs are admitted without objection.
Yes, Your Honor. And these are photos of the Cadillac that they were driving that night.
All right. So that's 7 photographs then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And permission to publish briefly, Judge?
You may. You may.
So we're going to look at now. Do you recall if any gunfire came through your front windshield?
I'm not sure. There's just so many shots. I don't know.
Show you this. Is this the car you were driving that night?
Yes.
Well, B. Is this the passenger side of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And all of these defects that we see in the window and that we see on the door, were those defects there before you went to the defendant's house?
No.
Okay. Do you know what these defects are?
Bullet holes.
And that's the front passenger side?
Yes.
You recognize this side of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what side, what angle is that of the vehicle?
Back seats.
Okay, so that is the rear, behind the front passenger.
Yes.
Were these defects there before you went to the defendant's house?
No.
Show you what is D. What side of the car are we looking at right now?
Driver.
Okay. And that would have been the side that you would have been on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And do you see these defects in the window here?
Yes.
Were these defects in the car before you went to the defendant's house that night?
No.
Show you E. And we're looking at the rear driver's side. Any defects that you noticed there?
No.
And show you F. Now, do you see any defects in this back window?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see that's wrong with this back window?
Bullet hole.
Is it shattered?
Yes.
Was it like this before you went to the defendant's house that night?
No.
And I'm going to show you the last one, which is G. And is that, do you recall the tag name on that car? I will show it to you because it's not showing.
If you would show it to me, yes.
You may.
This G, which is the tag. You recognize this tag on this car?
Yes.
Okay, is that the tag on the car that you're driving?
Yes.
Now, at this point, Keyshawn, your stuff is still in the trunk of that car, right?
Yes.
Sebastian's bag is still in the back of that car, in that car, right?
Yes.
So everything that you guys put in the trunk of that car when you drove to the defendant's house that night and put in the trunk, it's still there,
Yes.
right? Did you ask them, hey, can I get my phone?
I wasn't even thinking like that. No.
So after you have a conversation with the police about what happened that night, did they keep you there on Broadway in that parking lot or that area where you ended up when the car became inoperable? Did you stay there for a while?
We stayed there for a while, and then they let us eventually go home.
Did you at some point talk to your sister?
Yeah, eventually she had called, I think she called Chris's phone. I'm not sure, but I eventually talked to her.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
Yes.
And did she come to where you were?
No, I think she went straight to the hospital because Tyler was in the hospital.
Okay. Now, you said Tyler was in the hospital.
Yes.
Now, did you know when you were in that parking lot, in that area where the car became inoperable, did you know that Tyler ended up in the hospital?
Eventually the police told me.
Okay. And at some point during those early morning hours, did they let you guys go, you and Chris?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To get Chris's car and then to the hospital.
When you went to the hospital, was Tyler still in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what happened to him? Why was he in the hospital?
I just had found out that he got shot.
Did you visit with him?
They wouldn't let us inside, so he was in surgery, I believe. So we had to wait until I think tomorrow or the next day after that. I forget, but yeah, I did see him.
Now, while he was in the hospital, do you recall you guys FaceTiming with your sister Dominique?
Yes.
Okay. And so what was that about?
I had to tell him that we lost SB, Sebastian.
And was that the purpose for the FaceTime?
Yes.
What happened after that?
Cried.
Did you at some point, Mr. Jones, Keyshawn, did you learn that Tyler actually did have a gun that night?
Yes.
And he brought it to the defendant's house?
Yes.
When did you become aware of that?
After the fact.
Okay. Do you know what he did with it?
Not sure. I think he said he just threw it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
How did you become aware that he had taken a gun to the house?
I think that's just what I don't know. I think he told me. I forget. Or when they found it, Vanderland had told him. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how I found out, but I just had found out eventually.
Was it the gun that you sold to him?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because that's what they told me.
Sorry, Ms. Ellis, I couldn't hear you. You want to consult? Of course, yes.
Sorry, I was just I'm in the middle of trying to upload the results of the Richard Merritt trial. Luna's good at that. She likes to help people out. If you don't follow Luna on Twitter, there's something wrong with you guys. I'm Lefty. You should follow Lefty on Twitter as well. It's up to them if they want to put the their Twitter handles in here or not.
Yes.
Let's go back to the scene at the defendant's house when he comes outside with the gun. And do you recall telling this jury a few minutes ago that you could hear his mom's voice?
Yes.
When you heard his mom's voice, could you make out what she was saying?
I just remember hearing, stop, stop. You're going to go to jail, Travis.
Do you know who she was directing the stop to? Do you know if she was directing it at Tyler,
To Travis.
Chris, or Sebastian?
Travis.
How do you know?
Because she said his name.
Was she able to stop him?
No.
Judge, I believe I'm done, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So let me, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to stand up and stretch for a moment while I talk with the lawyers. All right.
Here we go again. Another sidebar. I know what this lawyer's doing. She's just basically they scripted the whole thing with this defendant, and they just get out in front of it with everything. But it's so obvious they're doing that. There's actually probably bloody
All right, as you might
backfiring.
expect, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's going to be some cross-examination. It might be relatively lengthy, so because I think obviously it's important that you all get a lunch break. So as I promised last night, this is more or less a democracy when it comes to lunch breaks. After that, no, it's not a democracy. All right, so for lunch breaks, realistically, you can't really get anywhere off campus, so to speak, in less than an hour, but I will start with a half an hour break. Let me see by a show of hands how many of you would be satisfied or happy with a 1/2 hour break for lunch. 1, 2. All right, keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, 9 out of 14. The half hours have it, so to speak.
That half hour went quick. Judge is back and we're going on cross. I think that's the beauty of watching bit behind. You can just skip everything. Luna's going to blow my pin tweet. No, well, she's actually going to be joining me watching on Saturdays now for I don't think she's seen the Johnny Depp and Heard trial, so she's going to be joining me for it, Lefty. So if you're up for dick jokes, tits jokes, whatever. Oh, fucking Luna. Fucking Luna. She's a lunatic. But I will say this though, Lefty, right? I have never met a girl more mental than Luna. She's mental, but in such a great way. I love the girl. She's absolutely mental, but she's great. So if you want to see Luna, join me every Saturday. Not see her, but she'll be in chat every Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern, watching the Johnny Depp v Amber Heard trial. She might join me one day.
All right, welcome back, folks.
She might. I
Everyone
don't know.
take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your punctuality. All right, who's going to do cross-examination? All right, Ms. Perlette, you may begin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You, Chris Lowe, have known each other since middle school, right?
Yes.
You're like brothers?
Yes.
Very close, right?
Yes.
Same with Tyler Robinson, have known each other since middle school?
Yes.
And you would also consider him extremely close, like a brother to you?
Yes.
And Sebastian as well, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you guys would basically do anything for one another?
To a certain extent, yes.
At the time of the shooting, you've testified that you owned a 9mm Glock, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with firearms, were you not?
To an extent.
Well, you had a concealed weapons permit, didn't you?
Yes, I just had recently got it.
I'm sorry?
I just had recently acquired it.
Okay, so you did not have a concealed weapons permit at the time of the incident?
I did, but I didn't have it for long.
How long did you have it for?
A few months.
Okay, and as part of that, you need to get trained, right? In gun usage, is that correct? And how to handle a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, so you had some basic understanding of how to operate a firearm, right?
Yes.
Okay, you were comfortable with a firearm, right?
Yes.
You owned a firearm,
Yes.
and in fact, you had purchased multiple firearms.
Yes.
And once you would, it was your habit to buy firearms and then quickly sell them, was it not?
Not a habit. I wouldn't say that, but I did do it twice. Yes.
Okay, one time was to Tyler Robinson, right?
Yes.
And that was the 9mm Taurus, right?
Yes.
And you purchased that and then sold it to him the very next day. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
All right. Why'd you sell it to him so quickly?
I didn't need it anymore.
What?
I didn't need it anymore.
So you only needed it for 24 hours?
Yes.
Okay, what changed that you then could buy a gun and then decide within 24 hours you no longer needed that gun and sell it to Tyler Robinson?
Once you realize how it handles, how it shoots, I realized I didn't like it.
Okay, so you went shooting with it the minute after you bought it or shortly thereafter?
The gun range, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And then you said, hey, I don't want this, Tyler, I'll sell it to you.
Yes.
How much did you sell it to Tyler for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you sell it or did you actually give it to him?
I don't remember.
You said you sold it, so which one was it?
You told me I sold it to him.
Well, you agreed with me. Do you agree with anything that anybody tells you?
No, but you're telling me, so I'm
Why-
assuming that you know.
Did
You didn't
sell
ask,
them
you
the
told
gun?
me. Yes.
How much did you sell it for?
I told you I do not remember.
Did you do a bill of sale?
I do not remember.
And if you did sell it to him, that your name would have been on it, right? And the price and the legal transaction, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you said on direct examination that you're not a gun enthusiast. Remember that?
Yes.
But you certainly had familiarity with guns. We've established that.
Yes, to some
You
extent.
yes?
Yes.
You also had a different gun that you said at one point that you owned, a Pea Shield, and then you sold that one to a student up in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's a Pea Shield?
Another 9mm. Actually, I believe it's a 380. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay, and when did you purchase that gun?
I don't remember the exact date.
What year, what month? Do you remember that?
No,
Was it before or after you bought and sold the Taurus?
it was before the Taurus.
And why did you sell that gun to the college student?
I didn't like that gun either.
So did you sell that one the very next day as well?
Lloyd's roll
I don't believe so.
And how much did you sell that gun for?
I don't remember.
Who'd you sell that gun to?
To a friend,
What's his name?
Landon.
Landon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other guns that you've bought and sold?
Nope.
This
And
isn't
you've
scripted,
been
so
to the shooting range, right?
Yes.
And you've been to the shooting range with Chris Lowe and Tyler Robinson, haven't you not?
Not with Chris.
No?
No.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
You've also been to gun shows.
Yes.
And have you been to the gun show with Chris and Tyler?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
With Chris, right?
Yes.
So Chris had an interest in guns too, right?
I can't speak on his interests.
Well, he went with you to the gun show, right?
Yes, that is true.
All right, South Florida gun show.
Yes.
Did Chris buy a gun too there when he went with you?
No.
Did Tyler buy a gun when he went with you?
No.
On the occasion that the three of you went together, did you buy a gun?
Did I buy a gun that day? I believe that's when I got my gun. Yes.
The 9mm Glock?
Yes.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense 6. Recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Tyler's gun.
Is that the 9mm Taurus?
Yes.
That you sold him?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular gun has an extended clip, does it not?
I believe so.
Can you tell the jury, please, what an extended clip is?
A clip with more bullets than standard.
And why would somebody have an extended clip?
If the standard clip does not have enough bullets.
Do you know how many bullets that clip holds?
No, I'm unsure of the exact amount.
Has this gun been modified in any other way besides having an extended clip?
No.
And this is the weapon that you sold to Tyler Robinson.
Yes.
Good at this time to admit defense.
Any, which one is it? 6?
6.
Any objection? Very well, submitted without objections. Defendant's Exhibit 6.
And you've learned that that is in fact the gun that Tyler had with him on the night of the shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's your testimony. You told the jury that on the night of the shooting, you did not bring your gun with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But it's your habit to carry your gun pretty much with you at all times, is it not?
No, it is
shit.
Tell
She
me
is.
or tell the jury under what circumstances you carry your Glock with you.
not. I started carrying my Glock when I got my concealed license, and it depends on where I'm going, but anywhere, like, it just depends. I can't really give specific examples. I really don't have any specific examples to give you.
All right. Well, we know one place that you took your Glock was when you were subpoenaed to come to the courthouse for a deposition, right? You remember that?
Yes.
All right. So you received a subpoena and you were summoned to come to the courthouse
Yes.
to give a deposition in this case.
Yes.
There were lawyers present, court reporter. You remember that?
Yes.
And you felt the need to bring your Glock with you to that deposition?
It wasn't inside the deposition. It was in my car.
Right. But you brought it.
Yes.
You put it in your sister's car, right?
Yes.
And so that's an instance, right, where you believe that it was necessary to carry your Glock. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us any other examples when you would take your Glock, under what circumstances?
I really don't have any other examples to give you. This is after I was shot at. So now I really feel the need that I have to have my Glock.
Right, before being shot at, can you tell us when you would take your Glock with you?
I really don't have any examples to give you.
Before you were shot at, how did you carry your Glock? Where'd you put it?
In my bag.
In your where?
My bag.
In your bag, like a backpack?
No, like a bag.
A bag across your chest?
Yes, not my chest, but yes.
Yeah, I didn't see those tweets,
A
so
holster?
No,
What about Tyler? How would he carry his gun?
I'm not sure.
And at the time of the incident, do you know if Tyler had any other guns?
No,
Back in April of 2021, when this incident occurred, you knew that Travis Rudolph had guns. Is that correct?
yes,
You also knew that he had cameras at his home, right?
yes,
And I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand you when you were on direct and when you were talking with Miss Ellis. When you went to Travis's house on that one occasion, he didn't give you a code to his security cameras, did he?
he did.
He gave you a code to the house alarm, did he not?
Yes, but all the security is connected, I believe.
Okay, so you had the ability then to put in a code and turn on or off his cameras. Is that what you're telling us?
To arm the security. I'm not sure if that turns off or on the cameras because I'm not familiar with the system because I couldn't even tell you what system it is, but
Okay, so tell me exactly what you did.
I typed in the code and clicked arm.
Where do you type it into?
I'm not sure. It was like a tablet or of some sort. So I'm not sure.
Like a computer, like an iPad?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember what you did?
I told you what I did. I typed the code in and clicked arm.
Okay, so was it like an alarm pad on the wall?
I'm
or
not
was
sure.
You don't remember.
I'm not sure.
But it basically closed or secured the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it didn't allow you to manipulate cameras or anything, did it?
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't do that, right? You didn't manipulate any cameras.
No.
And on the night of the incident, you didn't turn any cameras away from the way.
Sure.
that's all I saw as well. But yeah, they go with
Gentlemen, remembering
sidebar now again. That's all I saw was that one screenshot as well. So when she posted that, I was like, "What?" It's funny. Well, it's not funny, but the tweet that she was that mentalist was tweeting about was you and me in the tweet. I was like, Jesus, how many people are coming after me? I thought, but no one did. So um, right, what are we doing here? Just waiting to see what time it is tomorrow. Is it going to be 8 o'clock start again, or is it going to be 9 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow? Just waiting on that. We're set up for
All
8 o'clock tomorrow, but
Mhm.
So you did nothing with
yeah,
security
Yes.
codes.
No. I never entered his home.
You never what?
Entered his home.
No, I'm not talking about the night of the incident.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the night of the incident.
I'm sorry. The time that you were at his house and he gave you some code, that was to secure the home, correct?
Yes.
It had nothing to do with cameras or anything else,
I'm not sure.
to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Now, when you were home the night of the incident, you were
Florida.
at your apartment in Delray, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's Spring Harbor Apartments?
Yes.
That's on Linton and Congress?
Yes.
And who lived there with you at the time?
Me, my mom, and my sister, I believe.
What do you mean you believe? You don't know if your sister lived with you at the time of the incident?
She moved out, so I don't know if it was before or after at this point. It's been a long time since then.
Okay, so
So she could have lived there, yes, at that time, yes.
you're not sure.
Not really.
Two-bedroom apartment, correct?
3 bedrooms.
And your mom and stepdad and yourself
Me and my sister, yes.
and possibly your sister.
My sister did live there.
Okay. At the time, she did live there.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
All right. And you occupied one bedroom, your sister
I had
occupied
another
another,
bedroom, yes.
and your parents or your mom and your
Yes.
stepdad.
A mom.
Not your stepdad?
My stepdad as well, yes.
And you did not have a car at the time, right?
No.
Your mom had a black Cadillac at the time?
I think it's like bluish black, yes.
And at the time of the incident on April 6th, your mom was not home. She was out of the country in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
What about your stepdad?
I don't know.
When you were home that evening at roughly 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that area, you received a phone call from your sister, right?
Text first and then a phone call, yes.
All right. And the text, there's been some discussion about that. That was the text that said something along the lines of what? Tell the jury.
She just said that Travis had slammed her.
Okay? And you then received another text after that, right?
No, then she called me and then she came home.
Okay, and then when she called you, she was crying. She was very upset. You remember that?
Yes.
She was so hysterical, so flustered that you really couldn't make out everything that she was telling you.
Yes.
So you guys actually spoke.
Yes.
And she told you again that Travis had slammed her to the ground and disrespected her, right?
Yes.
Now that he picked her up off her feet and slammed her down.
Yes.
And you were really concerned because she had recently had cosmetic surgery,
Yes.
right? You were worried about her.
Yes.
And then she texted you again, right? You and Tyler.
That was way after. Like, she came home, I got out the shower, I got dressed, and then she texted me.
So the time that she texted you, go shoot up his shit or something along that line, that was after she was already home with you?
Yeah, that was after that. Yeah.
You sure? Why would she text you if she was home talking to you and text you when you were in the house?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it true that she texted you before she got home?
I'm not sure what time she texted me.
Okay, so let's do this. When she got home, you were home in the apartment.
Yes.
Nobody else.
Yes.
Okay, you had already spoken on the phone.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you had already received a text from her saying that he slammed her to the ground 2 times, picked her up off her feet and slammed her to the ground and had disrespected her, right?
Yes.
She was crying hysterical.
Yes.
All right, when she got home, what did you two do?
She told me and I told her I'm going to go over there and speak to him. That was really pretty much it. I just told her that.
Okay, and in that circumstance, you did not take your Glock, right?
Yes.
You left that, okay. Why are you looking down every time there's questions about guns?
I'm not looking down.
Well, when Miss Ellis was questioning you,
Sustained.
okay, so you're telling this jury that under this circumstance, after your sister tells you that she's been slammed to the ground, disrespected, basically beaten up, that in this circumstance, you don't take your gun to go talk to the offender, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were at the apartment with Dominique, you saw a number of bruises. You testified to Miss Ellis. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember seeing bruises on her face, scratches on her face?
I'm not really sure of the exact location of the bruises and scratches. I just remember she had bruises and such.
Okay. And you remember them being on her legs?
I don't really recall the exact location.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right. All right. All right.
Isn't it true that when Dominique got to the apartment that you saw scratches on her face? Remember that?
Yes.
Is it also true that you saw bruises on her arms? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Don't you remember seeing bruises on her legs as well?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing bruises
Yes.
So she was pretty banged up, right?
Yes.
And you didn't call the police, did you?
No, I did not.
Why? If your sister had been beaten and battered, why didn't you call the police to report a battery against Mr. Rudolph?
Because I feel as if the situation was so personal. I feel like it's easier to make that decision when you don't personally know someone. But I feel like I could talk to him, so that's what I attempted to do.
You didn't want the police involved because she wasn't injured. She had nothing on her. Isn't that true?
No.
Okay, so if your sister comes home, you already implied and suggested that you are her protector. She was beaten. You wanted to go talk to Travis, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're her protector. You're there to make sure she's okay. Why didn't you call the police, who would have made sure that this man would have been arrested for battery?
Overruled. It's cross-examination. Go ahead.
Why didn't you call the police to make sure that this man was arrested for battery?
Because I felt like the situation was personal, and I knew him personally, so I felt like I could talk to him.
If the situation was so personal, why didn't you let your sister fight her own battle? Why did you have to go there?
Because that's my sister.
So?
I love her. Like, that's my sister.
So you went to go see somebody that your sister had an issue with.
Yes.
Okay? You've already testified that your sister is very emotional. Remember that?
Yes.
You also suggested that she embellishes. Remember that?
Embellishes?
She exaggerates.
I don't recall, but
Okay. But you sort of said, yeah, she's emotional. Things can get out of control. You remember something along those lines?
she's emotional, yes.
Okay. So did it ever dawn on you that maybe she made this whole thing up?
No.
Of course not, because she's your sister, right?
Exactly.
You just took whatever she said at face value, right?
And I went to ask him if that is true what happened. That's why I went there to talk to him.
Well, you also said that you tried calling his phone, right?
Yes.
And why didn't you call his mother?
I don't have his mother's number.
Your sister has his mother's number. Why didn't you get it from her?
I didn't know she had his mother's number.
You could have called his sister, Tierney, right?
I don't have her number.
Your sister has the number.
I was unsure if she had it. I didn't know.
You're unsure that these people who have been dating for a year and a half don't have one another's numbers?
I didn't know.
Why didn't you ask? Why didn't you say, hey, Dominique, you know what? Look, this, let's call Linda. Let's call Tierney. Let's try to talk this out that way. Why didn't you even think about that or do that?
Because this is not something I do all the time. So I'm at face value a novice at this point. Like, I don't know what I'm exactly supposed to do in every situation. It's easy to say what I should have done in hindsight, of course, because the situation already occurred. But in the moment, you can't tell what is the right decision.
But that would have been reasonable, right? It would
Yes, of course.
call the police.
Yes.
It would have been reasonable to call her family members.
Yes.
Instead, you took matters into your own hand, right?
Yes.
You were going to go retaliate. You were going to go be a vigilante and take matters into your own hand, right?
No, I was going to go speak to him.
Okay. At midnight, right?
It wasn't midnight yet, but it eventually became
When you
midnight.
got there, it was midnight, wasn't it?
Yes.
And why didn't you just go man to man and have a talk with him? Right? You're the big protector. Why didn't you get in your car and go talk to him?
I'm not sure.
You've said she's your sister. You love her. You're her
Yes.
protector. You could have gotten in that car and drove to his house and had a chat, right?
Yes.
You didn't do that.
No.
Right. Because
Yes.
you weren't there to talk. That's what you want this jury to believe, but that's not the truth. You were there to shoot him because
No.
that's what you were instructed to do. Right?
No.
You think it's reasonable that you're telling this jury that you were going there to talk, yet you've just said you don't know why you didn't get in the car to go talk to him. You have to bring your friends to go talk, right?
Yes.
Why did you need 3 other grown men, one of whom we know definitively had a gun, the one you sold him? Why did you need to go there with your crew, with your posse, to talk?
I didn't need them, but they came with me, yes.
Because you wanted to make sure that he never stood a shot, that you guys were going to beat him, cause him great bodily harm, or kill him, just like your sister told you to do.
No.
You decide, rather than going to Mr. Rudolph's house to have this talk, as you put it, that you're going to go to one of your best friends, Mr. Robinson's house, right?
Yes.
So you planned this. You got in your vehicle, your mom's caddy, and you drove there, right?
I got in my vehicle and drove there, yes.
Well, it was your mom's vehicle, right?
Yes.
Right. And you got to Mr. Robinson's house. What time was it?
I'm not sure on the exact time, around 10-ish, 11, I'm not sure.
All right. And when you arrived there, you said you didn't call Sebastian and Chris Lowe, did you, to tell them to meet you there?
No.
So Tyler Robinson called them to meet them there, right?
I'm not sure who called them.
Well, how did they get there?
I am not sure.
Okay. All right. So when you arrived there, somewhere between, you're not sure of the time, but it was before midnight, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're all just sitting around. You didn't say, oh my God, Sebastian, what are you doing here? You didn't say that, did you?
I'm not sure.
You didn't say, Chris, what are you doing here?
I'm not sure.
You didn't say, God, by golly, I was home getting ready to do my homework and go to bed, and now I'm at Tyler's house, and all my best brothers are here. It never dawned on you to ask why, right?
I mean, I knew why, because they knew I was going over there, so they came to support me.
How did they know? You said you didn't call them,
I didn't,
and you didn't know that Tyler called them. So how on earth did you know they were there?
because I seen them there.
Well, before, when you got there, obviously.
Exactly. That's
But
when I figured out that they were there.
But you never said to them, hey, what are you all doing here?
No, because I knew what they were doing there.
So what were they doing there? What
They came to support me.
do you mean support you?
To support me. That's what I mean.
Okay. You mean to go over and have this talk with you to Mr. Rudolph, right?
Essentially, yes.
All right. So why did you need three other men to go with you to have a chat?
I didn't need them.
But you brought them with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say to them, whoa, never mind, guys. You know, I want to do this man to man. You guys all stay here. I've got this. I'm only going there to talk, right?
Exactly. No, I didn't say that.
Why did your brothers ask you if you had your gun with you? You said that on direct examination with Miss Ellis. You said your brothers asked if you had your gun with you. Why did they ask you that?
Because they know I have a gun.
So you do carry your gun as a habit.
Not as a habit, but I do carry my gun, yes.
Okay. So you're there only to go to this man's house for a talk, and you're talking with your brothers, and somehow in that setting, in that context, they ask you if you have your gun with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling the story you didn't.
I did not have my gun. Yes.
And isn't it true that while you were all at Tyler's house, sitting around talking, planning on going to Mr. Rudolph's house, that Sebastian kept urging Tyler Robinson to take his gun? Isn't that a fact?
I don't know if that's a fact.
Isn't it true? You were all there together talking about what you were going to do and what you were going to do at Mr. Rudolph's house.
No.
So you were all in different rooms? You weren't talking together?
We were in the living room.
All right, all of you together, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you never heard Sebastian adamantly insisting
No, I did not.
that Tyler take his gun.
No, I did not.
Who's Tyrone?
His brother.
And Tyrone
Tyler's.
was there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
Did you guys call anybody else to meet you?
No.
No? Did you guys FaceTime anybody else or text anybody else to meet you at Mr. Rudolph's house?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, what do you mean you don't believe so? Did you?
I don't remember.
It's so possible.
I don't know.
Who's AP? Do you know somebody by the name of AP?
No.
You know somebody by the name of Hack?
No.
No? You sure?
I know a Hackshaw. Jonathan.
Okay. Who's that?
Jonathan, my friend.
Okay. And tell me about Jonathan. Mr. Hackshaw.
What would you like to know?
How old is he?
23, I believe.
How do you know him?
We went to the same school.
Okay, and he's also a friend of Tyler Robinson's?
Not really. More so my friend.
More so your friend.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Hackshaw to go to Mr. Rudolph's house that night?
I don't remember.
So it's possible.
I don't remember.
So you don't remember. So it could be yes, it could be no.
I don't remember.
Why would you even tell somebody like Hack possibly to go to Mr. Rudolph's house that night?
What do you mean by someone like Hack?
Or anyone? Why you said you don't remember? So I'm implying, or I'm taking that as it's possible that you did. So I'm asking you, if you're going to go to somebody's house at midnight for a chat, why is it possible that you would have asked Hackshaw to maybe meet you there?
I don't know.
You have no idea why you would do that.
No.
You would agree that makes no sense, right?
Doesn't.
Okay. You know somebody by the name of Natalie?
Yes.
Who's that?
At this point, no one, but someone I was talking to at the time.
Somebody who?
That I was speaking with at the time.
Okay. Is it a friend, girlfriend?
Friend.
Does Natalie also know Dominique?
No.
Does Natalie know Tyler?
No.
When your sister got to the apartment before you left for Tyler's house, you've already testified about a number of injuries that she's had to her face, her legs, scratches, bruises. You said she was pretty bad, beaten up. You never sought any medical help for her?
No.
You didn't take her to the hospital, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. And we already know that you didn't call 911 for help or anything, right?
Yes.
Right. So in that condition, you decided to leave her there alone and to go to Mr. Rudolph's house, right?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at Mr. Robinson's house other than the people we've just discussed?
No,
Why didn't Tyrone go with you guys?
I don't know.
You didn't ask him?
No.
When you left Tyler's house, you left in your mother's caddy, right?
Yes.
And Tyler was seated in the front seat next to you?
Yes.
And Chris Lowe was in the back?
Yes.
And Sebastian was in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember while you guys were driving, well, let me ask you this, how long did it take roughly to get to Mr. Rudolph's house?
Around 30 minutes. I'm not sure the exact time.
Okay, and you put his address in your GPS, is that correct?
I believe someone GPS it. I'm not sure who, but
It
yes.
may have been one of the other guys,
Yes.
but it was GPS.
Yes.
And you had been there on one prior occasion, right?
Yes.
You didn't remember how to get there?
I did.
Okay, so then why'd you GPS it?
Just to double check.
Just to double check.
Yes.
So you knew where Mr. Rudolph lived, you had been to the house.
Yes.
There's no question about that, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, please, Tyler Robinson, who was seated next to you, why, while you guys were driving to Mr. Rudolph's house, that Mr. Robinson received a number of FaceTime calls from individuals?
I don't know.
You don't remember him receiving a FaceTime call while you guys were driving to Mr. Rudolph's house with him sitting right next to you in the passenger seat?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Robinson receiving any text messages from Hack while he was sitting next to you in the car as you're driving to Mr. Rudolph's house?
No.
You know why Tyler Robinson, who was seated next to you in the car, made an outgoing FaceTime call at 11:29 to somebody whose name I don't know?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what a FaceTime call is, how that works?
You FaceTime them. You click the FaceTime button and call them.
Okay, and just for people like me who aren't really tech savvy, you're basically not speaking into the phone. You press a button on the iPhone and then that person's face shows up and you put it in front of your face and you can actually see that person's person, right?
Yes.
And then you communicate with the phone being at some distance from you, right?
Yes.
Loud, right?
Yes.
You don't put it up to your ear.
Yes.
That'd be silly because the person's here. That's the whole purpose of having this face communication, right?
Yes.
And you're telling the jury that during this drive to Mr. Rudolph's house with Tyler Robinson next to you, you don't recall him receiving or making any outgoing FaceTime calls to any individuals, including Hack. Is that right?
Don't remember.
You don't what?
Remember. I do not remember.
So it's possible.
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you tell this jury why, if you know, Mr. Robinson, who's seated next to you during the drive, would have texted your friend Hack Mr. Rudolph's address about 20 minutes before the shooting, 550 Teak Drive? Why would your friend have done that?
I don't know.
Did you tell Tyler, who was seated right next to you, hey, call my friend Hackshaw, and tell him to meet us over at Mr. Rudolph's house? Did
No.
you tell him to do that?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
100%.
100% sure.
Then
Yes.
why did he do that?
I do not know.
You can't offer any insight to that?
No.
Isn't it true that Hackshaw did in fact end up there?
I don't know.
So it's possible, right?
He wasn't there when we were there. No.
Now, you with respect to the one of the texts that there was some discussion about that you actually sent,
Yes.
the dead man walking.
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you meant by that.
Honestly, I was just hyperbole in a sense, and I just
Hold on. What's hyperbole? What does that mean?
to exaggerate.
Okay. So you sent that as an exaggeration?
Yes.
So you didn't really mean to shoot him, but you meant to maybe do something else to him?
No, it just means that it doesn't mean exactly what it said. It's not, you don't take it literally.
Okay. So what did you mean by that?
I didn't mean nothing specifically.
You would agree that's an odd choice of words,
Yes.
especially after you've been ordered to go shoot up his shit?
Yes.
Okay. You wrote that because that's exactly what you intended to do, right?
No.
You said you sent that to calm your sister down, to get her in quote unquote better headspace, right?
Yes.
Something along those lines.
Along those lines, yes.
But for no other reason.
No.
Yet after you sent that text, within a very short period of time, you're at Mr. Robinson's house with your friends who just mysteriously show up and they ask you, do you have your gun? Right?
Yes.
And you find out that Tyler Robinson does in fact take his gun with him.
No. I found that out after the fact.
Right. Well, you claim that there was no discussion at the house regarding a gun and that you didn't hear Sebastian insist that Tyler take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you never saw a gun on Tyler, who was seated right next to you in the car?
No.
When you got to Mr. Rudolph's house, let me ask you this. Were you aware before you left for Mr. Rudolph's house that your sister had smashed Travis's cell phone?
No.
Broken it? No? Okay. So when you were calling him at the apartment with your sister there, and he didn't pick up or respond to texts, she never told you that she smashed and broke his phone?
No.
She never offered to give you any other phone numbers, the house phone, for example, that's in his house, right?
No.
Or his family members' phone numbers?
She wasn't home when I was calling him, but no.
Oh, okay. Did your sister tell you prior to going over there to have a talk that she hit him over the head with a trophy?
No.
Did your sister tell you before you went over there to have this chat that she smashed his PlayStation?
No.
Did she tell you that she picked up a tequila bottle and hit him over the head?
No.
Did she tell you that she called Tierney, his sister, and threatened to have him killed?
No.
Did she tell you that she called his mother, Linda, and made threats to her as well?
No.
You didn't know any of that.
No.
If you had known any of that, would that have changed what you did?
I'm unsure.
It's possible.
I don't know.
You were still going to go protect your sister no matter what, right or wrong, right?
I don't know.
You had blinders on. You didn't care about the circumstances. It just took her saying, he slammed me to the ground, picked me off my feet, slammed me down, disrespected me. You go take care of him. That's all it took.
I just wanted to figure out what would happen. So yes, I essentially went over there to talk.
Right. And we know that you decided not to do it on your own, and you decided not to cool off and wait till the following morning, right?
Yes.
You could have gotten in your car the next day, drove over to his house, had a chat, right?
Yes.
You guys were pretty close. We've seen some text messages that are in evidence. You had
Yes.
a good relationship, right?
Yes. That's why I didn't think that he would shoot me.
You could have also made you think this is so out of character. Let me go over there the next day and talk to him, right?
Yes, because essentially the action of him putting his hands on my sister was out of character. So that led to everything that happened next.
Right. But again, there was absolutely nothing preventing you from doing it on your own or the following morning, right?
No.
You knew that there were cameras outside of the house at Mr. Rudolph's. Is that correct?
I knew he had cameras. I wasn't sure on the exact positions of all the cameras.
Not the position, but you were aware there were cameras outside, right?
That's what I'm saying. Outside would be a position of the camera. I wasn't sure on the exact positions. I just knew that he had cameras.
Okay, so you're telling the jury you did not know that he had cameras outside?
I knew he had cameras at his house, but I wasn't sure on the
You didn't know
exact.
where they were located or what they could capture?
I just didn't know where they were located.
You didn't see cameras when you got to his door?
I don't remember looking to identify cameras.
Isn't it true that you knew there were cameras?
I knew he had cameras, yes.
Right, and that's why you guys didn't have your gun out when you got to the door. You told everybody, hey, he's got cameras there. Keep your guns in your pockets. Isn't that true?
No.
No?
That's the reason I wouldn't bring a gun to his house, because I know he has cameras. I wouldn't bring a gun.
Well, you had your hands up underneath your hoodie. You remember that?
Yes.
You testified that you put your hoodie up when you're mad, right?
Yes.
You weren't fiddling with your gun underneath your hoodie. You didn't have it in your waistband.
No, I was touching my stomach.
When you got to Mr. Rudolph's house, you did some interesting things. You have testified that you know where he lived.
Yes.
So there was nothing preventing you from pulling up into his driveway or parking alongside the house, right?
Yes.
But instead, you decide that you're going to park several blocks away on Redwood, which is not near Mr. Rudolph's house.
Yes.
And isn't it true that the reason you did that was because you knew he had guns, you knew he had cameras, you did not want to give him an opportunity to prepare himself for your attack, so you parked far away so that you guys could sneak up on him?
No.
So why on earth would you park your vehicle the first time several blocks away from his house when there was nothing preventing you from parking at his house?
Honestly, if I'm being transparent, I didn't really want to give off any sort of aggression towards him. And again, this is not something I do often. So in this instance, you know that it looks wrong to do that. But at the time, it's like I don't go talk to people. I don't know that it's gonna look like this. In hindsight, after the fact, we don't get shot at. This doesn't happen. It doesn't look wrong. So in this instance, I didn't know at that point in time that it would even come to this. So
You parked far away at night so that you could sneak up on him, and that's exactly why you parked the car that far away.
no,
You parked, you all got out of the vehicle, you put your cell phone in the trunk, correct?
yes,
And you did that because you knew there was going to be a brawl or a shootout, and
No.
you didn't want your phone to get damaged, right?
no.
Why would you leave your cell phone in the trunk?
Honestly,
Yeah,
at this point, I don't. In my head, worst case scenario, maybe a fight, but I don't know.
so you have no real good answer other than there may be a fight, so my cell phone could get damaged, and I don't know.
Yes,
Okay. And then you get back in your car and you move the car up a little bit further,
yes,
but still a pretty good distance from Mr. Rudolph's house, and that's where you ultimately leave your car, right?
yes,
And you testified on direct examination that you pulled it up to quote unquote shorten your walk. You remember that?
yes.
Well, if you wanted to shorten your walk, why didn't you pull up right near his driveway?
Same answer before. I really didn't want to give off any other signs of aggression or anything like that.
Because that's what was in your mind. You were going there with aggression in your mind.
No,
That's why you didn't do it.
no, ma'am.
When you parked ultimately several blocks from the house, you all walked up to the door, right?
Yes,
Okay. And we've seen the ring video. You watched it.
yes,
Described it.
yes.
May.
I'm going to show you what's marked as one. Hello. Do you recognize this? Okay. Let me see how to best do this.
Love her already with a mic.
Can
Love
see
you
this from over
already.
here, Mr. Jones?
Yes,
Sure.
yes.
Okay. Can you tell us who this is in the hoodie?
That's me,
Who's this person right here?
Travis's brother.
Travis's brother?
Yes,
And who's this person in the back?
Sebastian.
Okay.
It's okay. I think this is a very good attorney.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, can you all see this or do you need to have it closer? I see a thumbs up. Anybody having trouble seeing it? Apparently not. Okay, go ahead. Sure. You are what?
She's quite relentless. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, all right.
She
So
knows.
You want to identify them then? Okay. So what are they?
She knows that I was scripted the first
Okay,
time.
Defense Exhibit
She's
1
got
is
off to
admitted
just-
without objection. Yes, ma'am.
I like her. Hard hitting.
That is a blown up image of something. Okay, all right. A portion of the video, a still from the video blown up. Got it.
That's number 2. Admitted evidence. Can you see this, Mr. Jones?
Yes,
Okay.
It
She
too is
uses
a
the
blow up
mic.
from the
It is.
video?
It is, Your
The
Honor.
Ring camera video?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
Hold on, please. Can you tell us who this is, please?
Chris.
Chris Lowe?
Yes,
Who is this?
me,
And who is this back here?
Tyler,
And who is this?
Sebastian.
And can you tell me what Tyler is wearing?
I can't see.
Why don't you step down? Maybe
I'm
you
saying,
step
like
down?
you can't really see
Of
Tyler.
course you can, but use the pointer so you don't inadvertently block the jury's view. There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Does he have clothes on?
He doesn't have a shirt on.
He does or does not?
He does not have a shirt on.
Why don't you step down, please?
I really can't tell.
Take a look. He does have a shirt on? Showing you it's been admitted as defense number 3, which is also a clip from the video, the ring video that was taken at the front porch. Who is this?
Chris.
And this?
Sebastian.
And who is this?
Me.
Okay. May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Watch your step, Mr. Jones.
You have any trouble with your vision? Okay. Can you see this okay? You want to step over here a little bit? You sure? Can you tell the jurors what this item is in Chris Lowe's front room pocket? His phone. You're 100% sure. Okay, how do you know that? So he had his phone and you saw him, or he told you that he's putting it in his right front pocket? He told you that. I think we're having trouble.
Well, then maybe you need to move that over there. And then that way you can use the one of the 3 microphones on the podium. And then Mr. Jones can use the handheld. Or wait a minute, maybe we got it better. You, Deputy Lipinski.
And right here, you said this is Sebastian, correct?
Yes.
And there is a very large, what appears to be a fairly large item in his right front pocket that has a pointy front. Do you see that? Tip. See that pointy tip?
I'm not sure, but you're telling me, so yes.
No. I don't want you to disagree with me. But tell me, does that tip on that item appear to be pointy to you? Or am I imagining that?
It's really subjective. I'm not sure.
How would you characterize the tip of that item?
It looks like it's something in his pocket. I'm not really sure.
Would you represent to the jury that that tip of that item is square and flush, or does it appear to be a tip?
It looks like a corner.
Okay. With respect to the item in Chris Lowe's front right pocket.
Yes.
Okay. There also appears to be a bit of a tip, but less of a tip, and a long line or edge on the right. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. Just wait there for a moment.
Of course.
Showing you what's been admitted into evidence as defense number 5, which is also a clip from the Ring video taken.
So it's another still image, and they're
Yes.
1 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all 3, 1 through 5 are admitted without objection. They're all stills from the Ring camera video. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury who this is?
Tyler.
Okay. And is Tyler wearing the same shirt that he had on moments before?
Nope.
Okay. Do you know why Tyler took his shirt off?
No.
You remember testifying on direct examination that Tyler left his shirt in the trunk of the vehicle?
I said I wasn't sure.
Okay, you can have a seat.
Yeah, I was going to say they need to move that mic. I like this. I like this defense attorney.
I knew he took his shirt off, but I wasn't sure where he put it.
Is that to ready himself for a fight?
I don't know.
You would agree, though, that that's what it appears to be.
No, I would just agree that he took his shirt off.
Why was it that you had Sebastian bang on the door?
I didn't have him bang on the door. He just knocked on the door.
Well, okay, that's again subjective. But why didn't you? You were there to have the talk. Why didn't you go man to man and knock on the door? Why'd you have one of your buddies do it?
I didn't have him do it. We didn't make a decision on who was knocking on the door. He just knocked on the door.
But you would agree this is your beef. You're there to go talk to this man who disrespected your sister, and you didn't just go up and knock on the door. You had somebody else, or somebody else made the decision to go on there and forcibly bang on that door, right?
He knocked on the door, yes.
You didn't break Travis's windshield that night, right? On his vehicle?
I didn't know his windshield was broken.
I'm asking if you did. Did you break
No.
or smash his windshield?
No,
Did you see Tyler Robinson break or smash his windshield?
no,
Did you see Sebastian break and smash his windshield?
no,
You see Chris Lowe do that?
no,
You have any idea how that happened?
no.
You're aware that his windshield was smashed, right?
Currently, yes.
And you can't tell us how that happened.
No,
Did your sister do it?
I don't know.
Did your sister go back to Mr. Rudolph's house after you guys made a plan to go there?
No,
You sure about that?
that's not something she would do.
I'm asking you, not whether she would or would not. I'm asking if she did.
If he knows, overruled, you know.
I don't know.
Okay, well, there's been some text messages that have been admitted into evidence. You discussed them with Ms. Ellis.
Yes.
There's a text message that from Dominique, your sister, at 11:44, which was roughly 14 minutes or so before the shooting or before you went to the front door. And she wrote to you, "Where are you all at?" You remember that? Or "Where are you all out?"
Yes.
Why would your sister, minutes before a shooting, ask you where you are all at if she wasn't there waiting for you guys?
She asked where we're at because we didn't answer her, I guess. I don't know. We didn't call her or anything. I'm not sure.
You're speculating. You don't really know, right?
I don't.
You would agree. This sounds like she's there waiting and she's saying, "Where are you all?"
No, it sounds like she's asking us where we're at.
You told her you're going to Tyler's. You told her you're going to have a talk with this man. So why would she say, "Where are you all at?"
Because the last thing she heard from us was we're on our way. She doesn't know exactly where we're at, so she's asking us, where are we?
You told us and you told your sister.
Yes.
You were going to have a talk with this man at midnight.
Yes.
Okay. So why on earth would she care where you're at?
Because she doesn't know exactly where we're at. She knows we were on our way to, but that was the last communication we had. Of course, she's going to ask us, where are we, eventually.
Okay. But then in that same exhibit that's been admitted into evidence, Dominique, your sister, sent a text. Well, let me backtrack. There was a text between you, Sebastian, Tyler, and Dominique. It was a group text. And so was that last one, that one where are you all at, that your sister texted you guys? That was a group text that she sent to you, Sebastian, Tyler. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she knew you were all together.
Yes.
And you then wrote back, or was it you? I don't know if that, believe it was Tyler. "We're on our way." Is that correct?
We wrote that back to what?
You just said something about, you said you're on your way. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Dominique sent another text at 12:33. So this would have been after the shooting with a question mark. And then another text to the same group at 12:58, a few minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning, so roughly an hour after the shooting, with one simple word, "call." Right?
Yes.
Why would your sister be following your every movements and keeping track if you just went over to go talk to him?
Because she knows my intentions, but she's not aware of Travis's intentions.
She's tracking you.
Exactly.
She wants to know what you're doing because she knows you're going over there with a gun, and she's so angry at this guy. She wants him dead because that's what she told you to do.
No.
She's tracking you to see if that's what was done.
No.
She's quite compelling. She's relentless. I like her.
Sebastian, prior to this incident, was not friends with Mr. Rudolph. Is that correct?
No.
Chris Lowe wasn't friends with Mr. Rudolph, right?
No.
Tyler wasn't friends with Mr. Rudolph.
No.
They didn't have a relationship, right?
Not really a direct relationship, but no.
They didn't hang out with one another.
I mean, they met him before. They were there when we went to the gun show. So.
But other than that, they didn't really know each other like that, right?
No.
When you all parked the car before you went up to Mr. Rudolph's door, were the four of you together as a group?
Yes.
And you walked together up the walk or up the block as a group?
Yes.
And when you approached the house, you were together as a group?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury who FaceTimed Tyler at 11:58, 2 minutes before you got to the house?
I don't know.
You were all together. You didn't see Tyler making or getting a FaceTime call?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why at 12:04 Tyler was FaceTimed again from somebody?
I don't know.
You have no idea. You didn't see that.
No, I don't remember that.
But you were all together.
Yes.
And again, a FaceTime call is where somebody's speaking to a phone like this, right? Not up to your ear.
You can put it up to your ear. I'm not sure how he answered the phone.
How was Tyler getting FaceTime calls?
I don't know.
Well, hold on. When he didn't have his phone, you said it was in the trunk.
I don't know.
You can't tell the jury?
I didn't know he got FaceTime calls until just now.
Okay. And you testified it was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
So you can't, no explanation.
No, I have no explanation to that.
Oh my God. She's just demolished him.
When Sebastian banged on the door, almost immediately, DJ, his brother, came out, right?
Yes.
And DJ was pretty calm and polite.
Yes.
And you guys, or you, demanded that you wanted to speak to Travis, right?
Yes.
And Travis came out.
Yes.
And when Travis came out, he did not have a gun, right?
Yes.
Yes, he did not have a gun.
Yes.
Okay. And when he stepped out of the house, isn't it a fact that Tyler, the guy who took off his shirt ready for a fight, sucker punched him in the side of the head?
No.
Isn't it a fact that you guys immediately attacked him, never giving him a chance to do anything?
No.
That's not true?
No.
But you don't know why Tyler took off his shirt.
No.
You can't really offer an explanation why you left your expensive iPhone in the trunk of your car, other than it's possible the fight was going to start, right?
Correct.
Exactly what happened. A fight broke out, a brawl.
Correct.
So much so that a neighbor across the street was concerned and put a clip in his gun.
Sustained. Rephrase, please.
Are you aware
No, I'm not.
that a neighbor was so concerned by what was happening that he himself went and got his gun?
No, I am not.
Would that surprise you?
Yes.
You guys attacked this man the minute he walked out of the house. After Tyler punched him in the side of the head, all four of you jumped on him. Isn't that true?
No.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler cornered him after he stepped away out of the camera's view and pulled his gun on Mr. Rudolph?
No.
How would you know if you were over here fighting with DJ?
I wasn't fighting with DJ.
Okay, so who are you fighting?
Travis.
So you were the only one fighting Travis?
I told you at the beginning of the fight, that's when I got slammed by Travis.
Okay. And then you've also testified that at some point all of you were fighting, right?
Yes.
All right. So if you're all fighting, how and trying to save your life, how is it that you can see what other guys are doing or not doing?
Because I'm there.
Yeah, but you're not watching them the whole time in the heat of the moment.
I'm watching Travis.
Right. You're not watching Tyler.
But if he were to pull a gun out on Travis, I would see that.
So you're only focused. This guy's beating you up to death, and you're now going, okay, I'm not going to look at my aggressor. I'm going to go look at Tyler and see if he's pointing a gun or doing anything. That's what you want this jury to believe?
Improper question.
All right. Approach, please. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
She's doing an excellent job. He's in the crosswire here. I gotta say, you start off. Well, I start every trial off innocent until proven guilty, but like I've seen nothing yet. I just think he's lying on stand. She's excellent. They could be careful that he gets not guilty and starts suing them for jumping on him and stuff. Yeah. It's like pumbling it.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
So are you telling this jury that while Travis is beating you up, that you're focused on Tyler and watching his actions?
No, I'm saying that if a gun were to have been pointed at Travis's head, I would have seen it.
Well, you would agree that it wasn't just you and Mr. Rudolph the whole time that were fighting.
Yes. But I never had any altercation with his brother. It was mostly just me and Travis. Like the main altercation I had was with Travis.
But not the whole time.
The whole time.
There were other times where there were other groups that had broken off and people were fighting. You're telling this jury that the whole time you were only fighting one individual? And
me personally, yes, I never fought DJ. I never fought his brother.
Okay. So again, while you were fighting with Mr. Rudolph, it's your testimony that you had the wherewithal then to focus on what another one of your brothers was doing?
If a gun were to have been pointed at his head, I would have seen it, yes.
Wasn't it a fact that's exactly what happened? That he took out his gun and he pointed it at Mr. Rudolph's head.
No.
You would agree, though, that there was a time where Tyler was off to the side near a palm tree and was fighting Mr. Rudolph. Do you remember that?
I'm not sure.
And you certainly remember when now that Mr. Rudolph ran into his house to get his gun, right?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact that the only reason he did that was because Mr. Robinson had pointed a gun to his head?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rudolph came back out. You saw the video.
Yes.
With his gun in his hand.
Yes.
He tripped and fell, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you testified that you heard somebody say, you got this, right?
Yes.
And you testified that that was Tyler Robinson who said that.
Yes.
So Mr. Rudolph was close enough. Well, do you know if Mr. Rudolph was close enough to Mr. Robinson when he said those words, you got this, you got this?
In the video, you can see the distance between them.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Robinson said that?
So he
You
could,
got this, you got this?
because he had a gun in his hand.
So what does you got this mean? If you know.
That just means stop.
That what?
Stop.
Okay. For Mr. Rudolph to stop, or that Tyler Robinson, meaning you got this, basically I surrender and I'm leaving. How did you interpret that?
For Travis Rudolph to stop.
What?
For Travis Rudolph to stop.
Okay. And Mr. Rudolph did in fact not shoot anybody, right, at that point?
No, he ran after us.
No. At that point, my question is, did he shoot his gun at you?
I said no, he ran after us.
And did he shoot?
When he got to us, yes.
At the point where he came out with his gun and Tyler Robinson said, you got this, at that exact moment, did Mr. Rudolph shoot his gun?
No.
You.
No.
Did he shoot his gun at Tyler?
At that moment?
At that moment?
No.
Did he shoot his gun at Chris?
No, we were in different positions. The only person who was, well, Sebastian and Tyler were more close to him. Me and Chris were on our way to the car at that time.
And the reason you ran to your car was because at that point you saw him that he had a gun, right?
No.
You were the first one to run down Redwood?
Yes.
And it was your intent to run back to your vehicle, right?
Yes, so we could leave.
Driver.
Yes.
You would agree that the other men, your brothers, they were still in the vicinity,
Chris was closer, but yes.
but they were not at the vehicle.
Chris was at the vehicle.
And you would agree, would you not, that DJ was on Redwood being beaten by one of your brothers?
I don't know.
So it's possible.
I don't know.
Did you see DJ being beaten by Sebastian?
No, I didn't see that.
Do you remember, because you said Chris Lowe was closest to you, that Chris actually turned away back from the vehicle and started running back down Redwood so that he could help Sebastian beat up DJ?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Testified that at one point he was close to you, right? You were in
Yes.
the vehicle first, right?
Yes.
And you never, when you got into your vehicle so that you would have been facing the very direction that Sebastian and DJ were fighting, you're telling this jury that you didn't see them fighting and didn't see Chris Lowe run back up.
No.
You never saw Chris sucker punch
No.
DJ in the head?
No.
You didn't see two men on one?
No.
You remember seeing Travis coming down the street, running to help his brother at that point?
No.
You didn't see that when you were sitting in your vehicle facing in that direction?
No.
You didn't see a fight that was roughly 20 to 30 feet from the point of the front of your vehicle?
No.
But at some point, it's your testimony that all of the other men ran to the car and jumped into the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And Sebastian was in the front seat,
Yes.
passenger seat,
Yes.
and Chris Lowe was in the back.
Yes.
And we know that you believed Tyler Robinson made it into the vehicle, but you now know or knew.
He did. He made it into the vehicle. He just got out.
You don't know if he fell out or jumped out, right?
He told me he jumped out. So
But you didn't see it with your own eyes.
no.
You don't know personally whether he jumped out or fell out of the vehicle.
No.
And isn't it a fact that Mr. Rudolph did not start shooting until all of you were in the vehicle, or Mr. Robinson partially in the vehicle, but the other three of you inside the vehicle?
I'm not sure.
Well, did he shoot? Let me ask you this. When you were running to your vehicle, did he shoot at you?
No.
When Chris Lowe was running back to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
When Tyler Robinson was running to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
When Sebastian was running to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
So he didn't begin shooting until you guys were inside the car.
I don't think Tyler fully got in, but I don't know.
Right. The other three.
I believe so. Yes.
And the reason he started shooting at that point, when he was roughly 20 to 30 feet away from the front of your mother's car, was that Sebastian had his gun and pointed it through the windshield, ready to shoot and kill him, right?
No.
No, that's not what happened?
No.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler Robinson, who was sort of hanging in the door frame in the rear, pointed his gun at Mr. Rudolph and DJ, and that's why he fired his gun.
No,
How do you know? You couldn't see behind you.
you're right, but I can see next to me.
In that moment, you're being shot at.
You said I wasn't being shot yet.
When you were in the vehicle, in that moment, you're all running. We saw the clip. We saw
Yes.
the video. Split second. You testified you sped out of there. It's your testimony now that you're focusing on and can see fully what Sebastian's doing.
Yes.
So you can see what Sebastian is doing in that moment, in that heat, when your adrenaline's running, yet you're telling this jury when you're moseying down to Mr. Rudolph's house, you don't see the same person, different person sitting in that exact same seat getting FaceTime calls throughout the night, right?
There's things that grab your attention.
Right.
So a gun in my face would most certainly grab my attention. An everyday phone call, I wouldn't really focus on, especially after getting shot at. Something as minute as who called him really becomes unimportant.
Unless it's somebody that you've recruited to come there and help, right? Like Hackshaw.
No.
So Tyler Robinson fell from the car or jumped from the car. We don't really know, but you know it now. He's not in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you later learned that he was hit
Yes.
and he basically had some graze wounds, right? He was released from the hospital the next day.
He had a hole in his hip.
He was released from the hospital the next day, was he not?
He had a hole in his hip, though.
But my question is not where his injury was or what it was. My question is, was he released from the hospital the next day?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
When you were being shot at, you ducked down,
Yes.
and Chris Lowe ducked down.
I'm not sure if he ducked, but yes.
You couldn't see him, right? Because he was in the back.
Yes.
Guess what?
Yes. He was in the back seat.
Just like Tyler Robinson was
Yes.
back. You couldn't see what he was doing either, right?
He definitely didn't put a gun past me, though. I can tell you that.
So you can see what one person in the
Precisely.
back was not doing, but you can't see you can see what the other person in the back is
I
doing.
would know because one thing is happening in front of me and one thing is happening behind me.
Tyler's out of the car. He runs,
Yes.
and you later learn that he ditched his gun from the police, right?
Yes.
He basically tried to conceal evidence. That's what that means, right?
No.
You're aware that the police located a gun later that evening or that morning, right?
Yes.
And after you realized that Tyler was no longer in the car, you looked over at Sebastian and realized that he shot, right?
I knew that instantly. Yes.
So Sebastian didn't duck, right?
I don't know.
And the reason he was shot was because he was sitting upright pointing a gun, right?
No.
The reason you weren't shot was because you ducked.
I don't know where he was shot at, so I cannot speak if that's why he got shot.
The reason Chris Lowe wasn't shot was because he ducked too, right?
I'm not sure.
And the reason Tyler got shot was because he was upright, just like Sebastian, pointing a gun as well, right?
No.
When you left that scene, you drove south, right?
I'm not sure in which direction that is, but I drove.
And rather than immediately getting on the phone, you had Chris's phone, you said, right? Whose phone?
Yes. Chris's phone.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
And you didn't.
Yes, because that would take too long for paramedics to get there. I wanted to get him to the hospital as soon as possible.
The hospital you never made it to, right?
Yes.
So rather than calling for help, 911, got somebody shot, get an ambulance here, right? You didn't do that.
That would have took longer than me just directly taking him to the hospital.
You don't know that. You're assuming that.
No, I would know that.
Okay. So you're in the car roughly 5 miles, right?
Yes.
Going down US 1.
Yes. Well, I don't know what road, but yes.
And you have in your GPS the hospital, right?
Yes.
St. Mary's Hospital.
I'm not sure which hospital it was.
And you're driving roughly 5 miles south. And do you even know what direction you're driving in?
No.
You're just trying to find the hospital.
Just trying to follow GPS. Yes.
Okay. And on that road, US 1, that then turns into Broadway, there are 2 huge hospital signs.
It's subjective, but
That's subjective?
huge. Yes.
What is it? You're familiar with typical hospital signs, right?
Yes.
They're rather large, right?
Couldn't say.
How large do you think they are?
I'm not sure.
Well, tell the truth.
I am unsure of the size of a hospital sign.
How would you characterize a hospital sign?
The
Can you
same
tell
as
what it looks like?
it's a sign with an H on it.
Okay. And they're pretty prominent. That's why they have them, so that people can see them and know where the hospital location is, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And you pass 2 of those large signs, and then you pass the hospital, right?
I'm unaware of that.
Well, the hospital was 5 miles back from 40th and 4 or 5 blocks back from 40th and Broadway. Are you aware of that?
So how did I pass it?
You have to tell me. Tell
No,
me.
are you telling me I drove past it? So it was on either one of my left or right sides, and I just didn't see it.
I don't know. You had the GPS on. It was.
But you just told me I drove past it.
It was on 45th, St. Mary's. You went.
That's not. I didn't drive past it. I took a right when I got out.
When you landed in the automobile, the abandoned shop.
Yes,
You
precisely.
could have made a right heading west to go to St. Mary's, and you didn't on 45th. You passed the
didn't-
hospital.
But how could I pass it if it's not directly on my left or right side? You're saying I passed it like
Playing
it's.
with words.
I'm not playing words. You're telling me I passed it when it wasn't on my left or my right side.
Okay, let's break.
If I can't see it, how did I pass it?
let's break
All
it
right,
down.
wait for the next question.
Of course.
You end up in an abandoned shop.
Yes.
Dark, right?
Yes.
Still didn't call 911.
No,
No. When you first arrived there, you did not call 911.
I called 911 as soon as we got there.
As soon as you got there,
Yes.
were you inside the car or outside the car when you?
I'm not sure.
You remember seeing Officer Panagua, first officer that was in the vicinity, who came up to you guys, pulled up?
The one I flagged down?
Well, did you flag him down? Let me ask it that way.
Yes, you can hear it in the 911 call.
Well, you're assuming that that's Officer Panagua.
Because you're telling me that I spoke with him. So that's the only officer I remember speaking with.
There were multiple officers there. You're assuming that the person on that,
Sustained.
you're assuming, are you not, that the officer on that 911 call is Officer Panagua? You don't know
No.
that.
I'm telling you that the only officer I interacted with was the first officer I seen and flagged down during the call.
So it's your testimony that you flagged down Officer Panagua.
I don't know who Officer Panagua is.
And when the, did you flag, you, so your testimony is that you, while you were on the phone with 911, you did flag down a officer, but you
Yes.
don't know who it is.
Yes, precisely.
And you were outside of the vehicle or inside the vehicle?
I'm not sure. I had to be outside because I was like, hey, right here, right here. I'm not sure.
And where was Chris at the time?
I'm not sure.
And after you made the 911 call, what did you do?
What do you mean by that?
Well, what did you do? I mean, the police arrived and
I was on the phone the whole time.
and then eventually you got off the phone, right?
Yes, and then they were there. That's when I'm talking to them now.
How many police officers were there at that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it just one or was it multiple vehicles?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
I do not remember.
And you were on scene there for several hours, were you not?
I believe so. I'm not really sure on the time frame.
Well, you eventually went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what time that was?
No.
Do you remember while you were at 40th and Broadway that you gave a statement to Detective Anderlin?
Yes.
And that was a sworn statement under oath?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Anderlin that anybody had a gun that night, right?
Correct.
Is it your testimony you didn't know that Tyler had a gun, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell Detective Anderlin that your sister sent you a text message to go shoot up Travis's shit, right?
No.
Okay. You didn't tell Detective Anderlin that you sent a text message back to Tyler and your sister saying that Travis is a dead man walking, right?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you tell the lead detective in the homicide case that you went there after you received a text to go shoot it up and you said this man's a dead man walking? Why wouldn't you tell the detective that?
Honestly, I forgot that even happened at that point. My only focus was Sebastian.
Okay.
Still, like that's still all that's in my head is Sebastian.
You spoke to her
Yes.
a couple hours after you and Chris were on scene.
I'm not sure on the exact time.
Were you and Chris talking about things that happened that night before you were interviewed?
No.
You had opportunity to.
But why would we want to talk about just getting shot at? A traumatic experience. Why would we want to speak? I still don't want to speak about it.
Were you present when Mr. Lowe gave his interview?
They separated us.
Were you present? Did you see that happen?
I couldn't hear him. But yes, we were in the same area when we both gave interviews. Yes.
In your interview, do you remember how long it was?
No.
Remember how long the police spoke with Mr. Lowe?
No.
But at some point they released you, correct?
Yes. Eventually.
And then the two of you took an Uber.
Yes.
And where'd you go?
Chris's house
Why'd you go to Chris's house?
to get his car.
Okay. And did you in fact get his car?
Yes.
Did you ever find out how Mr. Lowe got to Tyler's house that evening, if his car was back at his own house?
No.
So would that suggest that somebody picked him up? Do you know? Did you ever find out how he got there?
I don't know.
And after you got into his car, you went to St. Mary's Hospital, correct?
Yes.
But before you arrived at the hospital, isn't it a fact that your sister and you guys had FaceTimed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that the four of you, Dominique, Chris, and Tyler, while in Tyler's hospital room, had
No,
all
we didn't.
talked. You had
No,
all
we didn't.
FaceTimed.
Tyler was in surgery. How could we possibly FaceTime?
You were in what?
Tyler was in surgery. How could he possibly FaceTime?
So at no point did any of you FaceTime before Tyler was spoken to by the police. Is that your testimony?
Literally, no.
And you don't remember calling your sister and telling her what had happened that night?
I never did.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought on direct examination you said that you had spoken to your sister.
Yes, I had spoken to my sister and just telling her we got shot. I didn't explain to her in any detail of what happened.
You did speak with your sister.
Yes.
And that was by FaceTime?
No, I think it was a phone call. It was on Chris's phone. I don't remember.
Okay. But it's possible it was FaceTime? You don't recall?
I think it was a phone call.
But you're not 100% sure, right?
I think it was a phone call.
Were you present when your sister gave her sworn statement to Detective Ema?
No, I don't even know who Detective Ema is.
Were you present when your sister gave a statement to any law enforcement officer?
No,
Do you know where your sister gave that statement?
no,
But you were not with her.
no.
How did you leave the hospital? Was it just you and Chris, or was it you, Chris, and Dominique?
Just me and Chris.
How did Dominique get to the hospital? Do you know?
I don't know.
But she did in fact show up, right?
Yes,
And how did Dominique get home? Do you know?
I don't know.
Where did you go after?
To Chris's house.
Why didn't you go back to your home?
I don't know.
So you went back to Chris's house,
Yes,
and again, you didn't have enough concern about your sister who had been beaten to go back to your own home to help your sister, right?
Sebastian had just got shot.
Okay.
Tyler had just got shot.
So instead, you go to your friend's house, not back home to be with your sister.
I literally had no idea what I was doing at that point in time.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened that night?
Yes,
Despite all of the adrenaline and excitement and being shot at and everything else?
yes,
Sure about that?
yes.
When you realized that Tyler was not fully in the car, but was sort of in and out of the vehicle, I don't want to characterize your words, but at some point you realized he's not in the car, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You could not see if Tyler was pointing a gun at that point.
I know he definitely did not point a gun in the car.
But again, how can you tell us how you know that while you're being shot at, as you're driving away, as you're ducking down? You've testified to the jury you are ducking down. How can you see what's happening behind you?
You said that we didn't start getting shot until he already pointed the gun. I'm letting you know that he did not point a gun past my head to aim at Travis in the street, because that's what Travis was. I did not see Sebastian point a gun to aim at Travis. For me, we got shot after, is what you're saying, that he's seen guns were pointed. I'm telling you that I didn't see any guns pointed.
You're assuming that.
I'm not assuming.
No, let me finish my question. You're assuming that, based on your answer, that
course.
Tyler was pointing the gun straight through the windshield in order for you to see it.
I'm telling you that that's not what I seen. Like, there's no way that I could have missed that.
But we already know that the car door wasn't closed. He wasn't pointing it through the windshield. We know that he was out of the car. He was pointing it this way.
Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Robinson?
No, I did not.
Let me finish my question.
Of course, sorry.
Point the gun while he was hanging out halfway in and halfway out of the car, or had fallen out of the car. Could you have seen, or did you see him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph?
No.
And isn't it true that you would not have been able to because he was not in the vehicle? He was not pointing it through the windshield.
I assumed he got out the car when the shooting began. So, by definition of what you're saying, it really doesn't make sense for me not to see it. Because you're saying if it happened when he was out the car, but he got out the car after shooting started, then I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
All right. Isn't it true that to this very day, the police have never checked if the gun that you owned at the time of the shooting, that Glock 9mm, is in fact the very gun that is currently in your possession?
No, but they can.
That's not my question. My question.
No, I answer no.
They've never done that, right?
No.
So there's no way that law enforcement knows definitively whether the Glock you possess today is in fact the same Glock that you possessed back then, right?
No.
Isn't it a fact that before the law enforcement got to the location of 40th and Broadway, that you and Chris Lowe removed a gun from Sebastian's hand?
No.
Can you saw Sebastian, obviously, right?
Yes.
Do you remember his hand being in a position like this, where it appeared that he was pointing a gun?
No.
So you're telling us you never touched his hand, right?
Yes.
There would have been no reason for you to?
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you and Chris Lowe never removed a firearm from Sebastian's hand?
Yes, precisely.
I'm sorry, I can't see your eyes.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't toss a gun?
No.
You didn't toss your own gun?
No.
Chris Lowe didn't toss a gun?
No.
Nobody tossed a gun except for Tyler, right? The one
No.
that was found by police.
Yes.
Just want to go back to something and make sure it's clear. At the time, isn't it true that the time that Tyler Robinson was pointing a gun?
He was never.
Sustained. You're going to have to rephrase that question.
Okay. From where Tyler Robinson was in the car, could you see him pointing a gun?
Yes.
So you did see him point a gun?
No.
You would have been able to see. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And that's true even if he was outside of the vehicle, correct?
I'm not sure.
So if he was outside of the vehicle, it's possible you would not be able to see him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother, right?
Yes.
And the same is true if he was halfway in and halfway out of the vehicle.
It was my understanding that you said that Travis didn't begin shooting until after. So I'm unsure on what you're trying to say.
So if Mr. Robinson is halfway in, halfway out, falling out of the vehicle, isn't it true that there was no way that you could have seen him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother?
Are you saying after we were getting shot?
I'm asking at the point where he's hanging in and out of the vehicle, okay? You're focused on driving, speeding away, you're ducking down. Isn't it a fact that you could not have seen Mr. Robinson pointing his gun?
While we're being shot?
My question is, at the point that he's in and out of the vehicle,
Yes.
you could not see that.
Yes.
You could not see that
Yes.
before the shooting started.
But you said he didn't start shooting until after.
You could not know. You could not see Tyler Robinson pointing his gun while he was out of the vehicle or halfway in and out of the vehicle before the shooting started.
You said Travis didn't start shooting at us until we got in the vehicle.
After the guns were pointed. After
There were no guns being pointed.
I know that's your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that it would have been impossible for you to see that Tyler Robinson, while he was halfway in and out of the car, or after he jumped out of the car, according to you, before any shots were fired by Mr. Rudolph.
What's the objection? All right, it is. All right, so rephrase the question, please. Sustained.
Isn't it true that when Tyler Robinson, according to you, jumped out of the car, okay, before Mr. Rudolph fired a single shot, hold on, that it would have been impossible for you to see Tyler pointing a gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother?
Tyler did not get out the car before shots were fired.
Mr. Rudolph didn't fire a single shot until Tyler and Sebastian pointed guns at him. Isn't that a fact?
They did not point guns at him.
Your testimony is that neither one of them pointed a gun,
Yes.
even though it's impossible for you to see what Mr. Robinson was doing while he was outside of the car.
That would have been after being shot.
Before.
But you said that Travis didn't start shooting until we.
Before.
But you just said that he didn't start shooting until we were all in the car.
My question is, you weren't all in the car, right? You've
That's what
already
you
said that.
We were in the car.
So Tyler Robinson was in the car as well? In the car, door closed, you were all in the car?
We were all in the car, and then he got out after shooting started.
The door never closed. He never made it in the car.
Sustained.
Isn't it a fact that he never made it fully in the car?
That is not a fact.
You don't know because you were ducked down. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure at what point I started ducking in relation to when he got out the car.
You just testified a moment ago that Tyler didn't fully ever get into the car. You remember that?
I'm unsure.
Those were your words. Tyler didn't fully get into the car.
I'm not sure.
You don't remember just testifying to that a moment ago?
I remember saying that I'm not sure if he got fully in or not, but I'm not sure.
So if Tyler never fully got in the car, it would have been impossible for you to see him point his gun at Mr. Rudolph and DJ. Isn't that true?
It just depends on which side he's on, because you can only be halfway in and halfway out. He's right-handed. He's not going to point a gun with his left hand. So
What side was he on?
my left, behind me.
So he was behind you,
Yes.
okay? And your position is that he's not fully in the car. He's on the street, and
I'm not sure.
you could not see him pointing his gun?
I did not see him pointing a gun.
This is a masterclass by her, I think, because he's getting pissed. And she's putting him in ropes because now he's committed to all these things. It sounds easy when you're scripting it, but
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
check for any other questions. She's putting a lot of doubt out there on all this. That's all she needs to do.
Just going back a few more questions with respect to Tyler and the vehicle. You've testified now that Tyler Robinson was directly behind you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to this jury, please, how you couldn't see Tyler Robinson pointing a gun when he's behind you and, according to you, not fully in the vehicle? How can you see behind your head what's going on? Explain to the jury, please.
I'm just saying personally that I did not see him point a gun forward past me.
So you don't know if he did then?
I know that I didn't see him point a gun.
So it's possible he did. You don't have eyes in the back of your head, correct?
I'm not sure. It depends. Like I said, it depends on what side he's on. Like, he's not left-handed. So if he's on my right side and he's halfway in and halfway out, he's not out the car pointing a gun with his left hand. He would have to point it past me, and I'm telling you, I did not see it.
That's not my question. My question is, you don't have eyes in the back of your head, right?
No.
He's behind you, directly,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
According to you, he didn't fully get in the vehicle, so that's either he's partially out, all out, but he didn't get fully in the vehicle, right? Those were your words.
I said I was unsure if he got in fully. I just know for a fact that as soon as shooting started, that's when he left the vehicle.
And before the shooting started, you can't tell this jury or explain to this jury how it is that you can tell them now that Tyler did not point a gun from that position before the shooting started when you weren't in a position to see it because you were looking straight ahead. Explain to the jury that, please.
I was in a position to see if he pointed a gun past me in the direction. So I'm confused on how any other way he could point it.
Well, that's assuming that you're looking in that direction. What if your head was turned this way? What if your head was looking straight ahead?
You just told me I was.
Sustained, it is.
Explain to the jury how you can see something that's happening behind you when somebody's not fully in the car. You can't tell them for sure whether he was pointing his gun or not. Isn't that true?
I can tell them for sure that he did not point a gun past me to aim at Travis.
Assuming, again, that you're looking in that direction. Right?
It has.
I said that already. Am I going? Yes, I did. I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, very well. I'm assuming there'll be some redirect examination, right? Have you any, briefly? Describe briefly for me, if you will. Okay, very well. We'll take care of that. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Let's go back to beginning of this and just to reiterate some stuff and to clarify some stuff for the members of the jury here.
Of course.
When did this defendant start shooting at you guys?
He started shooting at us after we got in the car, attempting to leave.
So, to be clear, this defendant started shooting at you guys as you guys were leaving in your car, driving away.
Yes.
Is that when the shooting started?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone with a gun?
No.
Did you know that Tyler had taken a gun over there that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler point that gun at anyone during the fight?
No.
What kind of fight was this?
It was just an altercation with many different people at one time.
Was it a fist fight?
Yes.
Did anybody pull out a knife?
No.
Did anybody pull out a
Sorry, what's the objection? True, sustained.
Did anyone pull out any sort of weapon?
There were no weapons.
Defense counsel asked you the seating positions, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. On your way over to the defendant's house, Tyler was sitting in the front seat next to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you guys were leaving the defendant's house, Sebastian was in the front seat next to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Defense counsel also asked you or intimated that this was some sort of sneak attack, and that's why you parked a block away from the defendant's house. Is that what this was?
No, I believe you can't sneak up on someone at their front door. Like, I don't.
If you were trying to sneak up on this defendant and his family, would you guys have knocked on the door?
No.
And if you took the statement, and I apologize, members of the jury again, shoot his shit up, literally. When you arrived at the defendant's house, wouldn't you just have started shooting?
Yes.
Would it have been necessary for you to?
Sustained.
Would you have knocked on his door?
Sustained.
Did you knock on his door?
Yes.
Did you shoot his shit up literally?
No. If I took it literally, there would be no fight. There would be no knocking. There would be no talking. It would have just been literally that.
If you had taken it literally,
Yes.
what would have happened?
I would have arrived at his house and started shooting and left.
And I don't want to belabor this, but I want to reiterate this. Did anyone ever pull out a gun during this fight?
No.
Did you have a gun on you?
No.
Did Sebastian pull out a gun at any point in time?
Never. No.
When you were driving away, did Sebastian have a gun?
No.
When you were driving away, did you see Chris with a gun?
No.
As you were driving away, did you know Tyler had taken a gun over there?
No.
Did you see Tyler with a gun when the fist fight was going on?
No.
When this defendant went in his house, remember that video we watched?
Yes.
Was his mom still standing out there with you guys?
Yes.
And she was standing right there with you, wasn't she?
Yes.
Was his brother still out there?
Yes.
Did you or any of your brothers or friends ever drag this defendant's brother, Daryl, down the street?
No.
Did you ever have, I know at some point this was a fist fight, and so at some point it was you guys fighting each other. During any of this fighting, did you ever fight with Daryl?
No.
Did you see who fought with Daryl?
No.
Can you tell the jury who was it that fought with Daryl out of the four of you?
I'm not sure.
Did you consider Sebastian? I mean, you call him a brother. You've known him since middle school, is that right?
Yes.
Were you intentionally trying not to get Sebastian to a hospital?
I really want to make it clear that Sebastian is really like one of the closest people to me in my life. There is no way possible. This is a person who is deeply ingrained into my life. Like, I speak to him, I spoke to him every day. Even today, I wake up, there's a picture of Sebastian in my room. Like, this is a person who I considered to be, I'm the closest with him.
It is a narrative.
So,
Simple answer, sustained.
Heard.
so did you have intentionally driven past 2 hospitals
No.
in order to dump a gun?
No.
And Sebastian just dies.
No.
Now, we saw the pictures of that car Were those windows on that car tinted?
I believe so, yes.
And when you heard the gunshots, when you heard this defendant firing all those shots, did you hear several, like, were they just ripping one after one after one after one after one after one after
They
one?
just kept going.
And at some point during all this gunfire, Sebastian had a gun. He's your friend, right?
He would,
Do you think he would have fired back at him
yes.
at least one time?
There would have been shots fired back, yes.
Lastly, well, a question before that. The phone that we collected in this case, when you were asked to give us your phone, did you consent to us getting your phone?
Yes.
Did we have to get a search warrant to get your phone?
No.
And did you delete any text messages out of your phone?
No.
So once you arrived at that location where the car became inoperable, did you say, oh, you know what? Let me get rid of these doggone text messages. I mean, I need to get rid of this stuff.
No.
And sitting here today, Keyshawn, do you own the fact that in retrospect, it would have been prudent? The best thing for you to have done would have been to call the police after you learned what this defendant did to your sister.
Yes.
And do you regret not doing that?
Yes.
There's nothing further.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Jones can't be go on about his day? Thank you. All right. You may step down, Mr. Jones. Stay safe. Let me talk to the lawyers real quickly, and then we'll take a break, folks. I just need to figure out how long a break.
Genuine question, like, would you actually believe that guy now? He was avoiding every question. Like, no one can see behind them if the person behind them has a gun in a car. It was a simple question. Have you got eyes in the back of your, you know, head? Like, you just could answer it. Yeah, I'm with you, Lefty. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm just like gobsmacked. I mean, if that's the best witness they've got, because you normally start off with the best and finish with the best. If
Ladies and
that's the
gentlemen, we're going to
best,
take about a 20-minute break. We're going to get one more witness in today. I have to do some things that are pressing, and some having to do with this trial, some not. But 20 minutes, which puts us at 3:28, almost 3:30. And then we'll get one more witness in today. Remember and obey, please, the 4 cardinal rules. Yes, you have heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard it all yet. So keep.
let's skip 20 minutes. I think that I don't think that. So obviously the state, were trying to be like taking through step by step.
Let's see, the incident took place after midnight on the 6th into the 7th, right? Okay. So what's the relevance then a week or almost a week later on the 13th? There were some searches done at that point, apparently.
Well, we wouldn't have had this issue if we took her phone, but to answer the court's question directly, it goes to her state of mind and her motive for not being truthful and why she's researching things about the best prosecuting attorney, case searches, everything's about this case.
All right.
Prosecuting attorney on most of them, David Amberg, and defense attorneys in Palm Beach County. Multiple searches about that. I can go to her state of mind that she thought she did something illegal, was looking for an attorney potentially.
Well, that may be fair game for argument at some point, but not yet. All right. So the state's argument as to the lack of relevance is what?
So Judge, the state agrees that her searches on the day of this incident are absolutely relevant, essentially.
Mhm.
But any searches that she made after those days, I don't understand how those would be particularly relevant
All right.
to the issue of anything.
All right, I disagree. Over the state's objection, then I'm going to allow her searches from starting on the 7th because the incident took place like minutes, literally quite just a few minutes into the 7th through the 13th. So any searches, so then we're back to my original sort of logistics question. Is it possible to extract from the extraction just that temporal period of searches? I'm sorry?
I have them right here.
You've got them all? From that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
big.
They was also arguing they went with the whole direction.
Well, they were, but I'm, say again? Oh, okay, thank you.
Search history is quite big. Don't worry, my guy, I got you not guilty already. Obviously, that could change as we go ahead, but there's nothing so far that has even moved me. Not even a millimeter moved me to think that this guy's guilty yet. As I say, normally start off with your best witness and finish off with your best witness. And if that's the best they got,
I'm going to be objecting to some of these searches because they're not relevant.
Okay, so here's what we'll do then. In the interest of time, because we've got this witness ready to go and it's 3:30 and I want to get the jury out of here by 5 tonight if I can. I'll allow you, I will rule on the specific search requests, I suppose, or orders, whatever what's the proper terminology for that? Well, no. Okay, so specific instances of searches, I'll rule on those individually after we're done with the jury. So don't touch on anything other than those which are not opposed to, okay? And I don't think, so identify them now so we know which ones are unobjected to. Yeah, okay, fine. But I want to know which ones are unobjected to so there's no question.
so again, I'm not sure who the next witness is, but it might be his ex. So yeah, this is very interesting. I'm enjoying this trial so far. I know Lefty's still with me, but I don't know who else is here. Say hello if you're new, or I know Marcy's watching, so she can't chat. So that's two people. Not sure who else is here, but we'll try and wear my NFL gear. I got a Detroit Lions jumper coming. It's an oldie. I got it from Vinted, so I'm gonna make it a theme, like NFL for this just for this trial, I got DeForest Buckner, one of these in white. I've got a Jacob Eason one. Don't laugh, but I got Jacob Eason Colts one. I like Jacob Eason, so I bought one of them. Yeah, and I've just got a couple other bits and bobs, but just wash them and rewear them. I like the fact that the defense witness went straight up and said in opening statements that Travis Rudolph will be testifying. There's no like ifs or buts. He'll be testifying. He wants the truth out there. That's good. I like that. The funny thing for me just now was the state prosecutor started off so softly with this guy, the witness, like obviously acting, scripted. But then once she was doing the recross, she was like, getting more and more angry. So she must have been pissed with the defense's cross. Oh, excuse me. I don't want to skip these bits. I think it's important to have some sort. I always skip the breaks and stuff like that, unless there's something really, really long. Is it still at 1.25 then? Let's have a look. Yeah, still at 1.25. We've got 2 hours left, which for me is a bit fuck my life because it's 20 past 1, 20 past 11 already. I'll skip that forward a little bit because I don't think the witness is there yet.
Ken, you're going to tell me when you're ready, right? Okay.
They just go through it, so I've skipped a lot now. Jury's coming in. Fuck it, let's go. I'm not going to bed till 1:30, so I need to skip it a little bit. What got here? Nice one, Lefty. Nice one.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats,
Here we
folks. All right, the state's next witness is? All right, thank you.
I don't know. I can't hear that. I hope they tell me again. Or if I don't caught it, put in chat because I'm.
Well, we're
It's
waiting for Ms.
Jones to
Jones to
come
come
in.
in. My understanding from Deputy Lubinsky is you're okay if we go a few minutes past 5, right? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that going to cause a problem for any of you? Very well, thank you.
So something Jones with a fucking hell. Did you get a skirt up close to her ass or what? What happened there? Get the fuck out. You skipped right back to the start.
In the home in Delray at the time.
You're welcome. All righty, thank you.
Oh, you see, goes back to the spot again. Happy days. That skipped on its own. I don't know what happened there. So something Jones.
All right, Ms. Jones, will you please, when you're comfortable up there, say and spell both your first and last name for the record and for the jury?
Dominique, Dominique, and Jones, Jones.
All right, thank you very much. You may inquire, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. Could you please tell the member of the jury, how do you know someone by the name of Keyshawn Jones?
He is my little brother.
And how much younger than you is Keyshawn?
He is 2 years younger than me.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Keyshawn?
We're extremely close. We have 3 siblings. It's me, him, and
And older brother, did he live with you around the time that this happened in 2021?
No. Me, Keyshawn, my mom, and her husband at the time.
All right. So tell us a little bit about your brother. Was he in school? Was he working around the time this happened in April of 2021?
He's been a full-time student even up until now. He goes to the honors college at FAU.
What about yourself? What did you do for employment back in April of 2021?
I was a realtor.
And do you still have that license?
Till this day, I still do real estate.
Okay. Back in April of 2021, take us in time. This was around COVID, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did there come a point where you could no longer sort of go out every day and do realty work?
Yes. And COVID kind of happened in April. It was the office when that happened. So I really wasn't working during the time.
So you mean March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then by the time this instance is happening almost a year later, sort of things haven't fully opened up yet?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Rudolph?
We were dating.
And can you tell us, did you know Mr. Rudolph prior to starting a romantic relationship with him?
I met him. I've known him through mutual friends, but actually meeting him one-on-one, I met him at a club.
And when your relationship began, the romantic relationship?
I would say that I was like sleeping over. I was around him consistently for the beginning since like March, but I would say like the relationship actually started around November.
So when you say March, you just have to make sure we put it in context of time. Are you talking about March of 2020?
Correct.
So that's around when COVID is hitting.
Yes, I'm at his house every day. I'm sleeping over every day. I'm around his family, etc.
Tell us a little bit about that family. Did you come to meet his mother, Linda Rudolph? Or Rudolph, sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you come to meet his mother, Linda?
Yeah, me and her were pretty close, very close.
Would you say that you considered her sort of like a second mom, or did you not have that type of close relationship?
No, we had a very, very tight relationship. Anything about Travis, like she would come to me, she would talk to me about it, things like that.
All right. And did you also feel comfortable enough to talk to her about things?
100%.
Okay. What about any other relatives that were living in the home? Where was Travis living?
At his mom's house.
And mom lived where exactly, if you remember, what city?
Lake Park.
So that's the 550 Teak Drive address?
Correct.
All right. And how many bedrooms, if you recall, were in that residence?
I believe 3.
And would that mean that Travis had his own bedroom?
Yeah, he had his own room. His mom had her own room, and then his brother had his own room.
What was Travis's brother's name?
Daryl.
Does he sometimes go by the name DJ? Have you
Yeah,
ever heard
DJ,
people
yeah.
refer to him as that? Okay. What about your relationship with DJ Daryl? How was that at the time?
I guess he looked at me.
Over at the Rudolph residence. Were you sleeping over at night?
Yeah, stuff there, sleeping over basically every night. It was COVID. There was really not much to do. So yeah, I was there a lot.
Okay. And I know obviously this is a personal question, but did you believe at some point that you were in love with Mr. Rudolph, Travis?
Of course.
Did you two start discussions at that point about future, sort of marriage, children, things like that?
You know, like in the beginning stages, you have conversations like that. And when I say it was 100% that serious at the time, no. But yeah, we did used to have little conversations like that back then.
And did you believe yourself to be in a committed relationship where it was just the two of you and not an open relationship?
As in, yeah, 100%, yes.
Okay. All right. So can you tell us whether or not during that time period, it was your belief that you were seeing Mr. Rudolph and that he was seeing you and that there should not have been any other persons involved in that relationship?
I would say up until November. Like we did have conversations, to be truthfully honest, that he did say like he wasn't ready for a relationship. I respected it, but I just started to, you know, be and just live my life as a 23-year-old. He started to the point where he was like, okay, I do want you to be my girlfriend.
All right. So let me just have you explain that timeline-wise a little bit.
Okay.
So I think you said the beginning of the relationship, or at least when you started romantic relations, were around March of 2020. Is that
Right.
correct? And you said in November of 2020 is when you're having the more serious conversation about you becoming his girlfriend.
Yeah, like my birthday's October. So it was like October, November. That's when like more of the serious conversations like started happening, and it became that.
Did there come a point where there were any discussions about you moving into the Rudolph residence with Travis and his relatives?
No.
So it was never going to be
our own, but it wouldn't be at his mom's house. No.
Okay. All right. I want to go back in time a little bit to sort of what was happening sort of in the weeks prior to this incident taking place. Did there come a point that you had his surgery?
Yes.
And as a result of that, were you still, and did you need sort of, you know, to take care of yourself so that you weren't injured? And was that something that was known to Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
What about your brother, Keyshawn?
Yes.
And what about his friends, Chris?
Yeah, everyone knew.
Everybody knew.
Everybody knew. Travis took care of me.
So during the point where you're recovering from the surgery, your boyfriend, Mr. Rudolph, at the time was helping to take care of you.
Yeah, for like the first week. Mm-hmm.
And what do you mean by taking care of you? Like physically helping you?
Physically helping me, doing everything that the surgery required from the doctor. Like he was there helping me.
Okay. And during that point, were you still in this boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, or did there come to be a break in the relationship?
I mean, if someone's with you every single day and they're helping you and you're not leaving my sight, I would say like it's a relationship to me.
Okay, so let me ask it a little simpler.
Okay.
I really wasn't trying to imply that you weren't. I just wanted to know, were you still in a relationship with
Yeah.
them? Okay. Okay, so did there come a point, and when did the surgery happen? Was that March or February of 2021?
It was of 2021. February.
February.
Yeah.
All right. So by the time this happened on April 6th, 7th there, were you fully recovered?
Not at all.
Okay. Were you still in pain from the surgery?
100%.
Talk to us a little bit about the state of your relationship with Mr. Rudolph. By that, I mean, what was your status around that time? Did you still see each other? Did you still communicate?
He would pick me up. I had to sit like a certain type of vehicle, so he would pick me up and things like that. We weren't seeing each other as much, but we were talking every single day, and I feel like it was like kind of getting a little bit disconnected, but nothing was ever said as like, we're not together.
And again, I understand this is a terribly personal question, but did there come a point where there was a break in like physical interactions between you and Mr. Rudolph? Meaning, could you continue to engage in sexual activity while you were recovering from the surgery?
No.
Okay. And then is that when you sort of noticed that there was a difference or a break in your connection?
I just noticed him, yeah, kind of like it was just different a little bit.
Okay. Did you two have any conversations about the state of your relationship, what was going on, and whether or not you would continue to remain in this relationship?
We did have a conversation. I kind of said like, I think we should take a break. And you have the messages, which I'm sure you'll show. I was kind of saying like, I think we should take a break just for the simple fact that I wasn't seeing him. And it really wasn't a lot of communication between us now. So, but that's how it led to the day of the incident.
Okay. Now, before we get into the text messages about the conversation with the break, when this conversation about a break happened, were you still continuing to make the actions and all of that?
Of course.
So the relationship didn't actually break.
Oh, nothing was ever said like, and even a break, I wouldn't say was breaking up.
All right. I want to approach a witness, Judge, if I could, with State's Exhibit 20. It's already been provided to defense counsel. I do not believe they have an objection. It would be text messages between the defendant and Ms. Dominique Jones.
All right, yes, you may approach. And is there any objection to admitting that into evidence? All right, very well. State's Exhibit 20 is admitted without objection. And that's text messages.
Between Ms. Jones and Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm handing you a copy of the messages that were extracted from your phone. Can you tell us whether or not those are complete messages between you and Mr. Rudolph starting around the time of this incident, which is April 6th, to the end? Okay. And that really reflects sort of what was going on about still loving each other and all the other things you just described for us in your testimony.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Judge, State would be requesting permission to publish.
You may. Watch your step getting down. Ma'am, Ms. Jones, you can. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Thought you did. Well, they can see the colors anyway. I'm closer than they are and I can't see it. I'll try if you like. You want the lights down? Sure. All right. Wow. I'm impressed.
As we continue, is that correct?
Right.
All right. So Mr. Rudolph writes you on, according to this, April 6, 2021 at about 12:15 a.m. saying, "I'm sorry."
Yes.
What was going on there?
Just basically, I was just telling him I felt like the relationship has been like, you're not coming to see me. I have surgery. You're in Miami every weekend. Just like, girlfriend relationship things. Like I just was feeling a certain type of way. And he responded and he said, "I'm sorry."
And that conversation that you're talking about was over the phone. It was a phone conversation, right? Prior to the "I'm sorry."
I'm going to be honest. I don't remember if we talked on the phone or if there was more messages, but that was what that was from.
All right. And then you respond, is that you in green there saying, "Okay, Travis."
Correct.
And then his response, "I'm not going to argue with you and what you wrote me. I agree with that. If you need a break, I'll give you that. Because," spelled B-U-C-Z, which I assume is just because, shorthand. Is that correct?
Correct.
Lately, all we have been doing is disagreeing with other. like another message shortly after the last one you just sent, this time at 12:29:56 a.m.
Mhm.
And is that a message again in blue from Mr. Rudolph?
Yes,
And that's the I love you.
correct.
And you also respond in kind, I love you too, correct?
Correct.
All right. And next message from Mr. Rudolph is you're going to need. Do you know what that's about?
You're going to need,
Question mark.
you're going to bed. The second message is where he clarifies the need for bed.
Okay, got it. So need was an incorrect word and he meant bed, meaning are you going to bed?
Correct.
Okay. Then it looks like he sends another message, which is just sort of like a periods, I guess.
Like dot dot, like,
Okay.
yeah,
And then you respond, not just yet. Is that correct?
correct.
So just to clarify, this is still early morning hours of the 6th, the day this incident started.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So then the next message you get from Mr. Rudolph is, okay, WYD. What does that mean?
What are you doing?
All right. And you respond, I'm watching Netflix.
Correct.
Okay. And then another message from Mr. Rudolph, I'm about to lay down.
Okay.
And then you respond, okay, well, we'll talk.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then it seems you received another message from Mr. Rudolph, Travis, at still on April 6, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, this time around 12:29 a.m. And he's asking you, are you busy tomorrow? Are you busy tomorrow? Question mark.
Correct.
And your response, I'm getting a massage at noon. That's all I have planned so far.
Correct.
Okay. Then the next message from Mr. Rudolph. Okay, I was planning on going home tomorrow after I get done working out. Was trying to see if I could maybe spend some time with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then your response, okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We'll remind you. All right. So then the next message from Mr. Rudolph is, okay, I'll call you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then good night. Is that correct? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then you eventually say good night as well.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next message from Mr. Rudolph is on the afternoon. It says 12:56 p.m. now.
Yes.
On the April 6th of 2021. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, and you respond to Mr. Rudolph's request about good afternoon with another good afternoon of your own.
Yes.
And then Mr. Rudolph types WYD. What is that?
What are you doing?
Okay, and you respond, just left my massage, WBU. What's that mean?
What about you?
Okay, and then Mr. Rudolph responds, just got back to 4-spot from working out. Did you understand what that message meant at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you understand it to mean?
Or is his best friend
Okay, so you understood that he had gotten back from being with his friend.
in Miami? Yeah.
Okay. Then the next message from Mr. Rudolph, movies, question mark. What did you interpret that to mean at the time?
Do I want to go to the movie since the previous message said that?
Okay. And okay, what you want to see is your response.
Correct.
Okay. And his response, I'm not sure yet. You know, any good movies out? Question mark.
Correct.
Then your response, I don't know. Lol, they said Godzilla.
Yes.
Was Godzilla a movie that you recall, I guess, was out at the time?
Yeah. Yes.
You respond, honestly, I don't want to watch that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he responds, me either. And I want to see something intriguing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, where are you going to pick me up? Or did you want me to drive? What did that mean?
Because I had surgery, so it was hard for me to drive. So he would pick me up sometimes.
Okay. Now the response to Mr. Rudolph to your last request, I was planning on Yale, corrected to 2.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know what that meant?
I guess he was planning to pick me up, I guess. I don't know at the time.
So you said, okay, and then his next response is, I'm home. Is that correct?
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm driving at this point.
Okay. And that was what you understood and what
Yeah.
actually happened that day, correct?
Exactly.
So you then ask, okay, so what's up? And he responds, you were supposed to call me when you leave the mall. Is that correct?
Yes.
A message from Mr. Rudolph, but I found the movie I want to see. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your response, what's it called? And the response from him, nobody. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the end of your texting conversation from the start of early morning hours of the 6th through the 7th when this incident occurred, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So far we've talked about your relationship with Mr. Rudolph and with Mr. Rudolph's mother and his brother, Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Rudolph have any other siblings that you were aware of?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tyranny.
And is that a person female or male?
Female.
So that's a sister then.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And how would you describe the relationship with Tyranny?
Me and Tyranny were really close. Like, if I had any issues with Travis, I would call her and talk to her about it and things like that.
And was it the kind of relationship where you would expect to get good advice from Tyranny?
Yes.
Okay. Did there ever come a point that you attended any family gatherings with the Rudolph family?
Yeah. In August of the COVID year, so that'll be 2020, I threw her a birthday party. Christmas, my mother and I attended their Christmas party. And then February of the year that this occurred, 2021, we went to his sister's wedding. My mom, my little brother, and me.
Okay. So Tyranny got married earlier in the year of 2021.
Correct.
We were all present for that event.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that at that time you felt that you and the Rudolphs were a family?
I mean, I'm not inviting someone to my wedding if I'm not in a relationship with them or a family.
Right. But how did you feel about it?
Yes, 100%.
And did you believe at that point that you were in good standing with all of them? Meaning, let's start first with mom, Linda Rudolph. Do you believe you had a good relationship at the point prior to this incident happening?
Yeah, me and her were the closest, 100%.
Okay. What about with Tyranny, the sister?
Of course, yeah.
And Daryl?
Yeah, me and Daryl were very distant. We didn't really have a relationship like that. It was just more of a hi bye, hey sis, things like that.
So you said Daryl sort of kept mostly to himself. Is that why?
Yeah, he kind of was to himself. Like, but when he would come out, he would speak, he would say hi, and we would have conversations.
Okay. And were you familiar with the fact that the Rudolph residence had surveillance videos on and inside the residence?
Correct.
And did you know about the fact that there was a Ring camera that was at the door?
Correct.
And at this time, Judge State would be entering into evidence. States 32, it's the entirety of the Ring video from April 6, 2021, when Ms. Jones arrived, to April 7, 2021. I believe that's without objection.
All right, and you said that's 32?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, States Exhibit 32, the Ring camera recording earlier in the evening is admitted without objection.
So Judge, just so you have the record clear, it is starting on April 6, 2021, when Ms. Jones arrived, and then goes throughout the day into April 7, 2021, when the police are there.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So Ms. Jones, did you eventually make your way to Mr. Rudolph's residence on April 6, 2021?
Yes.
And what was the intention when you went over there? What was the purpose of meeting up?
I just miss him. I haven't seen him in a while. It's been a month, and that's basically what it was.
Okay. And was it still your intention that you two would be going to the movies that night?
Yeah.
Okay. Approximately what time in the day did you get there? Was it still light outside?
Yeah, it was light. The movie was around like 8 or 9 or something. So I got there probably around like 5, 6.
Okay. And when you got there, was Mr. Rudolph home?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what about his other relatives? Was his brother Daryl present?
No one was there, just me and him.
Okay. Did there come a point that you left the residence and went to a store?
Yes, we went to the liquor store at his house.
And what did you purchase from that location, if you recall?
I bought a liquor. I'm not exactly sure which one it was, but we bought a liquor. I purchased it.
Okay, so you purchased the item. And actually, I want to pause here a little bit to talk about the financial situation in your relationship.
Of course.
Was Mr. Rudolph financially supporting you at this point in your relationship?
Since the day I met him, he has never financially supported me.
So you have always supported yourself?
1,000%.
Okay. And Mr. Rudolph, you mentioned that he was living with his mother. Did he have a separate residence of his own?
No. So
So every time you would spend time over with Mr. Rudolph, it would be at Linda Rudolph's residence.
correct, because he didn't have his own place.
Okay. And you said on this particular day you purchased the liquor, the item that you wanted that day, correct?
Correct.
All right. So take us to what happened after the purchase of the liquor. Did you return back to the Rudolph residence?
Yes.
And were things, how were things with
Good. Like we were just laughing, happy. You know, I haven't seen him. He hasn't seen me. He missed me. I missed him. Everything was good. Like when we actually got back to the house.
I need to ask you, prior to this day, was your relationship plagued by any accusations of cheating or infidelity at all?
I kind of felt that way just because he was in Miami for so long. And obviously I had my surgery. I had to be home. So I did kind of feel like I didn't know where we stood, even though, you know, someone can tell you something, but I kind of felt like I didn't really know where we stood at.
So you were getting the I love yous, but you weren't sure if he was actually committed?
Correct.
Did you try to have a conversation with Mr. Rudolph about that, the insecurity that you were feeling?
That was prior to me coming to his house. So that was like the text messages prior, the phone calls prior, when he's in Miami and I'm at home. I would like ask him questions like, what are you doing on there for so long? Things like that. You're not coming to see me. I just had surgery, you know, regular girlfriend questions I would ask and stuff like that. But that day, it really wasn't any issues. Like we were happy to see each other. We were just vibing at the beginning.
Okay. So after you come back from the liquor store, do you enter the residence? And if so, what do you do inside?
Yeah. So we come into the residence and like we like to play Uno. Like we're competitive. So we started playing. Yeah, it's a game. It's a card game.
Okay.
So we're like, oh, let's play Uno for shots. So like basically whoever loses, they take the shot. So that's what we started to do.
And that day, do you recall who was winning or losing?
I was winning.
Okay, so then Mr. Rudolph would have been the one taking the shots.
Correct. I took a couple, but I was winning overall 100%.
Okay. Did there come a point where Mr. Rudolph left the bedroom and left his cell phone behind?
So at this point in time, we're in the living room playing Uno, and Daryl pulls up, his brother. So when he pulled up, his phone was on the couch, and he went outside.
By him, you mean Travis's phone?
Correct.
And tell us a little bit about the relationship at that point. Was it the kind of situation where, actually, let me back up a little bit. Did Mr. Rudolph have a password to his cell phone?
Yes.
And was it the kind of relationship where he had shared that password with you?
Months ago.
So you did know his password?
Correct. I had it in my notes. That's how I got his phone.
Okay, so on the day of this incident, when you entered Mr. Rudolph's phone, that was as a result of this trust relationship where he had offered that password?
Yes. A couple months prior to that, when I was feeling like, oh, I want to be in a relationship and things like that. And he's like, all right. And we started establishing like we were going to be in a relationship. He gave me the passcode to his phone.
Okay. So on April 6th of 2021, when you entered the phone, it was with the password that you had already received.
Correct.
And up until that point, your belief is that you're in this committed relationship and you're happy with your man. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Even if you go through ups and downs or you're uncertain, I still believe like we're together and, you know, things happen. But yeah, I'm still committed 100%.
Why did you enter Mr. Rudolph's phone?
Because I felt uncertainty for that whole month. I didn't see him.
So it was your impression at that point that if he's not seeing you, he might be seeing someone else?
Correct.
Got it. When you entered Mr. Rudolph's phone with a passcode that he had provided you, did you see anything that caused you concern for your relationship?
Yes.
And what did you see?
I seen stuff.
I know you might not want to get into the details because obviously this is very personal, but did you see evidence of cheating?
Yes.
Are we talking about text messages, videos, other things?
Everything.
And how did that make you feel?
At that point, I'm just like, all right, it's time for me to go. So I went into the room to go grab my things. And when I went to go grab my things, he had came back into the house and seen, because his phone was laid out, and seen that I went through his phone.
And how was that interaction when you realized that you had actually seen the evidence of the infidelity?
So after I seen that, I went into his room because I had like a bag that I had in his room. I picked up the bag and I started trying to walk out. And he's like, no, you're not going anywhere. Like, we're going to talk about it.
Fair to say at this point, Ms. Jones, that you were upset about the fact that your boyfriend was cheating?
I was upset. But you guys have to understand, it's been a month that I haven't really seen him. It's been a month that like I kind of already had accusations in my head. So like I was upset, but I was more hurt, not like upset as in angry. It was just more hurt. Like, let me just leave. Like at this point, if this is what you want to do, I'm just going to go.
Okay. So did you communicate that with Mr. Rudolph that you wanted to leave his residence?
A million times.
And what do you mean by that? I know a million is obviously an exaggeration, but were you repeatedly communicating that?
I'm telling him, I'm going home. Let me leave. Let me get my stuff. I'm going home.
Why did you have to say it so many times?
Because he's blocking me from the door.
So at this point, you're in his bedroom?
Correct.
And he's standing at the doorway to exit the bedroom?
At first, he wasn't standing at the door. He had put me like in the corner, kind of, and he was standing in front of me. So I'm like telling him like, back up, I'm leaving. Like, and he's like, I want to talk, I want to talk, I want to talk. And I'm like, there's nothing to talk about. So then he got up, he moved out of my face, and then that's when I grabbed the trophy and I said, I'll hit you with the trophy if you don't get out of my face. And he was like, you know what, you good, walk out. And then I ended up being able to walk out of the room.
Okay. So when you grabbed the trophy, I assume that's something that belonged to Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
Okay. And you picked it up in a sort of threatening way to try to get him out of your way. Is that what you're testifying?
Correct.
All right. Did you actually hit him with a trophy at that point?
No, not hit him with a trophy at all.
So essentially, when you armed yourself with the trophy and threatened, he gave in. He said you could leave.
Yeah, he's like, leave.
Okay. So did you attempt to leave the residence at that point?
Yeah, I was grabbing my stuff and I started walking out. And then that's when the name calling and the altercation started to occur.
All right. So I know it's been some time since this happened, but as much as you can recall, what was being said by Mr. Rudolph? I know it's embarrassing, but
no, just disrespectful things. It's just disrespectful. That's it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. He just said disrespectful things to me, got in my face, calling me the B word, and just being disrespectful. More of the story.
So when you say disrespectful, was he comparing you to other women?
It could be that, yes.
Not could it be that or not? The jury just sort of needs to know what's happening, right?
Comparing me to other women, trying to lower my self-esteem because I just had surgery, and
it was cosmetic, right? This wasn't like heart surgery.
It was cosmetic. Yes, it was cosmetic surgery.
And so he was picking on that fact that you had done cosmetic surgery.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he was calling you the B word. I assume the B word.
Calling me a bitch, telling me get the fuck out, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse or not.
If that's what he said, then yes.
Okay, calling me a bitch, get the fuck out my house. I don't fucking like you anyway. Just back to back to back to back to back. And at this point, I'm walking out, going to the door, leaving. I'm saying things too. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I didn't say anything back. I'm saying stuff back to him too. But the initial start of the whole argument was him.
Okay. I assume that you were probably hurt by that. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was hurt, 100%.
Were you also becoming angry?
I wasn't becoming angry until we got outside, and it started getting a little bit more physical. That's when I started getting angry. I'm more so was just let me just get my stuff and leave. And whatever, if we're gonna call names, we're gonna call names or whatever. But I didn't really get that upset until we got outside and it started getting a little bit physical.
So tell us about that physical interaction outside. What led to you going from inside, him cursing at you, you cursing back, to being outside?
So my whole point after I seen his phone was to leave. So I'm walking out to leave. So it's not just have to leave his room, go through the living room, and then go through the walkway. So during this entire time, he's yelling, screaming in my face, calling me this, calling me that. So once we get outside, I'm going to be 100% honest. I can't remember exactly how everything went down. You guys have the footage, so I'm not sure exactly how everything played out.
So did there come a point where it became physical to the point where you were physically hit by Mr. Rudolph or manhandled in some way?
Correct.
And can you tell us if as a result of that, you were put on the ground?
Correct.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
I was furious.
Okay. And why?
Because his brother's yelling, telling him to stop, chill. He sees how erratic and how crazy he's acting over literally me leaving the house. So yeah, I started getting furious and I started putting my hands back on him.
So after being put on the ground by Mr. Rudolph, did there come a point, like you said, that you were physically hitting him back?
Yeah.
And were you hitting him back in response to things that he was saying?
Not even things that he was saying. He was telling me to get my things out of his house. He's like, get all that shit you bought, get it out of my house or whatever. So I'm trying to walk into the house, get my stuff, and he's trying to block me. So I started hitting him, move, let me get my stuff so I can go home. And you can even hear his brother saying, let her get her stuff so she can leave, leave, telling me to leave at that point.
All right. So I'm gonna, with this court's permission, start publishing now States 32.
All right.
Just moved so that they can see what they're publishing. I don't think we're going to get crossing tonight. It's about an hour left, but we're on 1.25, so say 50 minutes left.
So the device that's capturing what we're looking at on the screen right now, is that the front ring door camera?
Yes.
And is that you?
Yes.
And it looks like you're on your cell phone and having a conversation. Was that with Mr. Rudolph or someone else?
I'm not sure.
If you could play it for us.
No, I don't know who I was talking to. I'm gonna be honest.
Listen to the question.
Oh,
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not that's Mr. Rudolph on the other end of the phone?
I can't call if that's him or not.
All right, let's go to the next clip, please. Yeah. So what has happened here? Why are you loitering in the front?
I don't know. I think I'm waiting for him. I don't know.
Okay, so you would have been ringing the doorbell or something?
Yeah, I think I'm waiting for him to open the door.
And at this point in the day, nothing has happened yet as far as this argument between the two of you that got physical, correct?
No, nothing's happened. And I guess that's Travis opening the door.
So it sounds like you were giving another woman some advice.
Yeah. Probably on the phone with one of my homegirls, and I'm talking to her, and then yeah.
All right. So at some point, the door is open, and you said that was by Mr. Rudolph?
Yeah. Yes.
The next clip, please. Is that Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
And can you tell us what point is this? Is this after or before the liquor store?
That's us coming back from the liquor store.
So before you testified, without seeing the video, that you were actually putting your
Yeah, I said it.
in this clip that we're watching, was that him calling you a bitch?
Correct.
Okay. If you could let it play. All right. Two gentlemen who are in right now. Up a little bit to what happened on the lawn of the Rudolph residence with yourself and
Okay.
Mr. Rudolph Travis.
He slams me to the ground.
Okay. And is that what you're talking about? His brother is trying to hold him back and pull him off.
Correct. He's saying, I don't know if you have another clip. In another clip, he's saying, stop, like you're tripping.
Keep going. That's what you're talking about, the stop and the pushing him.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, can we see the next video, please? Is that Daryl?
Yes.
Now tell us, are you still inside the Rudolph residence at this point?
No.
Continue. It looks like Mr. Rudolph just picked up a brick. What happened there to that brick? Do you remember ever having that in your possession?
I was throwing things that could have been in my possession. After I got slammed, I got very, very, very upset. So that is something that could possibly have been in my possession.
All right.
Me and him and his phone. So I just threw it because I was like, I was done.
Okay. You mean intimate videos?
Yeah, me and him. Mm-hmm.
All right. If you could continue to play. All right, next clip, please. And thank you, Mr. Clausy. Pause it for me for a second. This argument that's happening now, that is not between you and Mr. Rudolph.
No, I'm not there anymore.
Okay, so you have left the residence.
Yeah, like I don't see the cars right there.
Okay, and you had parked in the front of the residence. Right?
Yeah, I always park in the front of the residence.
By this time, you've left.
I left.
If you could continue to play. And then next, please. You could pause it for us. Now, this interaction between Travis Rudolph and Daryl Rudolph, was that out of the ordinary as far as you could tell between them, their relationship?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Okay. When you left the residence, was Daryl Rudolph, as far as you could tell, upset with Travis about what had happened with you?
100%. All he kept saying is, "Let that girl go home, leave her alone," and he was holding like Travis back the whole time. Videos.
Judge, I don't know if that stopped or they intentionally stopped it.
What do you mean?
It was almost to the end, but if you want to see the rest, it's just her putting her lights back.
Okay, go back, play the whole thing.
All right. And then next clip, please. Ms. Jones, at this point in the night, when your brother and his friends make their way to Mr. Rudolph's residence, were you at Mr. Rudolph's residence?
No,
Where were you if you were anywhere near here?
I was in Delray.
So you were not in, where is this, Lake Park?
This is Lake Park, so Delray's about 35 minutes away.
All right, and if you could play. Pause it there. Do you see your brother in this frame?
Yeah, he has the hoodie on.
Okay, meaning the hoodie is up and over his head?
Correct.
And you referred to Keyshawn, is that the brother?
Yes.
And you said he's younger than you, is that correct?
Yeah, he's 23.
Uh-huh. Is Keyshawn a person that runs around with a gang?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
No.
Well, no, that was Miss Ellis asked about the round posse.
Right, but it started with Ms. Perlette.
No, I don't think it did. I think it started with Miss Ellis' question on direct.
Do you recognize the friends that he's with?
yes, he's been friends with them since 8th grade.
And were you the kind of sister that was involved enough in your brother's life so that you would know his friends?
Yes, we are close, all of us.
Okay. So you were close with not just your brother, but who else can you see in this frame?
Tyler, Sebastian, Chris was kind of like new to me personally. I wouldn't say to their friendship, but to me, he was kind of new.
So your closest relationships, obviously your brother, and then Sebastian and Tyler.
Correct.
And on the day of this incident, you said they all knew about your surgery?
Yes.
And did you at some point communicate with your brother about what had happened between you and Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
Is that the reason they were there?
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the messages that were communicated, and if we could stop this exhibit, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, that would be great. You can probably do it on top. So the jury's already seen some messages that came in through your brother where you were communicating with him something about shooting his shit up. Do you remember sending that message?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that if I can.
Sure.
Well, that's not the proper objection, but it is going to be a narrative, so you're going to have to.
I will ask a question.
Thank you.
Said really go back 100%. I would, because and I would never. Did it's like a stigma on me, kind of, because I said those words, but my adrenaline was just rushing because of the incident that just occurred, and I did make a wrong choice of words, and I can stand up and I can say I do feel guilty about that, and I was incorrect about that. 100%.
You think at any point after sending that message that your brother would actually shoot Travis? If you know.
Overruled.
So I can speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, no, you're fine. So when I got to the house, Keyshawn was still there. I don't know if everyone knows that. And he did not bring his gun. So I knew for a fact that if you're not going to bring your gun, how are you going to shoot someone?
And you knew your brother had a license to carry a firearm.
Yes.
And you said that you know he did not bring his gun. How did you know that?
Because before I went, he literally, like, when I got there, he's like, you and Travis are tripping. Like, y'all are doing too much. Like, you know how relationships are. Like, people can see out better than you can see in, if that makes sense.
Sure.
You get heated in a relationship and you do things in a relationship, but other people might look at it and be like, you guys are just overly reacting, or you guys are overly tripping. So when I got there, his response to me was just like, you guys are tripping. Like, it's not this serious. Like, I'm about to just go over there and like holler at him, because he felt like he had that relationship with him. So his gun was on his chest drawer, which I've stated several times, and I've seen it before he left the house.
Did your brother have any other firearms to your knowledge?
No.
So when he left the residence, was that the one in Delray?
Correct.
Your brother was not armed?
No.
Okay. Did you check on your brother throughout the night to see what had happened between him and Travis, if he actually talked to him?
When I started calling, nobody was answering. So I'm on the phone, like, with one of my good friends, and I'm just like, they probably went to go see some girls or something. I'm never thinking in my brain at this moment in time that anything like this will happen, because, like I said, I'm in a relationship with this person. I love this person. I would never do anything like this to his family. So I'm just, they probably talked and squashed out, because it's hours after at this point. So I'm thinking, like, it's just squashed at this point.
2021.
You may. Say again? Sure. These are not the documents that we went through? All right. Very well.
I think I'm just tired now. Her voice is annoying me, but I'm trying to listen to her. But she's using the same lingo as her brother, in the sense of, if nothing had ever happened, it wouldn't have looked bad. The text that she sent about, I don't remember what it said in the text now. I'm just so tired. But she's just covering, like, it's all. Maybe it's just me, but it's all scripted so far. Do you know what I mean? We don't know until the defense gets stuck into it. That'll be tomorrow, so I imagine. So we'll see. When they said Bob slammed her down, like I just can't see it. So I don't know if they did slam her down, if Travis did slam her down. So I'm not going to say that he didn't, but I can't see on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Right, listen to it again. It's been a long day.
Okay, Judge. So I believe.
So yes, you may approach. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And thank you. And that's admitted into evidence without objection. And what was the number again?
17.
Thank you. State 17.
Ms. Jones, can you take a look at this and let me know whether or not you recognize that as info? Oh, my phone, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Could you tell us whether or not you recognize that as your phone's call log from the time period April 6, 2021 to April 7th, 2021, probably even a little bit into the 8th?
So what? This is just me basically calling people?
I'm just asking you, do you recognize that as yours?
I don't recognize this document at all.
So I know you didn't create the document. I just wanted to know if this has your information on there.
Okay, yeah. That's
Okay.
my name and email and my phone number.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Now you mentioned that you made several calls on the day of this incident. What happened to the calls related to that? Did you make all those calls on FaceTime, regular phone connection, or any other apps? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
So if some of the calls are not on this particular phone log, it doesn't mean that you didn't make that call, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you ever delete any calls?
No, and I gave my phone
All right.
when asked.
I will talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
Did you delete anything at all from your phone prior to handing over your phone to law enforcement?
Yes. So once I realized Travis actually shot at them, I deleted the message where I said shoot his shit up, because now it looks ridiculous that this actually happened. And then I said that message.
And
Said them because so since I couldn't make it over there, I asked my friend to bring it. I gave it to her and she brought it to the detective.
and did your friend live closer to where the detectives were?
Correct.
Did you give consent for your phone to be downloaded and to be searched through?
Yes.
And they didn't have to obtain a search warrant to get into it?
No. She asked me for my phone. I gave her my phone. I just left it at that.
Now, on that phone were several text threads with different people in Mr. Rudolph's family. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to be approaching the witness with states 18, identified as Dominique and Daryl's text messages, Judge. I believe that's without objection.
All right. State 18. Yes, no objection.
State 18.
Okay. Thank you.
And I believe you granted me permission, Judge, to approach?
I did. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm handing you the first item, states 21. Could you identify whether or not that's a message between yourself and Travis Rudolph's mom, Miss Linda Rudolph?
This is Miss Linda.
Okay. Incident.
Correct.
Okay, that was captured, of course, in text message. All right, this is not a call log.
Yeah, so I think I spoke to her first prior to this.
Okay, so you called Miss Linda and then these messages.
Correct.
Okay, and that's an accurate reflection as far as you can recall of the interaction that you two had via text message.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then the next set of messages identified as states 19. Could you identify who you're communicating with in that text thread?
Tyranny.
And so that's Mr. Rudolph's sister.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also call Tyranny on the day of this incident to try to talk to her about what had happened between you and Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
And are these text messages a result of what happened after that telephone call?
Correct. So we spoke first, and then she sent me this first blue text message, and I just said, "Love, I don't have to say much."
Okay.
And I said, "Call my mom if you want to talk about anything else."
All right. And does the conversation flow back and forth between the two of you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that accurately, as far as you can recall, captures a text message conversation between you and Mr. Rudolph's sister.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. And finally, if you could identify who you're communicating with in this series of text messages.
This is DJ.
And DJ, again, is Mr. Rudolph's brother, Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And again, are these communications that you're having with Mr. Daryl Rudolph on the day of this incident?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, does this accurately reflect those communications between the two of you via text message?
Correct.
All right. Thank you again. And permission to publish, Judge?
You may. Well,
I will publish each. It's 3 exhibits. They're not very lengthy.
all right, very well.
Let me start first with States 21. And Ms. Jones, there appears to only be 2 messages in your communications with Ms. Linda Rudolph that day. Is blue you or green you?
Green is me.
Okay, so then blue would be Ms. Rudolph.
Correct.
All right, and you're hearing from her, I don't know what up with you and Travis. I'm not home. I have not raised him to disrespect any woman. I love you like my own daughter. If he not doing right by you, moved on. I talk with him. When I get home, you both are grown. I let you calm down and talk later with you. Do you recall receiving that message?
Correct.
Did you call Miss Rudolph and threaten her?
No, I would never do that. I never threatened her.
Okay. And so this communication was you telling her about what had happened between you over the phone and she responding this way?
Correct.
Okay. And then your response, he picked the wrong one. That's all I'm going to say. Or
Yes.
I'm going to say. What did you mean by that?
I just meant in the entire situation of him cheating and things like that, like, I'm not the girl that's going to go for it. Like, we're done, basically, is what I meant.
Okay.
I would never threaten her. She was like a mom to me, literally, as you can see in the message.
Meaning that you respected her and you would never disrespect her.
100%. Overly respected her.
Okay. Moving now to States 18, your communications. Actually, if I could go first to, yeah, let's do 18. Communications is between you and Daryl Rudolph. Identify whether or not you are green or blue.
I am green.
All right. So the first message is green, and it appears you say, listen, love, you don't want problem. Get your sister TF. What does that mean?
The fuck?
Off my phone. You dead ass don't want problems with me. What is LMAO?
Laughing my ass off.
On my dead ass grandma, I really shake some shit. Stop it. What is going on there?
I'm frustrated. I'm mad. Tyranny's threatening me, talking about my brothers are going to get killed. Like, I'm just frustrated and I'm upset and I'm mad. So I'm saying I stopped. You can see, like, I just stopped texting because I'm like just trying to calm down from the whole situation. Even that's the same reason why I stopped texting his mom, because I'm not trying, like, we're family. You know what I mean? Family go through things. Like, I'm looking at it in that aspect. So, like, yeah, sometimes you say things that you really don't mean and you don't mean it in that context. But, like, at this point, I'm just really, really frustrated about everything that has happened and occurred.
So then you get a response from Daryl, damn that shit, this DJ. Is that what you called him?
Yeah, DJ.
Okay. Call my phone, Dominique. Was that an encouragement to call you instead of texting?
Correct.
And then the next message, I tried to stop y'all, Dominique. Why you ain't tell them the truth? Them N-words, dead ass wrong for pulling up at my mama crib trying to jump my little bro or brother.
I just want to emphasize jump.
Okay. I don't need you.
Well,
There wasn't a question.
was there a question?
I haven't asked one yet, Judge.
All right, so ask a question, please. Overruled. Go ahead.
So was that a response that you received from DJ?
Correct.
Okay. And then he keeps sending messages. Is that correct?
Correct.
I tried to, I'm sorry, I already read that one. So then the next one was my mama crib.
Mm-hmm.
And did you get the impression from these messages that Daryl was upset about the fact that any altercation had happened at Mrs. Rudolph's residence?
I got the impression that he understood what was going on from those messages you just read.
All right. Then the next set of messages also from Daryl Rudolph. Is that correct?
Correct.
The I don't know who them N-words is and what the fuck you and Travis got going on, but I don't like how you got them N-words to disrespect my mama crib.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to you, my mama crib? Is he talking about the residency?
The residency that they all live in.
Okay. And then the other message, Dominique, on some real end shit, forget what the fuck you and Travis got going on. I understand, but them N-words, I swear on my life, they disrespected my mama crib. Fuck this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what are you understanding from these messages? It's a communication, Judge.
Sorry?
It's a communication. It's what this witness is understanding from the communications.
Overruled. Well, that's right. She can say
That's what I was
how
gonna
she
say.
interpreted the message that he sent to her. So yeah.
That's what I asked, Judge.
And that's what I was going to answer.
Overruled. Go ahead. Yeah.
So how did you interpret this message?
I basically interpreted just saying like, my brother came. Now I'm starting to understand who all came there because he's saying more than one person. So I'm interpreting that more than one person had came to the Rudolph residence.
Now, at this point, to your knowledge, had a shooting occurred? Did you know that?
Not at all. No, I did not know a shooting occurred. I'm going to be 100% so honest with you. I even called Daryl when I was at the hospital because I'm not thinking that Travis shot them.
Okay. So at 12:42 a.m. on the morning of April 7, 2021, when this message is coming to you from Daryl Rudolph, you were unaware of the fact that Sebastian had been shot, Tyler had been shot, any of that at all?
Completely, because in the previous message it said jump. So I'm thinking maybe they got into a scruffle, whatever, but I'm not thinking anything with like gun violence happened at all.
So just to be clear, what is a scruffle?
I don't know. Maybe they got into an argument. Maybe I literally did not know, but I knew I sent him over there to talk, and I know how calm Keyshawn is. So I wasn't really him saying bringing all these niggas over. I started thinking like, what's going on? Okay, so other people had came there. Okay, so what's going on? That's when I started trying to understand the messages a little bit more.
Were you surprised that your brother went with his friends?
They're always together.
So it wasn't a shock that he went with other
It wasn't a shock. It wasn't like a gang up thing trying to, no, not at all. They're always together. Like they're always at the house together. They go places together. So no.
All right. So at some point you write back to Mr. Daryl Rudolph to stop writing me. I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave me alone. What's
I didn't know what he was talking about. I'm confused. I don't know there's a shooting. I don't know that they got into a fist fight. I know how my brother is. He did not bring no gun. I'm not thinking that Travis is going to shoot a gun at him. So at this point, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm like, there's no point for us to argue. The only thing for us to do right now is both calm down and keep it like that.
All right. So you get another response from Daryl Rudolph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's nah, fuck that shit, bro. I saw you as a sister. Them N-words came to my mama crib where I laid my head trying to jump my little bro in front of my mama. Fuck that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Question. What does jump my little bro mean?
I guess fist fight.
Is that a slang?
Jump is a term used as fighting.
Okay. And that is what you understood it to mean?
Correct.
Okay. Did Daryl also send another message? I would have done the same for my sister, but the way that situation was handled was wrong as fuck. And no, it them N-words about my mama, and to it, it's a wrap. What did you take that to mean?
I'm going to be so honest. I'm not really knowing what's going on. I'm reading these messages while he's typing them, and I'm just sitting here like, I'm just trying to start putting, I'm on the phone with my friend, so I'm trying to start putting two and two together. I'm reading her the messages. I'm like, he's saying all this stuff. Daryl keeps texting me, things like that. I'm really not understanding until I get the message that Tyler's in the hospital. That's when things start clicking for me a little bit.
Now, what is Mr. Rudolph, Daryl, referring to here as I would have done the same for my sister? What is he talking about?
Because he's seen how Travis slammed me on the ground twice, and he was trying to stop him. So he's basically saying he would do the exact same thing that go see about the situation for his sister, like anybody would.
So you respond to Daryl Rudolph, is that correct?
Yes.
You say, DJ, stop writing me. Nothing needs to be said between us anymore. I will never talk to y'all again. Before I got to my car, Travis slammed me twice, knowing I had just had surgery. I sat in his room and said to him, let me clear it before I ever put my hands on him. And you wasn't there at that point. My brothers are always, in capital letters, gonna come see about me, same way you would for tyranny. At that point, it's out of my control. What are you saying here?
I'm saying that my brothers are going to come and they're going to see about the situation. That does not mean nothing physical. That does not mean anything violent, but the situation is going to be spoken about because I am his sister.
Now, were you also comparing that to the relationship that the Rudolph brothers had with their sister?
They've had plenty of disputes, and they do the same thing. So
Let me just pause you there.
okay,
Sure.
you can approach.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus. I didn't, yeah, I don't know. I'm over this witness already. Just let's get cross on it. Jesus. I'm grumpy. It's 12:30. Well, gone midnight, so I'm grumpy. I've been recording since what, 1 o'clock. Nearly 12 hours. Basically non-stop, nearly. So I enjoy it. It's just more of a right. We're not getting anywhere with this witness now. Come on. You're not, but you're not far off. Lefty, there's three. Well, there's four of us left here, and I got. Let's see how many I got left in Rumble. I got one left in Rumble. Rumble, I had like 24 earlier on, but I think it's got to the stage now where it's like, oh my God. Well, I'm spent. If I'm being completely honest with you, I am spent on my feet. There's not long left though. 8:55 there. So yeah, about half an hour left. So it's not too bad. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. What is Spider? You're right, 100%. Hey, look, I'd vibe about going. If I were to bed now, I won't be able to sleep. Anyways, it's more of a, when you're just so tired. I can't wait to finish this and then decompress for like 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, go to bed and just chill out then. But I'm tired, but it's just because it's been a long day. That's all. It's been a long week to be quite honest with you. But and because I have to record stuff with people in America, it's like I'm always up till about 2, 3 a.m. recording, and then I've got to get up at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So it can be quite tough sometimes. Not that I'm complaining. It might sound like I'm complaining. I'm not. I enjoy it. It's just more of a when you've got a shit witness, it makes it hard. If that defense lawyer was now attacking, I'd be like, "Whoa, let's go!" That would wake me up. But this is because it's all scripted. Which every trial is scripted, obviously, between the state and their witnesses. It's just quite boring, hit on everything. Ooh, that's why I like the defense. Let's go type of thing. Well, I started this trial presuming he was not guilty, he was innocent, and I finished the trial on day one thinking the same thing. Obviously, we got a lot more testimony and a lot more evidence to see. I'm not saying he's going to be not guilty by the end of the trial, but every day you got to look through it. Now then, Lefty, there's only you and Spider left. There's two left on YouTube, so it's only you and Spider. You think that office is like ready to pounce? I think Travis is incarcerated. I think he is in jail. So if you're the jury, it's quite noticeable having an officer behind him. It's like, oh, okay, they think he's dangerous. Oh, hello, excited utterance. Hello, how are you? It's what is it now with you? It's like midday with you, I think, over there in Australia. I saw your like on Facebook. I appreciate that. There's not many of us here. There's only 4 of us right here in YouTube, but I've got 2 on Rumble. So there's nothing exciting happening here. Oh, 9:30. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was 12 hours or 11 hours or something. Oh, it's less. Okay, that's good. So yeah, I say there's not many of us. I think it's Lefty. If he's still here, he's probably still here. I think everyone's just like we're just getting tired. There's about half an hour left of this trial, and we're all just tired now. We watched 2 trials today, so we're on our last legs. Lefty's here. So Lefty, I found excited utterance in the Zachariah Anderson um, group on Facebook. Oh, it's a shame that Luna's not here. Luna was the one that told me about the group. About I bought the T-shirt today actually about Zachariah Anderson. So yeah, so Lefty's here. Left. I'm not sure what Lefty thought about the Zachariah Anderson trial. It's cool. Yeah, I mean this is the exact channel for that. We 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 get people coming through. Uh, a few weeks ago, I was streaming. I was getting like 60 viewers. It was great. Then recently, I've been having no more than about 8 people. I don't know what. I think because I swear. I don't mean to swear, but I swear a little bit, and we're not very PC here. We say stuff like we watched the Mark Jensen trial as an example, and obviously there were pictures of dicks, so we'd say dick pics and stuff. But some people don't like that, so you know. Be right back. Don't worry, Lefty. It's all good, mate. It's not long left. If you don't come back, it's fine. I'll see you tomorrow. It's impossible that man commits that. Yeah, I agree with you. It was actually the first trial I properly streamed, I believe, and I couldn't believe it. I follow Nicole Muller, the attorney, on Twitter now. Obviously, we talk about sport, nothing else, but I thought she was fantastic. I loved Nicole. Crazy, absolutely crazy with the amount of dick pics that guy had and how he'd focused on trying to get it sized and oh yeah, ordered.
All right, folks.
All right, I'll get my keyboard now
Just
because
so
I
you
don't
know,
chat when
we're
a
going to
lawyer
finish with
on.
direct examination, and then we're going to call it a night. All right, go ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Okay. So, Ms. Jones, a while ago, I was asking you about a message that was on the screen where you were saying that they would protect their sister too. You weren't insinuating that Mr. Rudolph was violent or that his brother was violent, correct?
No, protection doesn't always have to lead down to violence. That's what people have to understand.
All right. Now, the next series of messages. All right. Is that a message you received from in blue that would indicate that it's Daryl Rudolph to you, correct?
Okay, yeah, I can't see it though. So you have to read.
All right. And didn't I just say, Dominique, that I understand why your brothers pulled up because you said you they sister, and I never said you or Travis was wrong or right. And when all of that went down, I was holding him back from y'all fighting, but them fuck N-words for pulling up at my mama crib. Honestly, damn me and damn Travis, it's about my mama at this point. You're wrong as fuck if you're not seeing my point right now. Do you recall receiving that message?
Correct.
And did you respond, like I said, it's out of my control. Once they heard I was slammed, it was a problem. It was nothing to do with your mom. It's about Travis. Travis don't have his own place, so they went to where he was. It was nothing to do with your mom. Like Travis said, tell them to pull up, and they did. What do you mean Travis said, tell them to pull up, and they did?
So when we're fighting, he's like, have your brothers pull up, like have them pull up basically. But I'm thinking in my head already, it's 35 minutes for me to get home. He's not leaving until 35 minutes. So he's not getting there till an hour. So by the time that they even have a conversation, everyone's going to be calm, cool, collective, because it's a whole hour in between from the fight.
So the question was, what does pull up mean in that context?
Pull up means in that context to pull to the house.
So to drive or come to the house.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. At some point, do you also text Mr. Rudolph, Daryl? It says 2:27 a.m. So this is after the incident. Is that
correct?
You're going to jail. You killed someone.
Yes.
Did you mean that he personally was going to jail?
Yes.
All right. And then he responds, get the fuck off my phone. You sent them N-words over here to jump me at my house when my mother was here and I was trying to defuse the situation, whatever y'all got going on. Don't bring that shit to my house. I didn't ever do a fuck thing to you, Dominique, or anybody. I've been in my room minding my business. The fuck you mean you kill, you going to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the end of, and is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that the end of your conversation with Daryl that day?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I'm lying. I'm not lying, but no, that isn't the end of the conversation. Before there's a part missing. I called them before I sent that text message.
Okay.
Because I still did not understand that Travis shot at my brother.
So you're trying to put everything together and figure out why he's sending these messages?
Exactly. So I'm at the hospital, right? I got a text message on Instagram from Tyler's older brother saying, do you know what hospital he's at? So I'm still not thinking that Travis or any of them did anything to him. I'm thinking something might have happened because Lake Park is a dangerous city. So I'm thinking something might have happened or anything like that. So I'm like, no, what hospital is he at? He's like, he got shot. He's at St. Mary's. So I flew to St. Mary's Hospital and Tyler's mom was there and said they got shot at. The car was shot up. And then once I got there, they told me when Tyler went into surgery, he said, make sure Keyshawn's okay. So then I called Daryl and I'm like, what happened? Like, what's going on? Like, I'm so confused. Like, did somebody try to shoot at them? Like, I'm still not even accusing them of shooting at them.
That's before this last message.
That's before the last message where I said, you're going to jail. You killed somebody.
So that's what you're saying. There's something missing, meaning that telephone conversation.
Exactly. That telephone conversation obviously isn't there. So I called Daryl's number and I'm like, what's going on? Like, why? I'm at the hospital. Where's Keyshawn? Like, I don't know where anyone is. And Travis is just in the background, like, fuck that bitch. Hang up on that bitch. Like, I don't give a.
Sustain.
Judge, it's a party opponent.
Sustain.
All right. So at some point, are you actually at St. Mary's?
Yes.
Okay. And do you eventually get interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you also find out that Sebastian had passed away?
Yes. My little brother called me. He was crying. He said Sebastian passed away.
At that point, were you having any conversations about the details of what had happened?
Not necessarily. He was trying to rush. The car was so shot up that he couldn't drive to the hospital.
It is a narrative question. Answer.
I'm just trying to
So
explain
just
myself.
without
No.
explaining,
Okay.
if you
Just
could
answer the question.
Answer the question
Perfect.
related to whether or not
Saw
you
the
spoke
stuff,
to your
thank
brother
you.
about all the details that had happened at that point.
No.
So
Open
at some
anytime.
later point
Just
is when you had
you
that
say
conversation.
hello.
Correct.
It's great to have you here.
I want to talk
Tell all your
briefly
friends to
about
Love
marriage.
it.
Okay. Have you ever
Thank
been
you.
married?
Yes, I have.
And was that to Mr. Rudolph?
No.
Was it to another man?
Yes.
Was Mr. Rudolph aware of your relationship with that other man?
Correct. Not
that
the
a yes?
marriage, but he wasn't knowledgeable about the marriage, but he was knowledgeable about the relationship.
And at the time you started the relationship with Mr. Rudolph, were you and your, I guess, husband at the time still living together as a married couple?
No, we were separated. I was at his house every day, every single second of the day. And if I wasn't there, I was at my own home.
So what happened between you and your husband? Had you been broken up?
Yeah, we were legally separated. We're just separated.
Right. So you weren't together in that relationship anymore. So this relationship with Mr. Rudolph was not, quote, cheating.
No, I haven't spoken to him and I haven't spoken to that man that I was married to until this incident happened. He reached out to me.
All right. And at some point you have become legally divorced.
Yeah, I'm divorced. That was the plan from way back then.
So before even
Before even anything, it's just personally wasn't my business to tell or to expose to anybody else. You know what I mean? And I felt like I didn't need to. Whatever happened in the past is the past, and I don't need to bring that into new relationships. That's how I felt.
Were you trying to deceive Mr. Rudolph by not telling him about the marriage that was now in shambles, essentially?
No, there's no deception. You can look up a marriage. There's no deception at all.
Had you ever been asked by Mr. Rudolph directly about any marriage?
What's the legal objection? Overruled.
Had you been asked about being married to the gentleman that he knew you were in a relationship with before him?
No, I told him everything about the relationship, but no, I never told him I was married, but he never asked
All right. And you are clear, you and that gentleman were no longer in a romantic sexual relationship.
at all for 2 years, way prior to me and Travis.
One moment, Judge.
You may have a moment.
So this started today. So I'm streaming this now, and I'm doing for 6 months every Saturday. I'm doing the
During your
depth
interaction
we
with
heard.
Daryl Rudolph on the day of this incident, the text
haven't
messages
seen
that
it,
we saw
so-
and your phone conversation, did he ever tell you about your brother or anyone else pulling guns on him? It's relevant hearsay, and it's not
No,
hearsay.
It is hearsay, and you're going to have to come up on this. I'll tell you what.
Not heard of that one.
No, let's approach. I want to finish direct examination, folks, before I let you go tonight.
Yeah, okay. So they wants to finish this tonight. So I only watch trials that are on here. So I've done this Zachariah, obviously. I got entranced because of the murder one, but I didn't actually do it. Then I did Mark Jensen. So I've done a couple of other ones, Gwyneth Paltrow and a few of those. This one's just went live today. I've just done Richard Merritt as well last week, and just fit it in nice. So Saturdays I'm doing. Yeah, sorry, I try to cut off the Saturdays one because they started speaking. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I've not watched it at all. So for the next, I think, 28 weeks, every Saturday, so 7 o'clock my time, which is 9 hours behind you. So about 4:30 your time, or sorry, 4 o'clock your time. I'm streaming the Depp Heard one because I've not seen it, and everybody has got in jokes, and I don't know the in jokes. So everyone's like, you need to watch it. So I didn't want to stream it for 5 weeks, so I decided to do it once a week on a Saturday. So
Ms.
That's the
Jones, as
plan
you were
anyway.
speaking to Daryl Rudolph, was he still upset?
When?
So that break in the conversation in the text messages where you're calling and asking what's going on, did he appear to still be upset as he's talking to you?
Well, that's what I was trying to say previously when you guys had said hearsay. Travis was the main person talking.
All right.
I'm responding because
All right.
Travis.
No, stop, Ms. Jones. All right. Just to answer the question, did he appear to you to be upset?
Daryl wasn't talking. Travis was the one talking.
No, different.
Did
that's-
Daryl say any words to you
It
as
was-
you were asking him what is going on?
They're both yelling at the same time, but the person that I'm hearing is Travis.
Okay. So if you could
What do you
stop for
mean?
me. You said they're both yelling. Is one of the persons Daryl that's yelling?
I can't really recall.
Okay. Whom did you call?
Yeah, do it.
I called Daryl's phone because
Not the because, just who did you call?
Daryl.
And as you said, you call Daryl, there's yelling in the background. You identify Mr. Rudolph's voice. What about Daryl Rudolph?
He's there. I just don't recall if he's upset, if he's angry. I think he is angry, saying like, "Oh, you had them pull up to my mama house," and like they were saying something like that, dreadhead, nigga, like stuff like that.
So just so we're clear, did you delete any messages between you and Daryl Rudolph that had anything to do with any firearms?
No,
Did you ever receive any messages from Daryl Rudolph as he was angrily sending you those texts about a firearm?
no.
The messages with tyranny, those are already in evidence. We did not go through them, but were those also angry messages?
Yes.
And what was the substance of the messages?
Anyone pull up to her mom's house is gonna die.
Okay. And did you interpret that as a threat?
I interpret it as a threat, but I feel like people say things when they're angry, so I didn't take it literal.
So you did not think your brother was going to die if you went over?
No, I didn't. Like she just invited him to the wedding. I'm thinking it's just, I don't know. I didn't take that literal.
All right, one moment. No further questions.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, so we're going to take a break for the night. I have to thank
So I was just typing it in. My favorite one not my favourite one, but one I enjoyed. My head was in a pretzel. Was the Oldie fans one? It was a couple of weeks ago. I really enjoyed it because I went into it thinking, right, this guy's a weirdo, he's a stalker. But I ended up actually liking the guy, and I hated the victim because the victim had manipulated him so much. I hated it. So there's that. But if I'm being completely honest with you, but Zachary Anderson um, is probably one that I really did enjoy because I hated that DA. Hated him. Dick. Here we go. Left his ear. Which one's this? Edgecombe trial. You see, I've not watched many trials, guys. You know, you say excited utterance. You say about Depp Heard. I'm new to all this, so it's on my channel. You have to probably see it. But the Edgecombe trial, Lefty's old school. You know, he's got more knowledge about it than I have, so worth a watch that one probably. Um, oh shit! They said the time and I wasn't watching. Let me go back.
Someone want to take the jury out for me? Thank you.
Stuff like that.
So just so we're clear, did you delete any messages between you and Daryl Rudolph?
I'm responding because Travis.
Oh, stop, Ms. Jones. All right. Just to answer the question, did he appear to you to be upset?
Travis.
Stay safe, folks. See you soon after 8 o'clock as we can tomorrow.
8 o'clock, fine.
For the day, yes. Yeah, you're going to have to come back again tomorrow. Yes.
It's fine. That's why Zach was great. Yeah, the trial made me mad as well. Yes, but you know, I know people that thought he was guilty, which you could have a reasonable conversation with. But I just felt he was not guilty. Yeah, Joe, literally, I was about to say the same as what excited utterance was saying there. As soon as you said that, Lefty, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, why do all the trials come from there? I got to watch Rittenhouse as well. I've not seen that one. Yeah, obviously Zachary Anderson, Wisconsin. There's another trial not long ago, Wisconsin. It's everything that area. Chandler Halderson. I've not seen that one. This is exactly. I agree with you. It seemed there was a patch where everything was Wisconsin. I will as well. Lefty knows his stuff, you know, so he knows these trials, so he's a bit of a savant, like you know. There's that. There is that. Let me present. Stop screen. They do have that. You are right. At least you know in Wisconsin they actually, you know, you can view a trial. We still don't know if you can view the Brian Kohlberger trial yet. Thank God I can take them off now. I hate it. I hate that. Halverson was interesting as far as what he did, but as far as like an interesting case and any question about it, not so much. But I guarantee he took a bite. Again, I don't know what you're on about. I've heard the name though. Holders. Oh, I know. He killed his parents. I know. Killed his parents. Yes. Yes. He had a job in NASA or something. I know now. So I came to these cases just as I was playing. So I did see I think half a day of that trial. He's got a ponytail now, hasn't he? Yeah, and his girlfriend's quite fit, if I remember. Yeah, because he left loads of evidence and stuff, didn't he? And they were supposed to be in the cabin, and like the cabin's locked, no one's up there. He lied so much because didn't he have? Oh, he had an injury or something, but there was nothing wrong with him. Yeah, he's supposed to work in. They're supposed to move to Florida, not maybe not Florida, but they're supposed to move somewhere. Him and his girlfriend. It's like madness. Some people though, when you get in the line, oh, there we are. Yeah, she had a mask on when she's doing the actual testimony, but I saw her interview and I thought, Jesus, she's all right. How did he get her? There's a chance for all of us, I thought. So yeah. So what? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 1 o'clock tomorrow for me. 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock for you, Lefty. Right, it was Florida. I didn't know what the email address is in Florida. Yeah, but it seems to be Wisconsin and Florida. Both are maddening. Um, So if I'm streaming at 1 o'clock tomorrow with this trial, that means it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the evening for you, excited utterance. That's madness. Madness with the different time zones. Um, I thought I had it bad. Well, actually, I'm 6 hours behind Lefty. Was it Clap? Oh, yeah. You see, yeah, I've only seen bits of it. She was hot. I need to see pictures of her. But if I'm right, she was standing by his side or something when he was arrested because I listened to some phone calls in the jail. Um, but then they're no longer together, obviously now. But it was something that they were together for a while. I think when he got convicted or before he got convicted, they finished or something. That's when I started watching trials and yes, Jesus, 10 o'clock at night. Wow, madness. But you have to you know, if you're dedicated for it, you got. I got one of my mods now, Spider Girl. She changed her whole working pattern and job to fit around trials. It's like that's dedication for you. Do you know what I mean? That's dedication. Um, but it's weird. It's lovely. So if whenever you pop in again, we got one user called Luna. I'll say she was the reason that I joined the Zachariah Anderson group. I didn't even know about the group, and she messaged me to say, "Hey, have you seen this?" Um, and that's why I joined. So I was glad that you got in touch. Really, I didn't want to say too much about my channel because I didn't want people to think I was promoting it. So I was glad you asked the question because I could promote it then. Both at the house when he was arrested, her whole phone full of timestamp pics or where they, yeah, you know. Then I saw something. I've not watched the clip actually. It's like 2 hours or 3 hours. Her interview, where apparently she was like, "No, it can't be him for these reasons," and because of those reasons, that's why he was guilty. But she had no clue. He was he had a good thing going for him, and then I just don't sleep. Jesus, I don't know how you do it. I don't sleep much because I don't have a chance to sleep. Do you know what I mean? I try and record videos in between, but I will sleep tonight because I was went to bed about 3 o'clock yesterday morning. I was up at like 8 o'clock this morning. So yes, it's dedication. It's a full-time job, nearly, isn't it? For you guys to watch, and also for us to create everything. I enjoy it. And you could tell that. You could tell she had it. She was so innocent, but they all, no way did she know. But when you look back, there's certain things that he did, like made a moat out of the chairs or something downstairs. Some weird stuff that he did. Look, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Ooh. Um, hey, you and me both. The biggest misconception about me or like YouTubers is that they make money. Most YouTubers do not make money. I make zero. I need to get, I think, 1,800 hours of watch hours left. And even when I get that, right, and get monetized, I still won't make any money. Your videos make no money in true crime. It's the sponsorships and it's the memberships and stuff like that. So you and me both on there, we both want to get paid. Great, great trial. I'll probably stream it again later down the line. I also like the Murdoch trial. You know what I mean? That was something for me. Lefty, have you got? Lefty's probably gone now. It's late, as well for him. So yeah, it's always nice to see new people come into to chat and stuff. That's fine. And if you got any friends or anything, point them my way. Tell them, whether they're Aussie or whatever. Free Zach with you. Bought the t-shirt today. Tell them about this channel. Tell them to chat away. We're a friendly bunch. But appreciate you. Follow me on Twitter, and we'll chat some more. And you see when I'm filming stuff then if you follow me on Twitter. So appreciate you for popping in and speaking to me on Facebook. I'll catch you later. Oh, Lefty's still here. Good man. Um, yeah. You probably same as me, Lefty. You're probably just on Twitter and looking around and stuff, listening to the trial. I do the same. 7 p.m. Yeah, you lucky bastard. Because yeah, you're 6 hours. Minnesota is 6 hours. Because do you know? Oh, I know you'll be back. I know. Hey, I know you. You will be back because Luna said the same. I'll be back one day, and she's never been left. And you'll probably be the same. So catch you later. Thank you very much. Um, do you right? So Minnesota. So obviously, I told you where my cousins live. They live about 30, 40 minutes away from you. You obviously know Melissa. Do you know Crime Spies then? Because she's from your neck of the woods. Um, she's always in your chatting, but she's got a channel herself on Rumble. So, but she's always well, she used to always be in my streams, but because she started her own streams, she's not as much now. But she always comes in to welcome everyone every morning, gives me a like and stuff like that. But yeah, she's the one that taught me Minneapolis. No, Minneapolis. Yeah, Minneapolis. Because I was saying something different. Crime Spies. Uh, yeah, she's Crime Spies. Oh, hang on. What is she on Twitter? Let me just check her on Twitter now. Because she lives where you will live. Uh, no, we don't follow each other. She is SHANWAPOW on Twitter. So, but if you search Crime Spies, she's there. She's on Twitter. She's also on Rumble mostly. She's on. Yeah, Shanwa Pao. But anyway, I just thought you might know her because she's from Minneapolis. She probably likes bloody white gravy as well. Do you know what I mean? So, um, okay, this is that. Well, my question for you, Lefty, right? and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, because I'm not sure if it's you or someone else, and I respect you no matter what your answer is. Um, but what was your thoughts on the Zachariah one? Zachariah Anderson. I thought he's not guilty, but what was your? Were you guilty? Were you not guilty on that one? And I got a funny feeling that you were guilty for some reason. I don't know why. I know a couple of people that I thought he was guilty, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought he was not guilty. Um, cool, cool. She'd appreciate that. She does more politics stuff now. Um, and I think she's more on Rumble now because she wasn't getting much luck on YouTube. So, but she's doing well on Rumble. To be fair, I've never watched one of her streams properly, so I can't really tell you what it's like or anything. Um, but all I know is she's a lovely person, and she always gives me a like, and I always give her a like back and stuff. So that's always nice to see because we both start about the same time. So. Uh, so yeah, just in happy days. Okay, so it's not you. There's someone that I respect. I thought it wasn't you because I don't respect you, but I had to say that I respect you and stuff. Just be nice and stuff like that. No, yeah. So you're the same as me then. That didn't prove it. Me and Luna have little chats about it as well. We don't. That DA bothers me. Bothered the hell out of me. That DA did. Hated him. Hated him with a passion. I bought the T-shirt today, the Zachariah Anderson T-shirt today. Fucking cost me what? $12 for shipping. Oh my days. My days. Bloody America, bloody taxes and delivery and it's more than the bloody T-shirt. Anyone seeing? Oh, this is right. I'm gonna put this. I should put it. I should read better here than I can in the bloody. I feel like I'm saying you hold the body out in a piece of carpet without anyone seeing or hearing from an apartment building without any blood anywhere with apartments is preposterous. 100%. And I said on stream, the thing I don't think people realise, Lefty, how much a dead body weighs. Like they were like, oh yeah, he just chucked it over the shoulder. And just, do you know how awkward that body would be? And also, depending how, if a rigger has set in, then it's going to be stiff, even more stiff. Yeah, two percent. It's, I'm a little bit heavier than that. Not much heavier, but a little bit. But I'm probably about 284, say, right? You're not lifting me, and you're not lifting me if I'm dead weight. There's no look at the size of Zach. I don't care. You're not. Even if you got a trolley or if you got any, you're not doing it. It's impossible. But that's what I'm saying. If he killed him and just waited, or did he kill him and just instantly get rid of him? Even 160 is going to be tough. It's not just the weight; it's the awkwardness. It's when you got someone struggling, it's fine because they're either pushing up or down, so you can manage it. If they're not moving, to pick that up, that's tough. Even 160 is tough. But as you say, 270, that's nearly 20 stone. That's just over 19 stone. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking no chance. I'm not a weak guy, but there's no way in the world I would be able to pick him up. No way. This is why Rumble's so weird. Once the stream finishes, that's when I start getting numbers on Rumble. People start coming. I got 7 people there now waiting for me, just talking shit. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I just don't get it. So yeah, I'm mad about that trial. That the sentencing made me mad as well. 40 years, just fucking just give him life then without parole. Don't bother. It's gonna be 95. That's true. That's true. I did it the other day, right? I was just me and someone. I don't remember who it was. I think it was one or two of us in chat, just chatting. There's people here in chat. Just chat, guys. It's fine. And I went over to Rumble to close it down, and 55 people. Apparently, it's up to 85 at one point. Just listening to me like this. Unbelievable how it works out sometimes. To put a message in now to people to like. Not saying that there's going to be that many, but yeah, it's true. You're right. And forget about that. And actually, my biggest audience is US. To be fair, I'd say probably 60% of his US, and about 30 is UK, and about 10 is miscellaneous Europe and stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And I've thought about that actually. Yeah, the East Coast time and stuff like that now. There's 4 people here on YouTube. Spider, well, that's 5 with me because I don't count in that 4. Lefty, who else is here? This is what I mean. I'd love for people to say hello. Like excited utterance. She asked me this morning if what my channel name was. Told her. She pops in and straight away, hello, starts chatting. I love that. I know not everyone's got that confidence, but I love it. I love people just doing it. It's chat away there with my Colts jersey on. Even though I'm a fake Colts fan before anyone starts. I had to say that to someone the other day. And my first ever commenter in YouTube was from Indianapolis. So that's a true fact for you. 11 there. How much have I got here now? So let's see how many watch hours I got here. So I've had 66 views today on this video. So the other one I got about 20 odd hours. So here, 28 times 66 equals that, divided by 60. Oh, this has been a good day, Lefty. So this stream today, leaving it now, right? I made 30 hours. 30 hours. Watch out. With the Pultro, I used to make like over 100 hours. But even getting 30 here, and I got 20 on the other one. That's great. 50 hours today. That's good. Because I need 1,800 hours to get monetized. Yeah, it is nice because do you know what? I've been streaming and getting like 12 hours of watch hours and stuff. So, that's why I appreciate people like yourself, Lefty, being here. You don't understand that it means the world to me because even Spider now, she understands this. She's sleeping with her phone on, like, with this on mute. Like, I appreciate it because it helps me get my watch hours. I don't know what I'd do without people like you guys listening to my shit. Do you know what I mean? So, because you can see, like, I don't get big numbers on this channel at all. A lot of other YouTubers, they got to 2,000 in like a week. Sorry, 4,000 watch hours in like a week or two. They got lucky. They got a fan base instantly, but also most of them are like, I'm not all of them, but some of them are just like, yes, men. They just say what people want to hear. I just hate that. I just say it as it is, like. you can disagree, people. Like Lefty, if you said to me, "Oh, Zachariah is guilty as hell," I'd respect you. I'd be like, "Okay, you can have a discussion then." But so most of these channels, you just can't do that. It's just like you can't have an opinion. That's been my experience in a lot of them. And not everybody at all, but some of them, when you follow them. But I like to think this channel's like variety for everybody. Everyone can have an opinion, whatever it is. But I'd like to have just more than 4 people. That'd be great as well. Because I started off getting like 60 odd, and then I did the Mark Jensen trial, and then, oh, Jesus, it all went south. By the way, I'm not going to whinge about it. It's all good, and that's why I appreciate people being here. That's why I know Spider's here, Lefty's here. There's 2 other people here. I don't know who you are. But I want to thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm not sure how long you've been here, but thank you so much. It means the world to me. Like, you might be one of those people that are doing. Yeah, no worries, Lefty. I'm just talking shit now. Happy days. Thank you, my man. Catch me tomorrow. Yeah, I think it starts at 7 o'clock your time, but obviously, I don't expect you to be there that time. But I'll catch you tomorrow, Lefty. Cheers. Appreciate you, my man. How many we got now in Rumble? 7 people. Good, thank you, Rumble. So that's Lefty going. So I will close it down because no one's going to chat now. So the other guys are here. I really appreciate you. Later's my man. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Spider, when you wake up as well. Because you will rewatch it. I know you will. And then the other 2 that are here, you've been quite constant. So if you're not chatting, that's fine. I appreciate you too as well. And the 7 on Rumble, thank you guys for being there right now. And thank you to the. Hang on, how many viewers have I had on? There's 8 now. What the hell's going on? Why are we having more people? About 300 views there, which is, okay. I normally have more, but, 352 views. Oh, okay, that's not bad. 60 odd on YouTube. But 8 watching. Thank you guys for watching. Lefty's left. I don't know what else to say now. I can carry on talking, but because no one's chatting, I find it quite hard. Oh, Marcy, you forgot about you. Good night, Marcy. Good night. I did forget about you. You're on TV, not chatting, you see. Thank you, Marcy. I thought. Stalwart. Thank you. Good night, Marcy. Take care of yourself. Come back tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern. Hopefully, I'll see you then. But thank you. So that's another one I can thank. Spider I can thank as well. And then there's someone else here. I'm not sure who else it is, but thank you as well. So with that, I'm going to close it down, guys, because you don't need to listen to my shit. Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, everybody. And Rumble, thank you guys as well. Oh my God, Rumble. There's 10 of you now. What's going on? Why you keep watching? There's nothing on. Unless you're watching playback or something. So I think that you're watching playback. So with that, guys, thank you so much. And I'll hopefully see most of you 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. Take care.